confining themselves to the heavens.
Yeah, I'll let you, yeah. It's your stream.
Horizons in the world below.
That's all? Oh, okay. You know, Buika sometimes seems like she's going to be more of a yapper than she is. Anyways, hello. It's raining. Not in real life, yet. But it is. Anyways, a good start to the stream. Hello, everyone. I have... okay, so, as far as things to do, one, if you caught my previous short stream, I didn't stream yesterday, because I didn't feel like it. This happens to be fairly often. I just, like, wanted a chill day with few responsibilities, kind of thing. Oh yeah, I also, well, okay, I couldn't find I was trying to find the files on my computer. I was going to set up well, I have it set up in OBS, but I don't have the right PNGs for it. Remember, like, forever ago, I said I would try doing a PNG tuber thing, like, just something simple and cute, because I think it's a good idea. Like, this is just the default thing, right? So, you know, but the point is, soon, DM, hopefully tomorrow. I just couldn't find the files from Kip. So, anyway, we're not going to use the default one. Because the default one is just a deer. And anyways, Bongo Cat's the real PNG tuber? Yeah, we're just going to pretend Bongo Cat is the PNG tuber for now. Give you your signature weapon back. Blap. Okay. So, anyways, choices. You know, it's really, like, man. Stygian Onslaught is really, really making me want to just invest a lot more in my existing units, and I don't know. It's really, really funny to me how, like, oh, Stygian Onslaught shills for new units, and all it makes me want to do is hyper invest more into my existing units. It makes me want to, you know, crown my followers on Burst. It makes me want to crown level 90 Varesa, right? That's one of the things to potentially do, not necessarily just today, but just in general. It, like, right, I am not that far away from being able to do that. I already had these. I think I might farm a little bit for that. As far as Farazan goes, I do have enough already. I think I'm going to try to finish farming Farazan first. I'm not intending to crown her right away or anything, but I like DPS Lanya enough at this point that I want to min-max that to the farthest extent that I can. And one of the things I can do right now is crowning Farazan. So, but anyways, like, you get the point, right? Like, I want to min-max some units that, like, I enjoy, but didn't, like, play enough to the degree that, like, I need to, like, level their talents all the way, right? So, Navi is another good example, right? And I think it's just funny, though, right? That what Stygian Onslaught makes me want to do is spend my resources min-maxing more, and then I can just skip more units. Like, I don't know. It's like, I know for a lot of people, it's like, Stygian Onslaught, and it makes you want to pull the current. It's just shilling the current unit. And for me, I'm just like, yes, but it just makes me want to take every Stygian Onslaught for what it is and min-max my existing things, not make me want to pull more units. I don't know. Anyways, I mean, to be clear, like, I am I am tempted to get C2 Sky. I'm tempted. Hello, Moo. I am tempted. Oh, you know what I should have done today? Maybe actually, this is one thing I am planning to do that I should have done already. I was planning on doing a stream where I'm like, hey, need help clearing Stygian Onslaught difficulty 4? You know, join co-op. I'll try to carry you. I'll still probably do that stream. Probably not today. But anyway, sorry. What was I saying? Oh, like, I'm extraordinarily tempted to just continue going for Skirk. Because, one, C6 Dahlia is the point at which I would actually consider using Dahlia. Two, I like Skirk a lot. But, anywho's. Bro's still on Skirk? Yeah. So, I don't know. The reason not to do that is because saving pulls, for one, a potential Lanyan rerun with a Nefa banner. We did get information that supposedly Xingqiu, this is pretty good, but Xingqiu and Fischl are rerunning on a Nefa banner. For a lot of people, that makes the Nefa banner a lot better. I will say that. And yeah, I don't want to have to spend a bunch of money for Lanyan or anything, but I don't know, right? I'm not gonna spend money for Skirk either. And for what it's worth, by the way, I am at, what am I at for Dahlia? Dahlia. Where are you? Boy. Creature. Popcorn. Why does this dude blend into the background? I can't see him. I am blinded. There he is. I am Dahlia blind. It's fine. Managed to get 2 Eons on. Nice. Or is you I'd say for future non-cry units. I mean, yeah. Right now, my consideration. So we'll see what the 6.0 units look like. Right, because 6.0, whatever the artifact sets are, and what the designs of the 6.0 units in conjunction with what the design of Inefa is, will end up being the real direction. I am greatly considering, at minimum, blanket skipping, like, as a default policy for the next year. Like, I will not pull for any main DPS unit release next year. I am, which is like a pretty extreme statement, maybe. I don't even think it's that extreme, personally. But, like, I think I only care. I want to see what happens if I only pull for, like, the supports and whatever that are relevant for uplifting my existing characters, right? Like, care about the teammates that are like I already have enough main DPSs that are strong that I like, right? So it's probably like every character, yeah. So I don't know. Like, I think it might be worthwhile of an experiment, because, like, oh, well, they're really shilling. One, because I just tend to like on-fielders less in general, but, like, I don't hate them. Like, I think they've done a really good job with designing on-fielders in the last year. So I don't know. Like, I want to kind of run a whereas Natlan was a year of, okay, I'm gonna pull more aggressive. I'm gonna pull characters. I'm gonna be more liberal with my pulls, even if they're characters I wasn't that interested in, because, you know, maybe they will end up being interesting. And so far that went pretty well as far as, like, giving me units I enjoy. It went pretty terribly from a perspective of I don't have resources for all these things. And the point being is, like, I want to skip more in general than I did this last year, because I don't think it was valuable enough to have all of these units, right? Not that I hate them, I just, you know. And what I did with Natline, yeah, exactly, Mies. Hello, Mies. So I don't know, right? That's my current inclination. To be clear, I am very tempted to just, like, the how Natlan has gone is makes me tempted to see what if I skip the entirety of the next year. But it's likely that they're going to release characters that are interesting enough. Like, I don't know if I could maintain my own personal engagement with the game by skipping everyone, every 5-star, that is. Like, if I'm still allowed to pull for 4 stars, if I'm skipping everyone and I happen to get 5 stars, I think that's fine. But anyways, this is not, like, going to be like an overarching thing necessarily. I'm just saying it's a vibe in my mind right now. It's not worth getting too concerned about. It's a vibe in my mind right now. Well, that is a concern. We're going to use Shenhe. Why? Because I'm still trying to farm friendship on you.
I will do as you
So,
command.
anywho's, who did you see 6R5? Wait, sorry, that was at Sylvia.
However fierce
And anyways,
the lightning may be, its wrath
I
is limited to the realm beneath
don't
the
know.
clouds. The high heavens of
My point is, I don't know. Like, I'm still intending to skip a Nefa unless Lanyan shows up on her banner, which is a very likely possibility. It would make sense in my mind if they reran an anima unit on Inefa's banner. I don't know if it necessarily makes sense for that to be Lanya, because Inefa's already a shielder, right? But I don't know. Maybe. Is there any other units releasing next patch that Inefa, or that Lanyan makes a lot of sense with? Who are they rerunning? Mualani and Chaska and Seat Lolly, supposedly? Yeah, Lanyan doesn't have a super strong synergy with either of those. So I don't know. And I could easily see them not rerunning Lanyan, but, like, yada yada. I don't know. I could be convinced potentially to pull more. What do I have for pity? I should probably check that before I decide. I would be completely fine with losing a 50-50, by the way. The goal would not be like, I need C2 Skirk. It'd be like, I like Skirk. I already have a C1 Skirk. Why not make her even more broken? I did that many wishes for Dahlia. Okay. I didn't realize I did 30 wishes. Ugh. Okay, I have C2 Dahlia. So, you know, the C6 Dahlia is probably not happening, but it's also maybe possible. I don't know. Anywho's, I like Skirk enough that I kind of want to have the option of doing her attack speedy teams, right? Is basically my thinking. So, you know, I just want the option. So I don't know. Let's think on that for a little bit. Who do I farm talents for? Should I finish? So, okay, like I said, Lanyan, Farazan for Lanyan. Navia is a definite consideration. Oh, I didn't even talk about this yet, did I? Did I talk about this yet? I think I talked about it on my Discord. I don't remember if I talked about it live yet. She's on 4-piece now. I did a strongbox dump of like 60 artifacts. Because so I already had this and this. And is this a 4-line? No, it's 3-line. Sad. I mean, I would love to make this work, but it probably doesn't work with her or with Mawika's weapon. And anyways, like I already had this, which it's an onset goblet with no bad rolls. Although arguably the ER rolls for Navia when I have Navia C1 is not that relevant. But anyways, I did a strongbox dump and it gave me a 4-line piece. I had to use a reroller for this because the first one went like twice into flat HP, once into attack percent, and then like low roll into crit damage. And this started with low rolls in crit rate and crit damage. And then the reroll obviously went entirely into crit and once into attack percent. Minimum rolls attack percent again started with low crit rolls, but obviously that's a very, very good artifact. And then I also got a double crit flower, which this was a 3-line that rolled crit the last line. I didn't have to reroll this, and it just, yep, it rolled pretty good. Very usable. Usable enough that this was like, so this build on her with Mawika weapon has, I believe, a little bit more crit rate than my 2-piece build did, but it has less crit damage and more ER, which might matter. I don't know. So, yeah. I don't know. I'm happy with my Navia build as it currently stands. Could it be better? I mean, yeah, sure. But hey, I have her on her 4-piece now, and I don't have to like worry about equipping her ever again. Well, unless the goblet needs to change, which that's the where the real improvement could come from. But I don't really have a better goblet. Well. Oh, come on. Oh my, if you really. Well, now I do have a better goblet. Oh boy, the man, I had a Windows update, like a forced Windows update, and now my computer just like, even in Genshin, it's like, oh god, it's making me think my computer's gonna self-destruct again. I am leaning towards building an entirely separate PC, like so using most of the components from my current computer to be like a capture card, so a separate capture card computer, and then play the games on a separate device. But that comes with its own problems. But anyways, another thing to do. Okay. By the way, I've been Davies, one of my YouTube mods, said DM me this morning, being like, "Hey, I really appreciate how you try to have an intro and like outline what the plan for your stream is at the start of your streams on YouTube for VODs and everything, because it's good for live viewers and VOD watch." Ah, God, freaking that jump scare. And whatever. And then immediately I do a stream today where I don't have a specific plan and don't have an ability to outline because I just like I have too many things. So like things in my life right now in general. One, like video creation, but two, things in Genshin. Want to wish on Mawika Banner on the casual account. Oh, you're too tall. No, you're short enough. I know you are. There we go. Need to figure out what characters I want to focus on this account. Need to figure out what characters I want to wish on this account. I need to commit to a plan, right? You got to plan things in these dang games. Otherwise, they bite you. And, oh, apartment search. Yeah, apartment search is done. So, assuming the apartment is going to finish remodeling when they said it was. Huh. Okay. That started with a high crit damage roll too, right? Okay, this is a weird one, man. Like, it's a no bad roll Geo Goblet. Okay. It's definitely an upgrade over this one. So if we pretend we have a 40 CV on set piece, obviously that this Navia just lost even more crit damage. But honestly though, like I use Mweeker's weapon, right? So Mweeker's weapon gives more attack and crit damage. Although managing the uptime in this was a little tricksy, and I don't play Navia enough to manage the uptime properly realistically. But anywho's, that's an upgrade if I get an onset piece. Okay, well, here I thought I was done farming Navia's artifacts. Like, this might be, I'm gonna star this not because like I need to reroll it, but just it's a potential reroll target in the future. Definitely not a priority one. I got like at least 4 other artifacts that are priority. Okay, but now I kind of want to get an onset thing. If only this was attack percent. I got this in the strongbox dump too. Okay, well, anyways, maybe the ER will be noticeable too. So I don't know. It's fine. Do I consider daily artifact route too tryhard? I think it depends on your time investment. So, anywho's, okay, what are we doing? So talents, because there's the domain thing. You, and you are my main consideration. I think Veressa, I already have enough to get her to like 9-9. And I'm willing to crown her, but I think she's last priority. I think Navia is the one I would like to get a little bit of talents for. Get her up to like 6-9-6 probably. Would be the idea. But let's finish Farazan because I can just get done with Farazan. This event lasts the whole week, right? So, and I just wanna have Farazan done, and I never think about her talents again, right? Should I pull Shenhe or Emilie? I mean, that those units are useful in very different contexts. Quite frankly, both Shenhe and Emilie are niche. You could argue right now with how much they're shilling Cryo, Shenhe is more useful, but at the same time, Shenhe only really is still a super standout character with Ayaka. And she is like a good option in a number of ways for Skirk, but not like a needed option. If you watch my streams recently, you know I found that my preference is Charlotte in the last slot, at least with the current boss, whatever. So, good first 5-star pull on a new free-to-play account, Moega. Farina is great, to be clear. But Farina relies on investment on other things to get true value out of. You have to have investment into on-field damage dealers, potentially to get value out of Moega. You have to have investment into healers to get damage value out of. The account fixing video I recently did, I was like, okay, maybe we can do this kind of team with Farina. Oh, wait, they have no Jean. I was like, oh my god. They had no healer options for Farina, and they didn't pull a Scofier. I was just like, ah! So, anyways. They had a healer. I can't remember what it was. So I just bit my thumbnail when I do that. You might have heard that click. That's how you know you have too many things to do when you start biting your nails. Anywho's, 18 plus 7, that is 25. We need 32. I should be able to get this done today. Okay. I could have just navigated automatically. What about you too? See? Oh wait, you use the same as Veressa? Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, weird. Anyways. Flap. Navigate. What? What? No, the domain. Okay. Pulled a gene from beginner banner. Nice. So anyways, oh, you see this? Look at this. What in the frick? I think it's just like the game has to do shader compilation everywhere again. I don't know. Anyways, in the Bongo Cat Eurogamer video today, bots and marketing shenanigans. What do you mean? Like people are setting up bots to farm things? Yeah, no shit. That's why I have a policy. It's why I have a policy of like I haven't bought. Well, sorry, I technically spent 2 cents of my Steam credit to get the lighter glasses for the ZZZ stream a little while back. But then since then I haven't gotten a single thing on the Steam Marketplace for Bongo Cat because also it trolled me and gave me. You can see the little 2x. I know it's like chroma keyed out, but anyways, yeah, of course there's bots being set up because you can get real, well, not really real money. Well, you kind of can get real money. It's just like anyways, Bongo Cat's one of the most played games, makes basically no money. Well, the developer gets a cut of Steam purchases, but I don't know how many Steam purchases actually go. So I don't know. I wouldn't. What am I doing? Start. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, though, is like people like have bots set up for auto claiming. Like you set up 100 different instances. Like one computer could theoretically run in virtualization, right? Or actually, do you know how to do it virtualized, or can you just do? I think you might be able to just do multiple desktops, like virtual desktops in Windows built in. Point is, like, you can very easily run like 1 million instances of Bongo Cat on one computer and auto claim all the things by setting up a simple script, right? And so like I don't know, people are dumb, and that's what happens with all these it's not okay, Bongo Cat is not an auto clicker, but it is tracking like a certain number of inputs that you need for points, but you don't need to have that many inputs. I have, by the way, like I have here, can I show it? Yeah, lifetime taps 3.6 million. So like I don't know, like it doesn't matter that it's being botted because people are taking the value of the cosmetics too seriously. And it's not surprising. I don't know. It's what happens when people get monkey brain. That's all. Okay. 8. Should I just use the last doubling here? Okay, 8. What is the likelihood of... What's the likelihood of getting to 32 without... Why? I can only craft 8? I have 57. What? Oh wait, craftable on 22. I'm stupid. My brain doesn't work. It's fine. I got the owned and craftable amount inversed. Okay, I should be able to. Yeah, okay. C1 R1 Mawika. I mean, okay. As always, you need to evaluate the weapon banner, not based on which is better on a spreadsheet level, but which is better to wish on for your account. Could you get more value from, like, because a very, very, very fucking important qualifier for this current weapon banner versus the character banner is Eonson and Xiangling, both characters who have relevant constellations that you may or may not have, are on the character banner, and there's F-All on the weapon banner, and if you don't have Emilie, this weapon banner is kind of shit, right? So, like, but if you do have Emilie, the weapon banner is probably a lot better. It just depends. And, like, there is never... there's never a universal answer basically for when a weapon banner is like, yeah, that just well, okay, there is, because there are some characters that have just really shit early constellations, but even then, it's like it's not as simple, because like when you're spending your resources, you're not just getting the 5-star, you're getting the other things that you would get from the banner too, right? And the weapons on the Muika banner are the 4-star weapons on the Muika banner too are also really garbage. So, like on a spreadsheet level, her weapon is going to probably be more noticeable, but it also, again, depends on what current weapons you have. For example, on my account, so I got Muika's weapon because I wanted Lolly's weapon, right? But on my account, that's not Muika. Like, this thing was not that incredible of an upgrade for Muika, because I have R5 Serpent Spine and I had Milled Flower. If you don't have Milled Flower available, your option is Tidal Shadow, basically, the Fontaine craftable. And then, I mean, you also have, to be clear, you do have the Natlan craftable, but it's pretty shit. The only reason to use the Natlan craftable is because you're really coping, it's unfortunately. Or you're doing off-field Muika, I guess, only. Anywho's, then it's slightly better. So, anyways, like, it depends on your existing weapon options, right? In my case, the point is, I had enough weapon options that, like, Muika weapon was not a meaningful difference maker to, like, whether or not I could clear content, with Muika, to say the least. But Muika's weapon is still valuable as, like, a 5-star stat stick weapon for other characters for me. It's like having it on Navia, hence using it on Kanich for me. So, like, it wasn't a bad one to lose to. It's I'd say it probably is the best generic Claymore. Maybe you can make an argument for Redhorn being the best generic Claymore stat stick still, but I would say Muika's weapon is probably the best generic Claymore. But it depends still, as always. So, just me or stream lagging? Uh-oh. Is it? I think it's just you, hopefully. I just checked my... I don't have any warnings this time. My internet did, like, seppuku. But I'll wait for other people's too. Why did I come here? Oh yeah. See if we can shoop a doop. Okay, Layla. No, not those. What were they? They were these, yeah. Okay. Layla. Let's see. Do I need any of these? Well, okay. I need 32 of these, right? So just do this. Layla, give me like 3 extra. 2? Wait. Oh, no, I only needed 2 extra. Perfect. Thank you, Layla. Because I can now just... Yeah, sure, whatever. Do that. 2 extra with that. Wow. Okay. Alright. There we go. Thank you, Layla. Hey, we got exactly enough for Fars. I'm not going to crown her right now because the more supply is a little bit, you know. So, there's that done. So now on the docket would be Veresa talents and your talent materials. Okay. But again, Veresa I already have enough for 9/9. But and craft 3. But I also would kind of like to have enough for Chaska if I need that. So again, my intention is probably not to get an Effa unless she happens to be on Lanyon's banner. If Inefa happens to be ran in conjunction with Lanyan, I will maybe get an Effa. Still not guaranteed, because if I get C6 Lanyan before getting an Effa, then I won't get an Effa. Most likely, unless I'm at pity already. Like, an Effa won't be useless. Like, but anyways. Okay, Chaska is a character I'm personally less interested in playing than Veresa. So, like, I'd rather invest more resources into you. I'm just thinking, like, Chaska I might need for next Stygian Onslaught. I might need to invest more in her. But I also might not have to, because, like, she's already pretty strong at a baseline. Sure, I don't know. Aren't getting her for Polearms only? Yes, I guess I'm getting her for Polearms only. Guys, if it's a Polearm character, I'm not going to skip them. It doesn't matter how ass they are. Like, They can be the worst character in the game, and I will go for them in polearms only to try to make them work. There is not a question in my mind of do I skip a character in polearms only. To be clear, we do have a problem right now because like I do want Eon Song copies on polearms only, and Mihoyo has done a troll for me on a multi-layer. I'll go on to polearms only, yap about it more later. But this is one of the things to potentially do today. Polearms only is only polearms, not every polearms. I mean, yes, I understand. Like, to be clear, if my polearms only account was a polearm only account I had started this year, then I would have to be a little bit more picky with skipping units, because I would be still building up the roster in the first place, and you want to like spend your pulls wisely. But my account has existed for long enough that there's nothing really to do other than pull new units or pull really specific 4-star constellations, aka only Eon Son. But anyways, they've ran a Polearm 5-star that has not super useful, but some relevant constellations. And like, I would like Eon Song constellations. So like this banner is like the time to try to get Eon Song constellations, right? Because it obviously feels terrible trying to wish for a 4-star if there's no Polearm 5-star on banner. And it's like, it's a really great banner. It's a really good banner for Polearms only. But like, I only need Eon Song constellations from it. And Inefa is running next patch, like in 3 weeks, and my resource situation in Polearms only ain't great right now because they just released a Scopier, and I haven't done anything stupid tapas. Haven't really bought I might have bought one battle pass this last year, and then I was like, that was stupid on the account. But anyways, like I just have bought some Welkins for Polearms only this year, right? And that's enabled me to get a couple higher investment things going on in the account, like C2 Shenhe, which in hindsight wasn't very worth it. Going for C6 Toma and getting C5 Raidan along the way on Polearms only. But by the way, like one real problem is that, you know, chat and myself like there was like some minor, silly, really niche, but not that useful ideas of like, since I already had C5 Raiden, why not try to give a chance of C6 Raiden again? So I spent like, you know, 30, 40 pulls after getting Escoffier C1, to be clear. Being like, sure, let's see if we can get a chance for an early Raiden C6, right? And we did not get an early Raiden C6. But I did spend like those 30, 40 pulls. So I have like 45, 50 pity on Polearms only too. So like I have to sacrifice my pity essentially if I want a chance at Eon Song copies. So I don't know. I'm probably going to try to at least go up to the butt of pity on Polearms only and try to get C4. Because I actually think so. Like I don't, okay, like you do with Raiden in particular, I can probably trigger C6 Eon Song. And I also, like, you trigger C6 Eon Song for her initial hit. Based on my own testing on my main account here, I believe C6 Eon Song does trigger at least for Raiden's initial hit. And, like, C5 would be nice, too, because, like, you know, yeah, Polearm's only min-maxing things. But, like, I really don't need these, right? I don't need them. The experience with a C2 versus a C4 versus a C6, C5 Eon Song on Polearm's only is not going to vastly change. Mostly because of the fact that I don't have enough units that actually need attack buffing to a degree. Like I have like the 2 units that are on fielders that gain meaningful value from attack buffing in that account right now is Arlecchino and Raidan. And Raidan is the main one that I'd appreciate it. And Raidan I don't think needs C6 that badly. So I don't know. I would like it, but like no, I don't have a guarantee. So that's part of the reason I'm fine with risking it, because I could lose the 50-50, and that would be ideal, probably. So on my Polearm's only account, by the way, we got stupid lucky last year, and somehow managed to get C2 Emilie with a not very high amount of pulls. I don't remember the total amount of pulls we did, but like it was stupid. Like C2 Emilie took us, I believe, like 150 pulls essentially, or 160, 170, and also won the 37.5% chance for the weapon banner last year too, and yarp. So it was like a little bit over 200 pulls all in for a C2 R1 Emilie, which is exceedingly good. So we're already at C2 Emilie. Like C3 Emilie is whatever. C4 Emilie is kind of whatever. Like anything past C2 Emilie kind of is just, So I don't know. Anywho's, Emilie, by the way, man, she's a weird character. I really like Emilie, but in the context of the current Genshin and how much stronger they're making off-fielders, like Emilie released this year would probably have a shield in her kit, either a shield, a team-wide heal at minimum, and maybe do more damage, or not even necessarily that, but like her like uptime on her damage would be less restrictive. Like she'd be a little bit less tricky to play with Hydro, for example. It would basically just be have Pyro in team and then kit function. Whereas she's have Pyro in team and be smart about using it and kit will function. Like she's a niche character. I really like her. I like her a lot. She's one of my favorite characters. But like she's a hard unit to recommend strongly. So she'd be boring. I agree, Mies. I agree. I really like how Emilie's kit works. I think a strong off-fielder having the nuance that she has is great. But or she would have like the Pyro and Dendro Res Shred built into her kit if she was released today. So anyways, like that doesn't just say Emily's a bad character. She's just niche. On a meta level, I kind of still feel the only real reason to try to get Emilie is for Kenichi, but Kenichi himself has like vertical investment options, like for getting additional 5-stars for him. That maybe like arguably you should just go for C1, right? Instead of or R1, whatever, right? A 5-star weapon for him instead of going for Emilie for him for his teams. So I don't know. I very much like Emilie a lot. She's one of my favorite characters in the game. She's actually just a balanced character, which is good. She is in the category of characters that most characters are in, where she's just a pretty balanced character. And that's a good thing, because that means there's not a heavy need to get her, but there are still plenty of specific use cases you can find for her. The biggest thing I just dislike about her is how big of a difference her utility can be. It really just depends on the team, though, with her signature weapon or not. But anyways. So yeah, it's weird. Like calling her niche is weird. Like she's niche from a meta perspective, but then from like a how many places can you figure out how to shove her in? Like I've always been surprised how many times I can shove Emilie into a team. So like yeah, she's niche, but also kind of not niche. But you also have to be willing to go out of your way to make sure she can work, and that can be annoying. Which is also like way more usable than she was in the past because of the fact that like Pyro Traveler exists now and Mawika, E-Bot Mawika, or on-field Mawika, I guess, but mostly E-Bot Mawika, is some off-field Pyro that can enable her kit, right? One of my favorite teams with Emilie that I still play pretty regularly, and they're just one of my favorite teams in general, is this team, right? And by the way, Eon-san performs relatively similarly to Shallonen here. Shallonen on my account performs better, but I have Shallonen on a signature weapon, and C2, although C2 doesn't make that much of a difference in this team. But anyways, point is, this team, right, particularly, by the way, Eon-san, I think especially where, so I found Eon-san to be relatively similar to the Shallonen in this overall team's performance in Abyss. I haven't tested this in Stygian Onslaught. I probably should, I guess. But I also wasn't bursting on Mawika. So if you're bursting on Mawika with Eon-san buff up, I suspect that, you know, this team becomes basically equivalent with Eon-san as it does Shallonen as far as Shallonen C0, R0 goes. So, you know, Shallonen is the least needed unit here, I would say. But the Red Shred is still appreciated because Red Shred good. So anyways, like this team though, having like, this is one of the most valuable things about Emilie teams in general, right? The fact that you can do, you know, Dendro unit with a Electro unit, enable like Aggravate, and then, you know, have Pyro, and like the combination of having Pyro and Dendro and Electro is really strong for covering different situations where like, because you know, the game is designed, generally speaking, the game is designed around having like different kinds of elemental checks, for example, in Abyss. And since I've gotten Chlorinde, and well, not really, since I've gotten Emilie, really, I have been able to use Overburn teams in basically every Abyss cycle. Like, It's a similar story to why Chever's teams are so versatile, is because the combination of Pyro and Electro at a baseline is just really good. But Burning in particular this last year, probably because of Kenichi's release, but also other factors. Burning in particular this year has just been really good at dealing with a lot of enemies' mechanics. So, yeah, I don't know. Anywho's. I like Emilie a lot. It's been surprising how versatile she is for me, but I'm someone who likes doing weird teams in general, so I don't know. Anywho's. Sorry to be negative, but Hoyo's gonna ruin this game with shilling way imbalanced characters. Yeah, I feel your vibe. I get the same vibe. Don't get me wrong. It's why I am interested in potentially committing to skipping all main DPS units released in the next year. It might mean missing out on some units that could be pretty fun though. So I don't know. I'm not gonna 100% commit. So. Okay, who he is? Wait, what are you talking about, Zijif? Anyways. You're willing to skip Varka and Alice? I mean, Varka is probably going to be a man DPS, I suspect. Actually, you know what? Hot take. Varka shouldn't be a main DPS. He is commander of the Knights of Favonius. He's the leader. Varka shouldn't be like on field constantly. It's a flavor loss, so he should be a healer. No, he shouldn't be a healer. I don't think. But some kind of supportive unit. What if they try to go like Zenless route where they make his kit where he's an off fielder but he's actually on field. Maybe they could do this in Genshin. Maybe they make him have a supportive role of like. Because he's a commander. What would I like to see in Varka's kit from a supportive context? I would like to see him do some kind of tandem attacks, like he jumps on field to do some kind of tandem attacks. But then he could have in his kit like some kind of mode switching for like giving different commands that could be different buffs or whatever. I don't know. Like some amount of modal utility for nuance of changing how he could have utility. I would be very down with that. It's probably not going to be that, because Mihoyo just is like, how about Lunar Swirl? And Lunar Swirl can crit. And ooh, it has a pretty font. And it does about the same damage as Swirl does. But now you have to build crit. Yay. Great for all those people that for some reason build crit on their Kazuha. But to be clear, I enjoy crit Kazuha, but not for Swirl. So Muika, yeah, but Muika with more interesting nuance, sure, I guess. So, I don't know. Anyways, if he's completely a main DPS, it's inherently less likely I'm going to be interested in playing him, but like for what it's worth, the only main DPS units they've released in the last year that I really like is Skirk. Like four 5-star units, I'm saying. Don't really like main DPS Muika. I understand why some people like it. That's fine. Chaska's relatively boring to play to me. Kanich, I think I've grown to appreciate him a little bit. I like his tech, but he's still real awkward to use in so many situations. He doesn't feel that good to use. I think he feels a lot better in Stygian Onslaught, and he's more enjoyable in that context. I do like Mualani quite a lot. Just because of the fact that she was a forward vaporize unit, it's probably likely I would have pulled for her. Even without my policy last year of trying to pull from more characters. And then Varessa I do like a lot too, but like Varessa and Mualani are both like, hey, they've done a really good job with these units, I think. And you're free to disagree about Mualani because of your playstyle preferences. It's not because Mualani's kit is bad, it's because you have different playstyle preferences, and that's fine. Anyways, so yeah, and Varessa's fun, and like I don't know, right? Like I think they've done a very good job at making each one of the main DPS units interesting with their playstyles, right? While not being like none of these are particularly like bad characters, obviously, as far as main DPSs go. The only one that I really strongly like and think I will use long term is Skirk. So, like on a regular level, most likely. I could be wrong. Recency bias. She's on banner still for me. So Mizuki is not a main DPS. Mizuki is a what do you even describe Mizuki as? I don't even fucking know. But no, Mizuki is not a main DPS. Sorry. On field, like main DPS, I think is a character that is like normally, to be clear, main DPS is a wishy-washy term. But to clarify what I internalize as main DPS, one in general, yes, it is just whoever your on fielder is. But I would also consider personally, if you are trying to main DPS someone, that you try that they have teams that they are doing a majority of the damage for. Mizuki's a little bit of a weird one in that she is on field, and if she is buffing other units on top of doing her swirl damage in some contexts, you could say, you know, her functional damage contribution is also how much she is uplifting the other units. But being that any anime unit can do that, I don't know if it's fair to say it's really her. I don't know, it's kind of weird, right? Like, yeah, she's a driver, but also does a little bit of swirl damage, so I don't know. She is a on-field DPS, but she doesn't land in main DPS category to me because of how much her teams need good off-fielder damage for her to function. And like, so she does not feel main DPS to me. So anyways, I don't know. I think they've done a really good job in the last couple of years with making various forms of whatever on-field focused DPS units that do something competent and feel like they're doing something competent. And I don't know. Anyways, so like I don't think I'm going to dislike, and then my point with that is like I have relative confidence. I don't think I'm going to dislike the main DPSs they release next year. It's just I want to have more reasons to... the resource situation on my account in this last year because of getting all these characters has been like, ugh. It like... It actively feels worse for me because I like min-maxing units, I guess. To get this many extra characters. Like I like having a diverse cast of options, right? But I'm now a Stygian Onslaught. I only ever need 3 main DPSs at any given time. And like, let's count the number of units that want to take a lot of field time on my account. 1, 2, 3. Well, you're weird, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, whatever you count you as. 6, 7. I mean, you're weird too. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I'm talking like units I have like leveled, to be clear. Any 4 stars? Not, again, weird, because I like quick swappy things. Maybe count you too. Anyways, oh, did I skip Eula? Sorry. I mean, to be honest, the difference in using a Eula burst or not in a team and not using a Eula burst is not usually the difference in it functioning. I skipped crit Kokomi, that's true. So, I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of shenanigans I skipped, I suppose. Anyways, point being, like, I have a number of options, I think, on my account for, like, units to cover, like, different archetypes for playing main DPSing. And it'll like, I think it's a worthwhile experiment to see how much they continue shilling new mega OP on-field DPSs in the next year. Like, can I get away with just pulling these supportive or off-field units that I am interested in this next year? I don't know. Gaming never made it to 90. I mean, I want to level him to 90, but like, anyways. Yeah, I am very covered in my main account, so like, I can very, very much afford to be more aggressive with skipping, and I kind of want to. So, anyways, and that'll give me more flexibility to be like, okay, when Arlecchino reruns again, to seriously consider if I want this. And again, the only reason I'm even considering this on my main account at this point is I still like playing Arlecchino, and 2, this makes her feel way better in co-op. She feels kind of ass in co-op, I think, without C2. So, yup. But yeah. I have to stop pulling characters because I have 0 resources. Yeah, that's my vibe too. I want to get to a resource surplus situation again, where I have to stop having to be like, okay, I need to spend like lately in the last like since this year started, like this year like 2025. I have gotten to a point where I'm like having to spend at least every other patch spending 3 weeks plus just farming ley lines, right? That sucks. That feels bad for me. But anyways, what are we doing? I haven't even finished farming talents in this account. My god. See, I have things to do and I just spent 5 years yapping. Good job, chat. I blame you. No, wait. Did I say I was gonna do? Yeah. Let's finish you first, because I would like to get you to 696. So that means I need, oh boy, I need like 42 silvers and 12 gold. Well, I actually need a lot. Oh boy. Okay. Win a non-gacha stream. I mean, that's a good question. How about after August 1st when I move to my new apartment and I can start to stream on Twitch more? I will try to have this. I will try to nag myself if I'm playing a video game and I just want to do a vibe stream, I should play more on Twitch, right? Don't forget you need to do the TCG. I mean, that is not on my to-do list, but I'm not against the idea in the future. I think I would only want to do it on a collab level if I could find. I don't know. There's probably some Genshin YouTubers that play the TCG. Wait, Twitch only? I mean, for streams that are not like Genshin, yeah, it's more likely they'll be on Twitch. Twitch punishes you less for just playing different video games. So, anyways, to be clear, like Zenless, I am relatively comfortable streaming on my main account or main account, YouTube account. But anyways, TCG is fun. I like it a lot. Yeah, I don't hate it. I just don't know if I want to meaningfully get into a card game. It's a time sink. Okay. Do I? You know what? No, I'm not going to. Why? Because you know what? Let's. Like, okay, I don't think this actually makes sense, but I feel like I don't remember why. I thought I was wanting more of these artifacts for something recently in the past, and I didn't have the option for it. I don't remember what they were though. They were probably just like fab pieces or something, I assume. I don't know. 2 fragile resin here, or condensed resin, not fragiles. Surely, playing poker gacha win? What? No. I mean, I'll play Balatro, but not poker. Not a gacha. I'm not going to play a poker actual gacha game. Uma Musume, though. I might do a stream this week. That's like, why the hell is everyone playing the horse game? Why is everyone playing the horse game? Let's try the horse game. I don't know. Everyone's playing the horse game now. Like, it's like, in a... Okay, great. This is the perfect domain for this team. God dang it. Really? Ah! Stop. Ibaho. Anyways, everyone is playing the horse game now because I know it released in America, right? I know that's why. But also, it's a little bit more than that. Oh my god. I hate everything. Okay, whatever. At least I can deal damage to these through the shield. Wow, okay, this is officially a domain I do not want to farm. I regret everything. I take back my desire to farm this domain. What horse game? Uma Musume. Do. Bring Animo? Thanks. I didn't understand the game's mechanics. I don't know if you know that. I appreciate that. Sorry, I gotta be snarky with people sometimes. I understand that I can bring a different character, but you do realize it takes like a full arse minute to go and change your team, right? But yeah, it seems to be Uma Musume is just actually a decent video game, is why people are playing it, to be clear. Which is exactly what I'd say is the ideal for gacha games. Is it's a good video game, and the gacha is just the monetization for a good video game. Alright, well... I don't know if they're... Hey, if I needed fab pieces, I guess... You know, this could have been a double crit attack time piece on the Navia set, I want to acknowledge. Instead, we got a double crit ER piece on this set. I don't know if this is one of the things I desired. And this might be double crit ER. This might be an ER double crit piece that is the least useful to have double crit on. Maybe. But nonetheless, it's appreciated, I guess. Yeah, they're rare enough. It's still appreciated. It's just funny. So, anywho's, your country has weird rules about gacha, but Hoyo games are not banned. So Uma Musume is interesting. Okay, weird. why does Hoyo games get an exception? Is there something horrible about Uma Musume's gacha that makes it even more I don't know. I don't know enough about how the gacha system in Uma Musume works to know how egregious it is, right? So I don't know, but people are playing it. And I think the concept of the game is like so stupid, man. But like how hard they go into their gimmick. So for people that aren't aware, like all of the horse girls are based on real life horses, and like they work with apparently they try to work with the whatever like people that have like the rights holding at least. And like I don't know. I've read all kinds of random ass nonsense stories for like the existence of Uma Musume and all the silliness of it, and it's just really funny, honestly. It's such a whack arse concept for a video game. It's just anyway, and by the way, the thing that convinced me to be like, all right, I want to give this a shot is the fact that Northern Lion started playing it. Not only did he start playing it, he likes it, and like, oh man, the Northern Lion video from the Library of Laterno channel that edits his streams and turns them into something is really funny, because he has like you know if you watch me, you know how I will like rant against predatory gacha mechanics and whatever and yada yada. He had a very relatable like gacha crash out of being like, you know, I worry for the future of humanity if Uma Musume is this popular, and then he ends up freaking loving the game. It was so funny. It's like it's just amazing, right? Because it's like it's the gacha crasher I think many gacha players have. Where like gacha's bad, it's terrible for you, and then you just end up liking the video game anyways, and you just end up dealing with the monetization system. You just get used to the monetization system. Try to find a healthy balance for you. How come everyone loves the bald man so much? Because it's NL. He's amazing. Anyways, I've been a long time NL fan. Like I have not every Isaac video, but I've probably watched. I started watching him I started watching NL before Binding of Isaac Rebirth came out. Like I started watching NL when he was playing the OG Binding of Isaac, and I think I watched every single one of his Isaac videos until. Oh boy. Until I think I probably until like the Binding of Isaac Afterbirth DLC came out. Then I started watching a little bit less. Still a lot. So, you know, NL is not someone I watch super regularly anymore because he's transitioned a bit more to live stream content. And I don't have the time to watch all of his live streams as much anymore. But I used to watch a lot. So anyways, why you want my favorite NL story I'll give you? It has nothing to do with an NL video, but it has everything to do with NL, and that is that this was years ago. This was like before 2020 for what it's worth, if that matters. I mean, yes, most of my NL watching was almost all in high school and college, I think. But anyways, my friend, his name is Joey. Years ago, he I don't remember why he was there. I think he was there for some math conference because he's a nerd. But he was there for some. He was in LA for some math conference, and NL, and he was like in the like near the building of the Twitch headquarters. And NL was at like the Twitch headquarters or something, or some Twitch building in LA. I think it was LA. It was some city in California if it wasn't LA. But like my friend coincidentally happened to be basically at the same building as where NL happened to be, because NL was invited to do like a Monster Hunter stream for like a new Monster Hunter game at the Twitch headquarters or whatever. And I convinced my friend Joey to be like, hey, it would be really funny if you tried to like, and Joey and I were more into Magic the Gathering at the time. And I think NL at the time had real, okay. That's like, this is useless to me. I already have a friggin' what 8 stat value, 8 lines of good stats, and it has attack percent. There's no reality this is better than my current piece. Anyways, sorry, distracted. Do I need this either? No, fuck that piece. I'll lock the 4-line piece because it's, I don't know, this could be a really cracked off piece still. Anywho's, so old, I don't think people even call him this anymore, but like old Northern Lion meme is that people called him like Egg a lot because like, oh, he's bald. And so I thought it'd be funny. I told Joey that he should try to, while NL was like in the Twitch headquarters, because like this was like not something I thought had a real chance to happen, but thought it would be funny if it could happen. Try to go and get a copy of this magic card, which also has great flavor text. So it's called Dingus Egg. And because at the time, you know, the popular joke meme name to call NL was Egg, right? And Dingus Egg is just a funny magic card, right? And then it has, you know, the flavor text of legend has it that the world was hatched from a dingus egg, which is just great flavor text, right? So Joey managed to find a card shop, because this was like LA, you know. He found a card shop that he could walk to that had a copy of Dingus Egg, that exact card right there, not that with that art and that flavor text, and snuck into the Twitch headquarters. This is the part of like, what? So snuck into the Twitch headquarters to try to get up to the floor where like NL was to get him to sign that card. and Joey, to be clear, was a fan of NL too. He wasn't doing this just for me. He wanted to meet NL. So Joey snuck into the headquarters of Twitch, and like he like there was locked doors and whatever, but he managed to like get employees to just let him in, just social engineered his way into the Twitch headquarters. And anyone from Twitch watching, and managed to meet NL. He did manage to meet NL, and he managed to get a copy of Dingus Egg signed. And I do own this. I have this signed Dingus Egg card. So I've never met NL, but my friend snuck into Twitch headquarters to meet him and got a signed copy of Dingus Egg. It's my greatest possession. Anyways, do I have the picture? Give me a second. I might. Let me check my Google Photos. I have it somewhere. I just gotta check like what account it's saved on. Okay, let's see. Let's see if Google's search works. If I search for egg, I'm not gonna show you all my photos until I find the photo, by the way, because that'd be dumb. Okay, I searched egg and like it showed me everything. Okay, in my Google Photos. Thanks. That's really helpful. Okay, what if I search dingus? Oops, I just exited. Searching, trying to find a photo. Go to this account. It's, man, okay, we can go to like here. Dingus Egg. Where be a dingus egg? Oh, I found. Oh, look at this. Look at this though. So this is. Oops. Oh, good. Well, there's my Reddit username. That wasn't hidden, to be clear. But this was taken in December. Stop autoplaying. Ah. This was taken in December, and this frog was alive in Minnesota. Stop. Also, rip EVGA. So I don't know what's up with that frog. That frog was just like chilling. That was on top of the ice, like 10 meters onto the lake. Like what the frog doing? I don't understand what the frog was doing. Anyways, sorry. Let me continue looking through my crap. Egg. Please, egg. Just looking for eggs in my friggin' Google Photos library. Oh wait, I found it. I lied about which art it was. I'm sorry. I could have sworn. Okay, but this is evidence. This is evidence of how our human brain is stupid. But there you go. I lied. I thought I had the art that had the flavor text on it. My brain apparently manufactured that memory. I could go find this card. I think I know where it's stored. But anyways, look, it's real. The story is real. But yeah, but my brain manufactured some details of the story. That's why our brains are bad, and this is why you need to record keep. But anyways, yep, there is the dingus egg, signed by Northern Lion. Also, the art was by Dan Fraser, which, if you understand NL's community at all, you know why, you know, a dingus egg card being signed by someone, or signed by Northern Lion, and the art was made by someone named Dan, is thematic in its own way. So, anyways, I think this was a pretty unique thing to own in the context of me liking Northern Lion. And it's a funny story from me and my friend to share for him sneaking into Twitch headquarters. Anyways, what are we doing? Oh boy, we've been productive. You know, all the things to do. So how about we just yap? Okay. Before we go into Polearms only quick, and actually the casual account to do at least a 10 pull. Casual account, I would really like to get C2 Eons on. The casual account, arguably, I should go pretty hard on this on the Muika banner, because getting Xiangling C4 and getting Eonson copies and potentially getting Muika could be pretty impactful. I'm just kind of a Muika hater, and I'm fine with not having Muika on the casual account and would rather get Seat Lolly, so I don't actually want Muika. But I do kind of want C2 Eonson. So, anyways. What are we doing? Is there anything more to do on this account? No, I don't think there is. Okay. Do I have elixirs? How close am I to... I do have one elixir. Because, like, you know... Man, the chance that that goes well, though, is so low. I'd have to get so much fodder. So much fodder to throw in. Unless I can find some, like, really cope level 20 pieces to throw in. Don't do it. But, like, but Navia. Anyways. I'm not gonna do it right now. Constellation is Skirk. Right now. C1. We'll come back to the account in an hour-ish. Alright, let's go on to Polearms only. Real quick. Actually, no. Let's go on to the casual account first. Let's go on to EU casual account. Wrap. By the way, speaking of, I would really like if Seat Lolly reran in second half of the next patch, because that would give more time to actually try. Like, I really want to get Seat Lolly on the casual account. Should be useful for Skirk teams. For, like, again, this is the casual account is mostly a casual experience. I honestly care about, like, just the whatever character I feel like playing for domain farming is a more pleasing experience. And Seat Lolly would be good for Skirk. Seat Lolly would be good for Arlecchino, and that's where it's at. So I don't actually want to get more weakers here. Get away with the stupid red dot. But I have a C0 Eons on, and that's good. I like having C0 Eons on. But C1 Eons on would be quite nice. Because her energies are... You see this? I played her solo Electra with Arlecchino, and this is not enough ER sometimes. It's that's usually enough, but I had to do the ER timepiece. Anyways, your banner refreshed already? Yeah, that's the EU. This is the EU account. So, yarp. Anyways, so we're doing a 10 pull, is my point, at least. And if the game wants to be really nice to me, it's going to give me 2 Eonsons and 1 10 pull. It's probably not going to happen, though, but, you know. Okay. Good. I mean, again, one of the reasons this banner is pretty good is, like, Xiangling cons getting to C4 Xiangling could be pretty big. That is a C1 Xiangling. That is the first ever copy of Xiangling that has been pulled in this account, because the other Xiangling was free. Second ever copy of Xiangling pulled in this account. Okay. I mean, honestly, that just gives me more reason to continue pulling, quite frankly. Because now we're 2 copies of Xiangling away. Imagine that as Eon-san. We got a double 1 character. It's not the one I was really hoping for. Oh yeah, I got to pity on standard banner, and I got a C1 Diluc on this account. Wow, I didn't activate it even. How useful. Surely the most useful thing I could have gotten. Ugh. She's in the shop right now. That's true. She's in the shop right now. She isn't. Oh, I never bought it. Oops. Oh, I don't think I had enough. Now I do. Well, I'm not using these. These are something some person randomly gave to the account forever ago, and I was like, nope, we're keeping it free to play. Wow. Alright. Well, that was exciting. Alright. Okie dokie. Really would have liked to get like a copy of Eon Song. But yeah, getting C4 Xiangling could be a pretty big boon to the account, so I don't know. I don't know. Let's go do... Can I just condense my resin? I don't... Well, I shouldn't condense it all the way. I should... I don't have any fragile... I don't have any flies. This is the kind of thing that makes me not want to play in the casual account. Needing to go collect crystal flies. Yeah, I don't really want to grind that much in this account right now. I'm not in the mood to do that. But like, I should. But I also really just would rather get Sea Lolly, so I don't know. I don't know. It's got Emilie, EM, or attack sands. There is basically never any reason to do EM sands on her. Outside of Burgeon shenanigans, with maybe Staff of Scarlet Sands specifically, because the EM gets converted to attack. But even if you're doing Burgeon with... If you're doing Burgeon without Staff of Scarlet Sands, I don't think you do EM sands. Because her talent damage is still just going to matter. So, yeah. Anyways. I don't know how I'm going to use this, but I should still buy it. I don't know. What's my more at? I don't know. Probably low enough that I can buy this. So anyways, I think for if you're doing anything like on-field Emilie where EM is relevant on her, I think you just rely, generally speaking, on external EM buffs rather than building EM on her purposefully. Try reading a Hoyo kit description and understanding any of it. I mean, I can usually read Hoyoverse. Like, it's not Hoyoverse, sorry. I can read Genshin kits and understand what the kit is. Like, there's always, like, assumptions and guesses I have to make. particularly when they do new things. Like reading a Nephis kit is like, okay, well, I understand what the kit does, but we don't know exactly what the damage is because we don't know like how this new reaction works, right? Now we do, but because that's not in the kit description. But that's not the end of the world to not be in the kit description. But something like, can I read through Rosaria's kit and understand what it does? Yeah, it's not that complicated. There are unknowns that they don't list, like ICD and whatever, that are important for understanding the nuances of things. But you know, anyways, like Genshin's kits are really not that terrible as far as how they describe them. I know it's a little bit of a hot take. I think they actually do a relatively decent job at describing what their character kits do in simple-ish terms. They get a little dumb with it though sometimes. Like Varessa's kit is an example of a kit that it's like, I understand why they had to segment out all the different things, right? Because she does have like the different components of this stupid state she goes into and whatever and yada yada, and they have to describe what all that is in the kit description. But like, for what Varessa's gameplay is, it's like way overcomplicated of a kit description, right? So I really think they need to have a simplified toggle, like that. So when you go into, I don't have Resin's count. When you go into Varessa's page or whatever, kit description, it just says, you know, you press E, then you do a normal attack, then you plunge, and then you do it again. You do it, rinse and repeat. And also when you hear cha-ching, not cha-ching, when you hear whatever the burst sound is, press the burst. That's Varessa's gameplay. E, charge attack, plunge, or sorry, E normal attack, which is a charge attack technically. E normal attack plunge, E normal attack plunge burst, E normal attack plunge, E normal attack plunge burst. That's Varessa's gameplay. It's literally all the simplified thing needs to say. Kind of. Not entirely. But like, you know, you get the point. Whereas what Varessa's kit actually says is like, she goes into the Omega Wrestler mode version 2 subsection D, and it's like, what? Okay, like I understand why they had to describe it that way. Because she does have these components to her kit that is, like, you do need to describe what the character is doing in these different times. That is important to have that specific information of how this character's kit is functioning. But, like, it's a little, did it need to be like this exactly? I don't know. The classic example of, like, I think the litmus test of, like, whether or not, like, if you think Raidan's kit is described poorly, like, to be clear, when I first started playing Genshin, Raidan's kit was like, this is incomprehensible to me. But honestly, Raidan's kit is pretty simple, and it's easy to understand just by reading it. Like there's not much nuance to Raidan's kit that isn't essentially all explained in the text of her kit. And yeah, that's cool. So I don't know. Like Raidan's kit is an example of like it's annoying at first glance to try to understand everything, but you just need to understand like, oh, you know, she's referring to being in this state, and you need to refer back to the other ability. And they've done good with like some new characters where you can click on them and it references what that thing is. This helps a lot. Like they should go back and update, and they probably are, I assume, hopefully. They should go back and update Raidan's kit so you can have this underlined thing that you can click on and understand that better. But it's because it's referencing something else, right? And it's like people that are not used to like very specific terminology to be described for doing very specific things, right? They're not simplifying things overly much because they need to be specific so that people understand what the kit is actually doing. So I don't know. Anyways, yeah. And then there's Zenless, and like I like Zenless a lot. But my god, does Zenless need a simplified kit description thing? Because understanding a Zenless character's kit just by reading their kit is still near impossible for me. Not, I shouldn't say near impossible. I mean, I can do it much better than I could when I first started playing the game. Duh. But like, a year into Zenless compared to a year into Genshin, how well could I just read Genshin character? How well could I read Genshin character kits a year into Genshin versus how well can I read Zenless character kits and understand what the kit actually does in practice? like basically not at all, relatively speaking. Like reading the kit is almost useless to me in Zenless. Like I need to see what the character does in action. But and Zenless is a side effect of like there's so many more actions you can take in Zenless that change what the character does at a given time, depending also on what the enemy is doing. That like it has to have way more words to describe what the character does at different times. But it makes it almost nearly impossible. Like they have a problem in how the kits are presented, I'd say, in that like there is no like page. There's no page in like a character kit in Zenless that's like a go-to to be like, ah yes, this page is how I truly understand how this character is used. So joined during Lighter's ban, looking at his kit had me convinced I was playing him wrong, missing some nuance. Yeah, pretty much. Like Lighter is not that complicated. But, and like, I understand why they're so specific in his kit. Here, let me show you what Lighter's kit is described as. Lighter, ZZZ. Oh, let's just go to Hakushin. Agents, Brap. Oh, it's not. Okay. That's good enough, I think. Here, let's go to Lighter's kit. So this is all just multipliers. There's a reason there's this many multipliers. This is just multipliers for basic attacks, guys. And this is not an on-field DPS character, by the way. But he does do on-field things. Like, anyways, oh boy. So yeah, there is basic attack, dodge, and dodge has... So basic attack has, you know, just doing, you know, normal attacks, and then it also has like, you know, hold attacks and whatever. So when you press or stop holding the basic attack, when the combo reaches blah 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 blah, you do a finishing move, and the finishing move blah 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 blah, and he takes less damage, and then like this is like all like, okay, yeah, I get why this is all there. There's dodge, but there's also a dash attack where if you dodge, you would do a normal attack after dashing. That's a different attack. And there's also dodge countering, so the enemy is attacking you and you dodge. You can do a perfect dodge, and then you do a dodge counter that does something else. Those are all different abilities, right? And they need to have different things. Like this is where I'm talking, where like there's a lot of text and they need to explain all the different things. But again, this is not like a core part of what his kit is. This is actually more important to Lighter's kit than this is. And that's, I think, where they need to maybe improve a little bit. Because I think they should do, like... I think they should at least be, like... One, they should do, like, a simplified summary in Zenless. But they also need to have something like... Yeah, just put, like, a little star on this ability is important. Like, highlight this. Actually, not even just that. That doesn't even help you. You only understand what Lighter's normal attacks do when you understand his core passive, which... like his core passive, to be clear, core passives is usually where you go to start understanding reading a Zenless character kit. But like, anyways, chain attack, yep, and chain attack also is where your ultimate is. So you have ultimate with you know, whatever, so equivalent of burst in Genshin, but a little bit different. And then chain attack is a different ability. Again, like there's a million different things that you can do with Zenless characters. And then special attack, you have every character has a special attack they can do that doesn't use energy, and then a special attack that does use energy. So they have to have those listed separately, right? And described separately. So special attack, and then EX special attack. And then there's also like all kinds of things, like after you do a special attack, you can chain into, so after using this skill, press and hold basic attack to immediately follow up with a 5th hit of a basic attack, which is important because that's actually used to apply his buff. So, you know, but yeah, Lighter gains morale over time, a rate of 2.9 points per second, okay? For each point of energy consumed by any squad member, he gains more. So this is saying, like, so for each point of energy consumed, so energy is only used for EX specials in Zenless. So this basically says that when you use your other character skills, or Lighter's EX special, sorry, specifically, he will gain more of his resource meter, all right, up to a maximum of 100. When it reaches 80, the next time he switches in, he will immediately launch a quick assist. Okay, go back to quick assist. Where is quick assist in the kit? You tell me. I know where it is, to be clear. It's in the assist thing where I didn't actually show you this yet. So he immediately launches a quick assist, which can then chain into different basic attacks. Like, do you get where it's complicated? Like, Zenless is just a little bit more complicated of a game based on how things work. But like, this is like, oh my god, how does anyone play this game? It's too complicated. Lighter is relatively simple. Lighter is you use your other character's abilities. Once you get up to a certain energy amount, you switch to him. You hold basic attack until his resource meter goes to 0. And it will automatically happen. Like you can purposely end it like early, and there's reasons to do that early. But that's like, you know, min-maxing your gameplay type things, optimizing your combo type things. But like, you swap into him, you hold basic attack, you use his EX special and his burst when it's available, and then make sure you use your other character's skills to make sure he can get his skill back again. That's Lighter's gameplay on a fundamental basic level, and then you just want to make sure his final attack lands, because sometimes, you know, enemies move around. Crazy idea, I know. You want to make sure his final basic attack lands, because that's what actually applies all his buff, and you want to attack the enemy a certain number of times to build up stacks and whatever. But anyways, like that's it. That's what his kit is. His kit is you use your character's skills and bursts, and you know, you switch into him, he'll trigger a quick assist where he basically comes in from away off the field and then like lunges forward really fast, and it's satisfying, and punches the enemy, and then transitions to going like with both of his hands like really fast. And then he does a finisher that's like, and then from that point, if you don't have any energy, EX special, or ult, then you just swap off of him. Generally speaking. And like, so I don't know. But to be clear, Zenless does have a solution for this problem, by the way, in that Zenless's trials, the equivalent of their trials, we didn't do the trials yet, are quite good. Zenless's trials are quite good at like being like, okay, yeah, this is how this character works. There has been times in Zenless characters release where I'm like, I'm not really sure. Like if you want to ask me, how does Alice work? Alice is a character releasing next patch in Zenless. How does Alice work in Zenless? I mean, I know she's a physical anomaly in it. I know she has on-field component. What does her actual gameplay loop look like? If I know. I've seen her footage. I have a guess. But like, once I do her trial, I'll be like, oh, okay, I get it. Right. Like, their trials are pretty good at like actually being the real tutorial of the character. So it's fine. Like, this isn't a problem. It's just a problem from a context of like, when you try to understand the nuances, the number of different things that Zenless characters can do is like a lot, and it makes it hard to parse exactly what is the important abilities and what is not, right? So yeah. Anywho's, Yixuan is the most convoluted cat. Yeah, Yixuan has a stupid number of different actions that she can take. Should I go show that? Like, Lighter is this is a simple character, guys. This is a simple character in Zenless. Let's go to Yixuan. And like on a baseline level, oh my god. Harm muscles is way harder. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So, anyways, to be clear, I think this is like a strength. The nuances of Zenless gameplay is a strength of it, because like, despite all this complexity, like I think some people were mentioning in chat, you can kind of just button mash Zenless and be mostly fine. I'm not saying you're gonna like clear the end game with ease necessarily with every team if you just button mash brain off, but you kind of can to some extent. And like that's like an ideal in game design, in my opinion, for at least like real-time 3D combat games. Is like, make it approachable and like appealing to play from just a casual perspective, but also have nuance to things to min-max the potential. So I don't know, like Zenless is an exceedingly well-designed game on a combat level. So yeah, Miyabi charge attack level 1 for the win. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely something you don't want to do, but you know, well, okay, actually not true. There are reasons, like actually for min-maxing Miyabi, there are reasons at different points in time to do a non-basic attack 3 level charge Miyabi, right? Because you can like, you can be smart for when you're like triggering a disorder, for example, or yada yada when you're gonna get her points and be like, okay, I know I have points available. I can like use a low charge attack here to try to because I'm not gonna if you're at 6 points anyways and you're gonna trigger a disorder and not get any points from it. I don't know. It's very niche, to be clear. You generally don't do it. I'm just trying to like say there is technically reasons. Yeah, trigger frost and stun. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That'd be a reason. Anywho's. Which Zenless showed you what the resource meters and icons were when giving kit tutorials. Did they not? I thought they do. They usually like highlight it in the top left. Well, at least the main resource meter. But anyways. And then the main thing, the main way I can actually understand Zenless character kits more is every single Zenless character is basically like they build up some resource in some form and then they use that resource. That's usually the thing you have to look for in Zenless character kits if you're reading through things and trying to understand, okay, how does Yixuan work? You want to look for the thing that says, okay, she gains points of something and then she uses those points. So what is the resource for Yixuan and how does she use those resources, right? In Yixuan's case, she has like 4. so we ignore Yixuan. I think that I think she technically has 3. She has energy. She has technique points. What else? I thought she had another one. Talismans, or is that her technique points? Is that just what her? Miyabi is more complicated than Yixuan. You really? You think Miyabi is more complicated than Yixuan? I mean, I don't own Yixuan. Maybe I would feel the same after getting used to Yixuan. I don't know. The thing from using her technique Q. So it is 3? Yeah, okay. But most characters in Zenless, though, are not 3. They're 1. They're 1 resource you have to care about, other than, like, the normal energy system. So, I mean, if you count decibels, I guess, then, you know, there's another one on top of that. But, anywho's. What are we doing here? Oh, yeah, I was looking for things, so condense resin. Skirk banner still up for me in NAS. Wait, I did have things. Oh no, I just collected those. I was like, how did I get 15? I think I just collected 15. I collected more than I thought it was. Yixuan only has 1 team. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, oops. Yeah, that's true. Understanding the nuance of Miyabi and because of how many different teams Miyabi works in, and like, there is a lot of nuance to min-maxing Miyabi in different kinds of teams. She's strong enough that you generally don't have to min-max her that much, but you do have to understand the different mechanics the game has going on at different times. Hey, I got a beach ball. To do things. So, yeah. Anywho's. Talents. Is there talents I should level up in this count? Or weapons, actually. Okay, well, no, I don't think I need... I do want to level sack sword, but I just need to farm the monsters. I don't think I actually need any of these. Maybe this one? Maybe we can do this one. For Layla. Just shield more on Layla. I meant to switch to Skirk. How much do I care about your burrs? I honestly don't think I do very much. I forgot about weekly bosses. I haven't done them this week on this account. Oopsies. Whatever. Yeah, you're fine. Man. If I manage to get... Official's supposedly rerunning, right? Within Nefa, most likely. And if Nefa reruns with Seat Lolly, I might be able to get to official C6 in going for Sit Lolly on this account. And it might make sense. It might make sense to wish a little bit more trying to get Eon Sun C2 on this account. Hopefully before Pity, right? And then I could get enough star, and then hopefully like maybe the ideal circumstance in this account right now might be getting Eon Sun C2 from this banner, getting Xiangling C4 from the banner, buy a official constellation from the shop before the month ends, and then that puts me 3 away from C6 official.
I created another universe and found...
Assuming Mualani and Inefa, yeah, I could easily see that being more likely, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. There's a particular pairing that necessarily makes more sense for them to do. I think arguably they would be more likely maybe to pair Mualani and Sealali together. Actually, yeah, it's going to be based on the weapon banner. Which weapon banner is better bait? Mualani's weapon is kind of niche. I think they're gonna do Mualani and Sealali together, and it's gonna be Chaska in first half. Because I don't think, yeah, I don't know if like running Sealali weapon is gonna make people more tempted to get Inefa weapon, right? Whereas Sealali weapon paired with Mualani is more tempting because Sealali weapon, if you happen to be one of those people playing Sealali with Mualani, because you can, it's just a little weird. You'd potentially want Sealali weapon for Mualani because it'll buff Mualani, unlike TTDS. And also Sealali weapon is something I think they know that people might pull for more now because of Sealali weapon being better from Skirk team contexts. Also, I think a lot of people just understand the context now that Sealali weapon is just pretty good in general because it gives you way more flexibility for how you rotate with Sealali than Thrilling Tales does. But yeah, Sealali with Mualani is Hydro Shred. So I don't know. I'm not saying it makes a lot of sense, but I could see them doing it is my point. So I don't know. But like Mualani's weapon is kind of bad, particularly from the context of like anyone playing Mualani as Escoffier. Like, because Mualani's weapon gives a bunch of crit, but which makes it good at a baseline. But all the passive requires like doing vaporize things, so it's a team restrictive weapon. So I don't know. Anyways, what am I doing here? I don't think I have any talents I particularly need to farm for, so like, maybe I should, I guess, right? If we get C4 Xiangling's burst talents matter a bit more. I can already craft a crap ton of those, so it doesn't even matter. Alright, yeah, I don't really think there's a need to farm talents in this account right now. Unless I pre-farm for Sealali, but I don't really like pre-farming this account. I don't think pre-farming is casual behavior, and I just don't care because I have to go plan things and whatever. And like, it's casual account. I just pull with things that I want to pull, and then I build the character after I get the character. So, anyways, yeah, like I could, and yeah, Inefa and Chaska are potentially good teammates together. I don't know. It's kind of a crapshoot though. Like I don't think there's any combination of those weapons and whatever that is specifically super compelling. I just think it might make more sense to do the Chaska weapon plus Inefa weapon together. Like, ooh, 2 crit damage stat stick weapons. That are good in a couple different contexts or whatever, but like they're not like the worst generic stat sticks, but they're also definitely not the best generic stat stick weapons kind of thing, right? So anyways, sure, let's go farm 3 instances. Well, honestly, it feels weird not to utilize the double resource thing. I just don't have a specific. Okay, does anyone remember what Sealali? Sure, you know what? Frick it, we should do Sealali talents, unless I already have a shite ton. But I don't. Sealali barely needs her talents a lot, other than his skill and burst a little bit, right? Like, not even that important. So it's just like there's nothing actually I'm planning on this account right now that actually matters, talent material wise. So, anywho's, this account's in a weird spot. Is the point? Kindling. All right. Kindling. I don't have many. Okay, sure. Wait, I do have actually quite a few. How many can I craft? 19? Well, not 19, because I need, like, if I get her to burst and skill talent level 6, craft 21, so that's enough, basically. Basically, I have enough for talent level 6, essentially. Oh, no, I have more than enough for talent level 6, and then I have enough to do... I already basically have enough for talent level 8 on skill and 6 on burst, but screw it, just go farm a little bit of this, at least. Left her skill at level 4. Yeah. I took her to level 9 on my main account because I like Seat Lolly. And I wanted to do some DPSing shenanigans with her, but I don't know. In case you didn't notice, I don't think I made a video on DPS Lolly because I didn't really find anything I enjoy, quite frankly. The only thing I found I meaningfully enjoy for DPS Lolly is just putting her on Codex and using her in like normal melt contexts. Like when you already have someone on scroll, when you already have Shallonen or Eons on scroll potentially, let's say you're doing just Melt Muika, right? We're doing Melt Muika. When you do the setup, normally you get a melt on Seat Lolly's burst. If you already have someone on scroll, the ideal is like keep Seat Lolly on scroll and then give a different artifact set like to your other characters. Supporter artifact set, or you can put Seat Lolly on Tenacity. But an option is like, you know, do Muika Shallonen on scroll, but then put Seat Lolly on Obsidian Codex. And then Seat Lolly can get like front-loaded 300, 400k damage potentially. Well, it depends on your weapon. Yada yada. So I don't know. Anywho's. This is a domain where Skirk does not work properly, but it's fine. She works well enough. So you mean you crown Seat Lolly for nothing? I mean, the reason to crown most characters is because you like them, so I don't think anything really changes for the relevance of crowning Seat Lolly. You're gonna be double crowning Yai? Very nice. No, don't do this. Yeah, I do want to level up Saxford for this team. I believe this team normally does 22-second rotations. Oh, I don't have any mirrors to absorb. Shoot. Okay, well. These guys here. No, we probably have enough for a level 8 skill, assuming we do get Seat Lolly. See, it's a little bit worrisome. I feel like on this account, it's a little bit scary to pre-farm anything at all, because it feels like a signal to the game to like troll me and like give me an early Muika, but like at 60 pity. So like not very early. Like it feels really bad because I don't want Muika and I'd rather have used that pity for Seat Lolly. But like the 4 stars are really good, right? So it's still kind of like worth the risk. But like you know. I think you understand what I'm getting with. Where it feels almost cursed to pre-farm for a unit that I'm not going to necessarily guarantee getting. Like if Seat Lolly reruns on first half of next banner, I don't have a guarantee. And like I go to 60 pity on this banner, just because the 4 stars are good enough. And then it's like, hello, early Muika, and then how do I get Seat Lolly if Seat Lolly is running first half, right? Like, ugh. It's scary, is my point. It's scary. Any wishes today? Don't know when it updates. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of wishing on Polearms only, I think. I think it updates in 2 hours, if I recall, on an NA. Anyways, was that all, or do I need to do one more? I think I used 120. That was everything. Okay. So yeah. Yeah, I'm not really pre-farming. I'm just like, I don't know, maybe this is not pre-farming. This is maybe I will need these talents, right? Because it's not 100% that I'm getting Seat Lolly. I don't know. It's just weird. Like if you are a player that's like has an account, an investment like mine is at on this casual account, right? And you are interested in Muika at all, this is a pretty good banner because like Muika, assuming you get Eons on, Muika plus Eons on is very functional, right? Like a C0 Muika plus C0 Eons on. So it's just like pretty good. And that's where it's at. Especially with Xiangling dupes in the banner. But also like there's a lot of compelling characters potentially rerunning next patch too. So I don't know. My assumption is like with the stuff, the content next patch, I think I will be able to guarantee getting Seat Lolly without much problem, hopefully. But again, it depends. Like if the game chooses to troll me in the worst way possible by giving an early Muika 50-50 win, that does not, you know, like an early Muika 50-50 win deep into pity, but not, you know, at pity, because at pity would be my own damn choice. So it would be bad potentially. Gomming. That's an interesting choice, I suppose. Crap. What the heck was the last Emilie trial? This Emilie does 9,500 damage. Wow. They're really doing a lot to sell Emilie. Yeah, official Xingqiu is like a compelling. Like I don't have C6 Xingqiu, don't have C6 official. Like man, they're doing a double whammy of like compelling 4-star banners potentially for me on this account back to back. So like the ideal for this account for me would definitely be Lolly running the first half, but we shall see. Oh frick! If they run Lolly and Inefa first half, and then they run Lanya on the banner, oh god, I'd have to decide. Like to be clear, I don't. Like, C2 Lolly does so much, and it's basically impossible to turn off. And, like, I don't want it from a context of, like, it's going to be very annoying to show anything approaching relatable Lolly content if I have C2 Lolly. Right? Like, it's so hard to try to modify things to turn off that. But at the same time, again, if I'm intending to potentially skip more main DPS units, I'm kind of fine with the idea of hyper investing into the units I like more. Oh, that would be a hard... Because, like, my personal desire would be, yeah, go for C2 Silali over getting Inefa. If I am wishing for Lanyan, right? So, I don't know. Anyways, let's do the dumb trial. Notice the Emilie banner is all polearms? I didn't even notice that, actually. No. I thought they didn't get the particle. I didn't hear the sound effect. I did not even notice that it was an all polearm banner. You'd think I would have. But, it's just because the only one that mattered to me was Eon's on. On polearms only, that is. But yeah. I think this is the second time an all polearm banner has happened, actually. Which is funny. Mihoyo loves polearms for some reason. They tend to make some pretty good supports in polearms. This character's so stupid. Why? Like... Also, what is this team? This is is this the same team they did before with their trial? I don't remember. Honestly, it's my kind of team. I like it. Rat from the sky. I'm stuck on the thing. I can't move. Okay. I didn't hit my skill. Ugh. Alright, kill them, Layla, with your omega damage. Wham. Makes her seem balanced. Thoughts on Glorp? I'm assuming Glorp is Mizuki. Oh, hi Ziox hater. I actually yapped a little bit about Mizuki earlier, but she's a weird character. Honestly, like, I think it's worth remembering that, like, as they keep on releasing really strong offfielders, and, like, I think Inefa is probably the biggest buff to Mizuki, biggest buff that Mizuki teams are going to get, right? Although Mizuki still has the problem of their, like, particularly with Inefa, which Hydro unit do you pair with Mizuki? Oh, Glorp is its own entity. Okay, my bad. Sorry, I'm not into the Twitch sphere of memeing of what Glorp is enough, apparently. My apologies. Well, I'll finish my Mizuki yap regardless. I have no idea where to spend this. I don't know. Let's go freaking here. Why? The only reason I'm considering this is because I shouldn't have been farming. In Stygian Onslaught, I was farming on this account, and I have no other artifacts for Skirk that are compelling on this set yet. None. Well, sorry, this is maybe a reroll target piece. But I got this, and this is just like a nonsense good piece, obviously. I'm just like, what the frick? Like, now I have this, and now I like really want the 4 piece of this set on her. Even though, like, it doesn't, it's like not worth it to farm, but anyways. So, a Nefa for Mizuki is like, okay, really good at a baseline because of how strong a Nefa's damage can be just by including Hydro. And then Mizuki will buff her, yada yada, right? And cool. But, like, who do you pair with her? Who do you pair with her to have Hydro going? Well, Mizuki can't normal attack, and pretty much every Hydro player in the game applies Hydro through normal attacks, other than Farina. But then Mizuki was made to be kind of a terrible combo with Farina for healing. Like, it's just kind of cope for the damage bonus buildup. And also, damage bonus doesn't do very much for Mizuki. So, like, or sorry, for Mizuki. I mean, it doesn't do anything for Mizuki. It doesn't do much for Inefa, because most of Inefa's damage comes from her passive damage, right? Even with the nerf. And by the way, the nerf basically doesn't matter at all, in my opinion. So, like, it's just like, like Mizuki really needs a unit that is a good off-field Hydro damage dealer that does not require doing normal attacks at this point. Like, if we get, like just imagine we get, you know, the Inefa equivalent, but Hydro. If you have Inefa doing 40k DPS, another Hydro off-field damage dealer doing 40k DPS, Mizuki buffing them on-field, and you got a flex slot to do whatever else with, that's gonna be a pretty competent team. It's gonna be pretty good, right? Like, kooky? Yeah, maybe. So, anyways, like right now, there is the, like, and I'm fine, by the way, I really actually like, one of the things I really like about Inefa is that she has anti-synergy with Farina. It's just the problem of Farina's the only relevant Hydro to use with Mizuki. So, Dahlia? Yes, Dahlia and all of his Hydro that he applies. Yep, you're right. My bad. I forgot. Oh, I didn't burst on him before. What? What? There we go. What are you doing? We're farming on the casual account right now. Almost done. We did a 10 pull on the account earlier and got our dreams fulfilled. And the plunge artifacts are useless on this account, though. I should really not be farming this. I just... it kind of hurts to have this. Why did I farm this? It was so stupid to farm this in Stygian. Like... this is a curse on me. This is a curse on my brain to have this artifact. Because it's like... It's just not useful unless I get the 4-piece. It's just... Oh, but I need like good, like I have a really good gladiators build on her at this point. Like the goblet is kind of cope, right? But like every other piece is pretty freaking good. Like, so I need good pieces. Every piece doesn't have to be like this, but like I need good pieces for it to actually be better to use her on this set. It's just like I cursed myself by getting a good artifact on that set. That's all. Maybe 2-piece finale? Maybe. I don't know. I'm pretty sure... I don't know. If I get a really good, like, finale... If I get, like, a feather that's just the equivalent of that flower, you know, doing 2-piece glad, 2-piece finale maybe is okay, but, you know, Cool. Glad crit ratio, I believe, counting cryo resonance, which I think might be a little bit of sauce up time, I'm not sure, with St. Cho. But adding the crit rate from this, we are at, I believe, 70%, so 85% with resonance. So, yeah, the crit rate from Calamity of Eshu puts her, if you don't play her with Farina, puts her at a really awkward middle ground of amount of crit that she gets for free, especially with the wishy-washiness of cryo resonance. So, like, sometimes maybe it makes sense to do crit rate circlet, maybe it makes sense to do not crit rate circlet. I don't know, do I reroll this? Is that the term? Do I reroll this and then if this rerolls well? The problem is that this doesn't even have attack percent, so it feels bad to reroll this. Like this feels like I only consider rerolling that if, like, once I get the other potential bases on this set for her. So I don't know. All the game has to do is give me like a really good onset goblet, and then it's like, all right, I'll commit. By the way, attack goblet is kind of shit when you're not playing with Frina, I believe. So, anyways, like, this is a good Glad build. This is why, like, it's just, the improvement that I can get from a casual account's perspective of I don't want to log in every day and farm my life away, right? I can, but I don't want to, because that's not what a casual account does, and I also just don't want to personally right now because it's a bunch of time. But yeah, no, I'm not going to reroll it now. I think it'll only make sense to reroll if I happen to get like a good timepiece and feather or goblet, whatever. Then I can consider rerolling it, but yeah, anyways. But yeah, no Farina, unfortunately. So, don't have the option to do Marasasi's, otherwise that would be the play, of course. So, also, you know, I kind of don't like the idea of having Finale on her on this account because of the stupid animation. Like, it already annoys me on my main account, but like, it's fine. It's fine. I really want them to change Finale though. To like, so the reason Finale shows an arrow is because it's technically a triggered effect, right? Where it says when the equipping character has this, you get this buff. Like, it's a conditional triggered effect that also has a timer to it. So that's why it shows like the little uppy arrows, and it's like, we like uppies, but I don't need you to show me permanent uppies from 4 piece of this. Yeah, I'll go on my main account shortly. I'm pretty much done here. Or go back on Polearms only a little bit first, and then back to main account probably. But like, ugh, I don't know. I hate the animation. Anyways, I don't need all these freaking pieces, by the way, at this point. Like, in what reality is any piece I get on this set, on the flowers, going to be better than this? None. There's no reality where this is better than this. This is a 4-line that had 5 crit rolls. Like, it's not going to be better. It is not going to be better. I don't need this. Anyways. And you know what would make me commit? You know what would make me commit 100% to abandoning Finale? Just taking the L on that cracked artifact I got, and oh well, it can be an off piece for somebody, theoretically. Getting a good gladiator goblet for her. Because that's the main thing that's cope on her build right now, is just her gladiator goblet. It's an onslaught goblet. It's pretty good, but like it's still also kind of cope. Okay, there's a goblet. Sure. Wow. Right. Told you it would happen. Goblet. Wow. Alright. C1 that bad. What? C1 on what? On Raidan, it doesn't really do anything. It's a very minor damage upgrade for some of her teams. Well, yeah, I don't think I'm going to get improvement here, but I guess it's possible this could be an upgrade for Arlecchino, particularly because I have a white tassel Arlecchino, so she's going to scale better with crit than she is going to be with attack percent. So maybe Arlecchino upgrade here. Oops. Why do I keep doing that? Alright. Max roll. Told you. Easy. Max roll. Told you. Easy. Max roll. I mean, that might have been a max roll. I didn't specify crit, technically. Alright, well, you can stay level 12 for now. That's already a pretty good piece, though. It could still be better than this. I don't know. It's borderline now, but it's going to stay level 12. Anyways, could it be better than this still, actually? Oh, it can. Oh, boy. It can actually still be better than this piece, technically. Barely. Anyways. Referring to Emilie. Oh, C1 Emilie? No, C1 is really good, actually. I would consider... So, if you... Okay, so the interesting thing with C1 Emilie, right? In my experience in Polearms only, since I did get the opportunity to test it. Quality. since I did get the opportunity to test it. So I can't click on her here, can I? No. Okay. So one is just a decent damage upgrade for her at a baseline, and a pretty significant damage upgrade. The notable thing that I saw on Polearms only when I activated and tested C1 Emilie, what am I doing? Was it essentially does a similar thing to what her signature weapon does, wherein because it makes you collect sense faster, it mitigates the problem wherein pressing her skill resets her current scent count. It still resets, right? But at C0, when you press her skill, because you need to, keep her skill uptime going, when you press her skill, it's going to reset to 0 cents, and then you need to have burning happening for a certain amount of time to be able to get back to the full, 4 cents so that her passive can start doing a bunch of damage, right? So C1, on top of the damage improvement, making her collect an additional cent with burning triggered, means that it mitigates that problem where you can play Hydra with her and press her skill, and as long as you have burning happening for a pretty short instance after that, she should get to 4 cents again pretty easily. Whereas at C0 without her signature weapon, because her signature weapon can do a similar thing in that because when you press her burst, it'll save whatever her cents collected were and then put it back down at whatever it was. So if it had level 4, you burst, it's going to put it back down at level 4 and extend the duration again, where you don't have to press her skill, right? That's a big, that's a meaningful gameplay change. And it's why her signature weapon feels like it has that effect it does on top of the energy value and the other damage stats, right? So Thiggins, yeah, that was an accidental typo that I thought was funny, so I just left it in the thumbnail. That's all that happened. I figured it was it was not an intentional idea from the outset, but I was like, it's funny, leave it. I did notice it though. It wasn't an accident fully technically. It was an accident that turned into on purpose. Anyways, so whether or not you go for, and the reason I mention this is the fact that C1 Emilie, my vibe when I tested it, and this was relatively limited testing, but this was the vibe when I tested it, was C1 Emilie can do a similar thing to what her signature weapon does, wherein it uplifts her damage and mitigates one of the annoying aspects to trying to make her work, in particular in teams that you try to put Hydro in the team. For teams that don't have Hydra in the team, it's not that big of an issue usually, unless you have a lot of Electro. If you have Fischl with Emilie, for example, you can potentially have enough Electro application that it also becomes a problem to keep up burning enough for her skill, where it's a lot more tricky to keep it up without her signature weapon or without C1 potentially. So I'm saying that C1 does a similar thing to her signature weapon because of the fact that the 4 stars are more relevant on the banner, right? So if the 4 stars are really important to you, you like Emilie, and you want to improve her utility in some form, and you were considering her signature weapon, but you don't care about Moika's signature weapon, but you do really care about getting Eons on copies, for example, then maybe it is more worthwhile to wish on this. But also arguably you should just go for Moika constellations, because they're good. But anywho's, well, maybe arguably you shouldn't, because Moika C1 is a little weird and has some downsides. But anyways, too many thighs. Yeah, that was intent. No, that wasn't I didn't think of the fact that it looked like thighs until someone in chat mentioned it. But yeah, Emilie work in a hutao mono pyro team. Let's go try. Here, why not? Let's go do some Emilie things on Polearms only. Moika good in Serpent Spine. Yeah. If you have it, you should probably use it on her. Unless, well, Mailed Flower, I think, can be better than Serpent Spine, but it depends on your artifacts a little bit. Brep. How much time do I have? I have an hour and a half. Okay. I have an hour and a half to decide if I want to go for Dahlia Cons. I kind of want to. I don't know. I like Skirk. I really want to see how she plays with a bunch of attack speed. I don't want to do Mika. I'm sorry. I don't want to. I don't want to level up Mika. I have a C0 Mika on my main account. Ugh. I can level up Dahlia without. I know I can. But I know. I just feel like the game's gonna be here, have C4 Skirk before C6 Dahlia. Like, ugh. I don't know. Anyways, I have 2 hours and 21 minutes. Sorry, and it's 6 p.m. my time. Okay, I have a little bit more time. Well, I do want to stream at least until we get to the. Yeah, so we have on Polearms only. We have, I think, like, yeah. I really wish I didn't do those Raidan pulls. So, I think everything. Where's the Escoffier? I have 45 pity, yeah. So yeah, everything after we got Escoffier C1. So the 526 here. Actually, was the 528, was that still Escoffier banner? Why did I do pulls on the 28th? Maybe that was Raidan banner. I don't know. I don't know the exact day Raidan banner did. But anyways, I did like 40 pulls as a point on Raidan banner, and for the chance of early Raidan. And like, the thinking there at a baseline was fine. Of like, hey, if we get an early Raidan C6, cool, we can do something fun with that. But in hindsight, really didn't know about Anefa, right? Anefa was not a thing then. In hindsight, really wish I didn't do that, because I would so badly like to have that pity, like the 4 stars I got on Skirk on Raidan banner. Those could have been Eons on, right? So I don't know. Like, I have enough to, the goal is not to get 5 stars in Polearms only, right? I have enough to get to pity, and I would like to hopefully like win a 50-50 for Anefa, and like then maybe we consider going for an Anefa weapon if I have extra resources in the duration of Anefa's banner on this account. But like, you know, if the game gives me an early 5-star, things become a bit more rough. But like, I do kind of really want at least C4 Eons on. So I don't know. I'm gonna do at least like a 10 pull or 2, basically, is my point. And we'll see what happens. If we make Emilie even stronger, well, then we make Emilie even stronger. Oh well. So, you can go for Shenhe cons to reset your pity. Gerato, I don't have that. What? What? What is the logic of that? No, I'm sorry. Where are you coming? What? What? Why would I wish for Shenhe? To be clear, I wish I didn't wish for Shenhe on the Chronicle banner because of the fact that Shenhe is rerunning here. Sorry, I'm delayed. Like, I don't have that many freaking wishes. I can't. What would wishing on Shenhe banner do for me? What do you mean resetting my pity? Like, I don't have infinite wishes. I don't understand where you're coming from. Anywho's, I'm confused at that suggestion. Even if I did, like, what would be, even if I did have infinite wishes? Well, if I had infinite wishes, then who cares, right? But even if I had 200 wishes right now, right? If I had 200 wishes right now, I would still want to save most of my wishes for Anefa, right? So, you know, also I didn't even think about, I don't think I need to do this on anything. Yeah, I don't think I need to worry about that. I already have enough materials for Anefa, because I never use these talent materials through the whole version 5.x, so I just have enough to triple crown, or double crown her already, so anyways, close to triple crown. Okay. Oh yeah, we're gonna do Emilie. Emilie, what was it? Emilie Hutao? So keep in mind this is gonna be C2 Emilie. That matters. We'll just do first chamber of here. What do we do? We can do Emilie. This is a Polearm only account, so obviously I'm more limited. But Emilie burn with hutao. Isn't this probably? Try like that. No shielder. Maybe Toma would be more desirable, but the idea is, you know, use the Onslaught to both buff damage bonus and the attack will do something. So, yeah. Also, notably, in this team, 4-piece Mara should say Hunters works on Hutao. So, yeah. But the might still, less because of the burning damage, because the burning damage is going to be reduced enough, that's not a problem, but just having having Eons on as a healer is going to be like, put us right on the borderline. Like, this is a min-max team variant, but that's fine. Revisiting Emilie in a video. I'll probably make a quick video that's like hey, here's Emilie. Here's some teams where I really like using Emilie. She's like actually pretty versatile and fun character, but also still fairly balanced. There's no like need to have her per se specifically, unless you just want her because you like one of these particular team ideas. So here's a couple of teams I like with Emilie, and here's this team that like kind of performs differently if you have Emilie's signature weapon or not, kind of thing, right? Like I want to have a little bit of a yap about how Emilie's signature weapon is kind of really desirable to get the most utility out of Emilie is my overall vibe. And this is also a pretty good, well, not this one, but for Emilie, if you also have any claim where you could make use of weakest weapon on, it's like a pretty decent weapon banner from the context of if you have Emilie. But anywho's, I need to do something like this, do this, do this. Ow. Yep. Ow. Can you stop? Oh my god, I hate the... I'm slow down, I can't dodge. Ah! No stamina. Oh, I still have cooldown. Oh, I did not expect that. Okay. Please. Okay, well. Poor gameplay here. Nice. 40. No. No! You can see it's pretty decent. Like, if this was not a C2 Emilie, though, to be clear, I think we'd be getting like a minute and a half clear. If everything else was the same. What? This time. Why? Because I can. Oh my god, stop it. I hate you. I need to get my stamina back. I hate this. Alright. Can you teleport to me? Okay, that's terrible, but whatever. Gameplay, not my strength today, apparently. I'm trying. Yeah. It's pretty decent. Can we do a full clear with it? We can do a full clear, I think. This is the cryo abyss, so you know we're just gonna use the cryo team. Bramp. That should work, I think. This one's gonna be a little sus. Because this thing is Dender resistant, and Emilie is doing a lot of the damage here. So, any 4-star weapons besides Fav Sack series, like in general? I mean, yeah. I don't have a specific list to give you though. And it's been a while since I just like went and played with teams in Abyss, by the way, because like Stygian Onslaught released and it's just been all like testing things in Stygian Onslaught rather than elsewhere. That was not really relevant to do, but you know. Please. There we go. This. Eh. I wanted to wait for Warber's 50k. Wow. Ow, ow, ow. Don't kill me. Okay. But I think our Shungling energy is gonna be a bit rough, but thoughts on Anefa? I think she's pretty good. But also I am intending to skip her to see how bad the shilling will be in Stygian Onslaught. But also because I just don't think she is interesting enough. And my assumption is they're going to have characters that will enable the special reactions other than just... I sure hope so. I sure hope she is not the only unit that enables the Lunar Charge reaction. But anyways. Wow. Crap. 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 You gonna fly? No? Okay, that's fine. Now you are. I should have waited for that, but it's fine. Oh, that was dumb. I didn't realize his health was so low. Okay. Do. Razor may be able to trigger a lunar charge. What do you mean? Like all Electro units can trigger a lunar charge, but I don't think are you implying that Razor is going to be updated to be a node Cry character? Is there a lore reason that Razor is a node Cry character? I want to burst here. Save my energy because the next chamber's annoying. Alright. Razor Candace and Nefa good. I mean, I wouldn't call it good, but it might function. Wrap skill damage. That's, I mean, hey, it'll increase Emilie damage. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh boy. Okay. Oh. Yep. Emilie just broke her neck. It's fine. Oh, we got energy. Okay, good. Good. We're chilling. Well, other than almost being dead. Ooh boy. I think 4-piece MH is definitely the play here, particularly because I could heal more consistently with hutao. As it currently stands. Okay. As it currently stands, I'm a little scared of death. Yeah, as case in point, I had to run away because floor is lava. Don't worry, hutao is definitely contributing here. It's fine. I mean, it's gone better than I expected. Oh, I really was trying to switch to Emilie and iframe that before yeah. Oh well. But yeah, it would be cool if they updated Razor to actually enable the lunar charge reactions on a thematic level. I just for him being a wolf boy, that is. Yeah, 4-piece MH would give me a way better burst uptime. And there's like no downside to it in this team. You would just have the passive up basically always. So, yeah. Okay. Don't kill me. Good. Freck, I was on the lava. Okay, this thing's gonna be annoying. Wait. We're gonna do that. Actually, well, still, I have Shimonel's on her though. Ugh. So it's not gonna help that much. I mean, it'll help minorly maybe if I can actually get a burst off. Die from that. Crap. Okay. Oh, wait. We need to redo Shungling. Alright, you know what? Do this. Yep. Those.
This will brighten up the place. Control breathing. On my
Wait, does this thing not have Dender resistance, by the way? I'm doing more damage than... No, I think it does have Dender resistance. I think it just has lower resistance in its down phase. Oh, frick you. I forgot the follow-up explosion. God. Deepwood worth farming when you already have good Reverie pieces? I mean, no. Basically, if you already have a good Reverie build. But the only nuance of that is if you're using Emilie, like, with Kniech, then Emilie on Deepwood can also buff your Kniech, right? So, like, if you have Emilie on Reverie and Kniech on whatever, and you have no Deepwood, I think Deepwood is probably better on Emilie. But if you have Emilie on Reverie and Kniech on whatever, and then the off-field, like Pyro Traveler, right, or Moika on Deepwood, that could be really good, right? So, anyways, okay, no, restart that. Doesn't Emilie have Dender Shred? Yes, but 30%. Like, 30% doesn't mean I'm doing the full damage, right? If it has, like, 70%. I thought, let me double check. What is it called? The Yumkasaur? Yumkasaur. Oh, it's Yumkasaur's Mountain King. But yeah, that's what I thought. Like, we're not but yes, like Emilie C2 is helping. Don't get me wrong. If we had Emilie C2 and Deepwood here, we'd essentially be getting it down to normal resistance levels. But Emilie C2 is, you know, definitely helping meaningfully. That's like I said. I don't want to ignore that I have Emilie C2 here. But anyways, I just wasn't sure if it like went into its down phase or something in lost resistance, but no. Anyways, a little on group, it's not ideal. Oh well. Lava. Perfect. Oh, didn't need anything. Alright. Yep, that's what I want to do. Oh, what? It didn't even let me get a plunge out. Rude. Yep. Okay. And, yep, there you go. Is that Polearm's only? Yeah, I don't have hutao on my main account. Someone wanted to see hutao Emilie, so, you know, figured hutao Emilie on Polearm's only. Alright. Okay. I don't want to use a burst at this point. I would have earlier, but okay. Should I save? I think I'll just do this. It might not clear here if we don't do this well. Frick. Yep, that's what I didn't want to do. Not good. 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 We might still be fine, but we'll see. Bro, target this. Okay. I missed. I love this boss.
Grant us your blessing. Manifest. Adaptive growth. By ordinance divine. You can't run. A burst of flavor. Yeah. Unleash.
Still got it. Jesus. Go. Wah. We got good in overload? Yeah, she's pretty good. Okay.
Extract. Stronger. This'll brighten up the place.
Okay. So this is going to be a bit tricksy. We're going to have Emilie carry us here because these are scary. Okay. You run away from that attack, and now we're good. Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant by good. Yeah, MH would be going so much better here for like healing uptime on hutao and whatever, but oh well. It's fine. I didn't put Emilie down, and I didn't get pyro damage bonus either doing that. Okay, good job. Good job. Out of your brain. Okay.
Control breathing. This'll brighten up the place.
Well, I'm gonna do this. Yeah, do your attack. Okay. Fine. Don't worry, you're fine. You'll just almost just broke your neck. It'll be fine, Emilie. Well, I wanted to down to get the kill, but you know, let's be real. Emilie, of any of the chambers in this abyss, Emilie carried the most there. It's not exactly an ideal abyss, I'd say, for burn hutao. It's fine. Should have done Rosaria first and get any damage from that. Well, arguably maybe it's better still to get the snapshot. I'm not sure. That. This. Wing. There you go. Emilie worth pulling? I mean, that's a hard question to answer. I don't know. I think the most compelling case personally that I've found for Emilie over time, if I want to simplify things down as much as possible, I do like doing some Virgin shenanigans with her, but like it's mostly just shenanigans and it's becoming worse over time, I'd say, as they make more and more restrictive enemies. If they start doing AoE abysses again, I think it becomes a little bit better. Emilie in general becomes actually a lot stronger in AoE. But like, you know, if you want her for Kaniche, that's obviously a compelling case, but not necessarily the like it's not necessarily the end all be all to get her for Kaniche, right? Like you can survive without Kaniche, without Emilie for Kaniche. And Candace build on right now she's on Noblesse because I was min maxing for Stygian Onslaught for difficulty 5. This team had to min max a little bit, so instead of Noblesse Rosaria, or sorry, instead of Noblesse Shenhe, which would normally be preferable, because before I was doing Noblesse Shenhe and then Candace on 4-piece emblem. So Candace is not doing as much damage as she could be, but yeah, just a whole bunch of ER. She doesn't need that much ER in this team, I don't think, but you know. Anywho's, yeah, she's very comfortable in multi-wave, yada yada. But yeah, so there's like Burgeon shenanigans that are fun. It is fun to like min-max Emilie doing a little bit of on-field utility, her AoE utility. You saw a little bit of it there when I was like trying to use her burst when the like Yumka swords were grouped together a little bit. Didn't happen every attempt or whatever because I was overloading on them and spreading them apart with eons on a little bit. But like her burst is enjoyable to use, but also like you're gonna burst less on her if you don't have her signature weapon, right? And that's kind of the, again, like she feels like a different character, so utility wise when you have her weapon, and that's kind of a potential reason not to get her maybe. But anyways, the most compelling teams I've found long term have been Overburn teams. I think are the most fun. So in Polearms only this would be like Sino, Emilie, with an off-field pyro, and then another Electro is ideal still. The reason you want another Electro is because if you don't have another Electro, his energy needs are miserable. So you do double Electro still, but I think actually Eons on C6 is. So as far as for Sino goes, it's a pretty good, like, I don't know, like, here, let's go show you. I don't have Eons on C6, but to be clear, this is going to be a similar effect to what hutao was, where it just seems like Emilie's kind of carrying, but it's fine. I like Sino has a problem in that if you want really high uptime abilities that also ideally transfer to new waves, and you want Dendra application so you can do aggravating, and Emilie has high uptime Dendra application, and then you do a Pyro unit in conjunction, and bam, right? So Pyro Traveler should theoretically work here, whatever. I'm just going to put in, I think, Mr. Tomers to show that. He has an ER timepiece right now. Whatever. I'll just, well, yeah, I don't know, whatever. I just want to show the team functioning, I don't care. He has an ER timepiece right now, so I guess that means I could do, maybe not, I could get away with not double Electro, being that I'm doing ER timepiece. So like I've done this before, for example. Because C6 Shivers will give damage bonus, and we trigger an overload, so we get the attack percent too, right? But anyways, we'll just use Eons on. Yeah, in Overburn team formats in general, where I found the most enjoyment out of Emilie, both on this account and on my main account, right? I think they are quite enjoyable. So, yeah, if you have like an Electro main DPS like Chlorine, Sino, or some others, obviously. I haven't done really anything with Kaching, Overburn, or anything in depth, but you know, I think you get the point. This works, and I enjoyed it a lot. It makes Sino feel like a good, feel like he's interacting well in a way that is high synergy to his kit, right? I missed with that skill. That was my fault, not Sino's fault. Obviously don't exactly, for this chamber, obviously bringing in Shangling would be ideal. Bruh. Oh, okay.
A new cycle begins.
Tomers, you didn't keep me alive. No, Toma's not built with Polearm. He is on a Chilling Noblesse build, I think. This verse is fun. Yeah, you can do overvape Emilie. Yeah, it's just without her C1 or her signature weapon, I have found that bringing Hydro into the team is the main way that it's like a lot trickier to play Emilie, and that's just not a thing that a lot of people are going to enjoy. I like how you got knocked so far away. Okay, that was, to be clear, I think they teleported. It wasn't just them getting knocked away, but extremely annoying. Emilie Chlorine synergy. I mean, I like the Chlorine variant of this team a lot more than the Sino variant. The Chlorine variant on my main account with Muika, Shalonen. I'll go show that team, but you know, and again, Shalonen and Muika are not necessary there. They're just my preferred option on my account. Okay.
Stronger.
Surrender! Your sins weigh upon your soul. You stay condemned. Guilty. Your penance is due. Guilty. Your penance is due. You stay condemned. Guilty.
Oh my god, please. I just wanted to kill a Sino. I apparently don't get to kill a Sino, but anyways. Like, this is not the incredibly strong team by the current game standards or anything. Like, you know, temper your expectations for it a little bit, but it, to me, solves all, like, Sino's gameplay problems and also has element coverage enough that he can start being usable enough. But, like, that is a... To be clear, Sino did not have a... He should have not had an ER timepiece there. I just had him on an ER timepiece because I didn't feel like changing it. But regardless of that, you know, this is a C2 Sino with... which... Sino's constellations aren't that good, by the way. To be clear, his attack speed, 20%, makes him feel really butt. I've tried playing Sino on my brother's account. He feels like absolute butt. I've gotten used to playing Sino on my Polearm account with a 20% attack speed. I hate how this character feels to play without C1. But it's not really that much of a damage upgrade, actually. It's just a feel thing. But then this is just damage. It's 40%, or sorry, 50% electro damage bonus. So I don't know. I kind of accidentally semi had it turned off, kind of, by not having on an EM or attack timepiece there. Whatever, right? You get the point. Still Sap of Scarlet Sands, still a higher investment Sino with a high investment Emilie. Like, if I was... would this be a compelling enough team to clear every single Abyss cycle with Emilie and Sino together? If you love Sino? I mean, maybe. It depends on your investment in your other teams and what you have going on for how restricted the particular Abyss cycle is, or Stygian Onslaught or whatever, right? So, I don't know. Yeah, Emilie teams are very optional in general, but there are some really fun teams she enables, right? Sure, let's go on to my main... Wait, did I finish my resin here? I think I did. You know what? Hey, it's Emilie Day. Let's go farm this to me. I have nothing in particular to farm. I should farm Tenacity, maybe, for Anefa in the team context where I won't be playing her with Hydro in this account, but anyways. Yes, Shallonen, yeah, I like Shallonen for the Chlorin variant because of the Red Shred, duh, and then also, yeah, Instructors, so. What? But yeah, is she necessary? No. Emilie is definitely in the category of characters that is just like, yep, she's a pretty well-balanced character. I like her a lot. But there's not, like, a really specific, you really want Emilie for this circumstance, right? Like, that doesn't really exist. And I think that's a good thing. That's an ideal state for most characters to be in my mind. But with how strong they've been making newer characters lately, it makes it a lot harder to justify going for her, because inevitably if your priority is making your account as strong as possible, they're going to release a character that is more valuable for, like, uplifting your team's damage than Emilie is. Like, Anefa is actually the good comparison, right? Because Anefa is just Electrocharge Emilie, but easier to use, gives you a shield, and does more damage. Like, but, you know, of course, she's an Electro DPS in that versus Dendro. Obviously, Anefa, well, I don't know. Okay. The thing is, like, Anefa is not going to enable Sino in the same way, except you could, like, do Sino Electro Charge teams if you want. Or Sino Lunar Charge teams, I guess. So, like, is there a reason to go for Emilie for Sino over Anefa? I think yes, if you want to do aggravating, obviously. But theoretically, actually, okay. Could you do... Well, no, you can't. I was going to say, could you do Emilie and Anefa together? I don't think you can. But, anywho's. So I don't know. She's in a like a healthy, balanced spot. Is where it is. And I think that's fine. What's stupid is how much hate she got on release, but you know,
You can't run. Do your worst.
that's a different conversation. I thought we left this domain in 4.6. Are you on a Polearm only account? Tell me which artifacts I actually have a reason to farm. There's literally no artifact domain I have a particular reason to farm this account. It doesn't matter. I'm just spending my resin. It like literally doesn't matter.
Obey.
We're basically just getting strongbox fodder because any good artifact from this account is like 90%. Oops, is like a 90% chance gonna happen through strongbox.
Manifest. You can't run.
So, anyways, no, this account, this is just like, oops, resin dumping account at this point, or resin dumping domain at this point. Like, it's already spent. This account has already spent like 60,000 plus resin in its domain. There's just no reason for me to actually farm it, but there's no reason for me to farm anything really.
A little elusive.
Maybe I should go continue farming Emblem, I guess, for trying to perfect Raidan, arguably. And because Emblem good on other characters too.
Grant us your blessing.
But it really just doesn't matter. Artifacts are not the thing that changes the experience in this account at this point in time. It's existed for too long. Like those account, I spent too much resin in this domain, right? Those artifacts don't matter. Like they weren't 4-line, doesn't matter. Like that's why you don't spend this much resin in one domain. Like these pieces just don't matter. Yeah, max roll double crit, I dare you. Okay. To be clear, this one I guess could matter, because I actually don't have a crit damage circlet with attack percent, which I just remembered. So this one could matter. Actually, maybe we could get an Emilie upgrade on Emilie Day. That'd be kind of cool. Or we get something worse. I mean, no, it's not really. Well, okay, we could get more crit rolls. So like, we'd lose some attack, flat attack. Which you might be like, really, does the flat attack matter? I mean, as far as min-maxing, as far as the difference in whether or not this is an upgrade or not, yes. Whether or not this has flat attack does matter. And now it's just being cheeky. Okay. So, anyways. Seems like a Nefa will be a buff to a future character like a Nefa was to Skirk, or like a Scophia was for Skirk. Okay, no, but like, I don't like people comparing a Nefa to Scophia, because she doesn't do any buffing, yo. She's basically just all entirely her personal damage. The reaction she enables, at best, situationally does slightly more damage than normal Electro Charge. So as far as like buffing other characters goes, extremely minor. Like very minor. She is much more Emilie than she is a Scophia. And that's a good thing in my opinion. I think she is not as much of an archetype enabler, and that's a good thing. Yeah, she gives an EM buff. But that is not like, to be clear, the EM buff is the most interesting part of her kit. If they made her EM buff team-wide, I'd pull her, no questions. But it's an on-field. So I don't know. Like, she's very strong, but like, she's oh, we got a friendship tam on Scophia. Nice. It's kind of pretty. It's a goose on the loose. As far as like a Nefa's power budget is more, like a Nefa does more personal damage essentially at a baseline. A Nefa does more personal damage than Escoffier does, but she doesn't have, you know, the archetype enabling gimmick with her like 55% res shred, right? So, you know, a little different. Her power budget is balanced more into her personal damage than buffing the other team, but that means Nefa doesn't scale as well with like an on-field DPS paired with her, because she's not buffing the on-field DPS, she's just providing her own talent damage. There's a pretty heavy limit to how much a Nefa can uplift like Hydro Electro archetype, whereas a Scophia uplifts that archetype as much as they release good on-fielders. in conjunction with her, and as much as you're invested into your cryo DPSs even, right? The reason this team can work so well is because Escoffier does her res shred buff, right? If Escoffier was doing more personal damage, like if Escoffier was like a Nefa, where we completely delete this passive and then just crank up her multipliers way higher, that's essentially what a Nefa is, but for Hydro Electro, and then she has more team flexibility. Like, this team doesn't perform the same, right? So, didn't she get nerfed decently? Yeah, she got nerfed a bit, and it's fine. It doesn't really change anything. And yeah, most likely she got nerfed not because, so like, right now Nefa's teams didn't look like so strong that like she needed to be nerfed or anything. But also I don't think the nerf fundamentally changes much. It wasn't a minor nerf, but it also wasn't so big that it changes her utility meaningfully, in my opinion. And it just makes her a more balanced character, and that's a good thing. I think it was a balanced change that was a good change. Is my vibe. But anyways, most likely I think they did the nerf because I think they most likely are intending her. I think it's a Kaniche Emilie situation, right? Where I think they intend Nefa to be like a really good off-field damage dealer paired with a 6.0 DPS unit. And Nefa plus that 6.0 DPS unit together is going to be, you know, like a whatever 100k plus DPS team. And that's probably where it's at. So, yup. But how much? We'll find out that, to be clear, when NF is on banner, because we'll have, you know, the beta information for 6.0 kits. So, how does the best Nubilette's legacy? I mean, she's the best in slot unit for Nubilette. So, with C0 Nubilette. No, actually, I think even with C1 Nubilette, probably, yeah. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. She's pretty good. I hope she brings Aoife or Ron up. Yeah, if you really like Aoife, I think she's a strong consideration. I don't know. She seems like a good unit. If it weren't for the fact that I just spent a whole ton of resources on Skirk and want to save my resources, I'd probably go for her. But yeah, on my main account. Anyways. Seems like we're forgetting Chiori being what Emilie was before Emilie. Yeah, but they forgot to make Chiori good. Sorry. To be clear, Chiori is pretty decent in her niche. It's just the niche of like pairing Chiori with a Geo construct barely exists. So, whereas the niche of doing Dendro plus Pyro and using that Dendro and Pyro interaction to do something else is a mechanical nuance that actually matters. Whereas Geo, what does Geo enable? Nothing. It doesn't. Geo is just damage. Like. So, anyways, and like a Nefa, one of the unique mechanical things about a Nefa that might make her matter and might make me regret getting her, but again, I hope, my hope and assumption is that other Node Cry characters will enable this Lunar Electric Charge reaction if I need it. Particularly, I really like a 4-star that enables it, that doesn't do the damage that Nefa does, but does other things. Is that the aura on the enemy works differently than normal electrocharge, and that means you can do different kinds of potential reaction things with Nefa compared to normal electrocharge teams, and that's a good thing. So, anyways. Why'd they change the banner from 6 to 7? What do you mean? Like time? I mean, I don't think they changed the banner time. I think the time zone changed for wherever you live, Ice-T. I think you live in the United States. Well, not necessarily, but I think you probably live in the United States based on the fact that you said 7. I'm assuming you lived East Coast United States, and I think all states in the East Coast of the United States have daylight savings time. So, you know, Yoldi, spring forward, fall back, you know, an hour. They didn't change the actual... Mahoyo didn't change the time they do things. But the time that you live in changed around. So, if I have Hassan and Finale... If you have Hassan. This? White button not work. This? What do you mean you have Hassan? Sorry, I know you meant Haran. Oh no. Oh no, Genshin's getting political commentary. Anywho's, I'm here for no Hassan content. Why? Are you a Hassan hater, or do you just watch too much Hassan and you want to not see Hassan here? I only like I know of Hassan only because my brother watches way too much Hassan. I don't really watch him. It's not my style of content. I don't have anything against the guy though. Anywho's, what was I saying? Oh, Hassan. If you have Hassan and Finale, would Azure be a vanity thing for your account when you could save the primos? Well, here, let's see. Let's go back onto my main account. Can I do a dire difficulty clear? On, I'm assuming you're asking for Skirk. A last minute question for Skirk. Can I go do a difficulty? So first of all, I've already done, I showed this the previous stream. I'm still trying to do this with a lower investment Escoffier build. But I cleared dire difficulty with Skirk C0 on Finale of the Deep, with a 4-star weapon, right, instead of a 5-star weapon. And I can show you. We can use dire difficulty to show the difference in what her signature weapon does. Who is Hassan? He is a political commentator, mostly active on Twitch. He's fairly well known if you are inclined towards that space at all. But anyways, will I pull for Dahlia cons? Man, frick, I don't know. I want to do things with Dahlia. I do actually. I hate his stupid popcorn idol, but he doesn't have to be on field that often. I can avoid that problem. Anyways, let's here. So. I'm not going to do the finale clear right now because the finale clear was hard. Mind you. The finale clear was difficult. And I do think you probably are more compelled to use her signature artifacts if you have Haran for Skirk. But let's... Oh, frick. I gotta steal... whatever. It'll be fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Alright, Haran, Finale of the Deep, 85, 231. Pretty good ratio. Alright, let's go to... I should be able to do this first try. I'm going to be ashamed of myself if I don't do this first try. I'm going to use Charlotte as the last slot. So, I might not get this first try, to be clear. It's not like it's trivial. And I do have C2 for Arena, to be clear, and that does help. Like, I want to emphasize. I think that, like, again, my theory is that I think it is possible to clear dire difficulty with a really good investment C0 for Arena build, a good investment C0 Escoffier build without any 5-star weapons at all. I think an R5 Finale Skirk, Charlotte, C0 Escoffier with, like, Jade Spear, and Farina on Fab with like a really good invested tenacity build, I think that could clear. But I can't turn off C2 Farina, and I also don't have that good of a, even if I could, I don't have that good of a tenacity build on her. But like I've been able to clear with just having like C1 Farina being the most notable thing. Just like a little bit of additional 5-star investment is enough to get to the point of being like, okay, I can now clear dire difficulty with Skirk, whereas like before it'd be like, it's like it's very like very difficult to try to clear with like a completely C0 no limited 5-star weapon investment. But just a little bit of additional 5-star investment, like having Haran, should be enough to get me here relatively easily. And because of the fact that I've done a clear with this team with Finale of the Deep instead of a 5-star weapon, I am very confident that just Haran alone with C0 Farina would be enough, but might require some pretty good gameplay, right? But anyways, this should be, we can go show with Azure Light, right? And you'll be able to see the difference. Like Azure Light is going to be a meaningful difference maker. But I think I will clear regardless. Alright, bam. Wait a second. Make sure I get TDDS. bad. Shupa! Great, nice. Honestly, this is not that much better than Finale. It's better than Finale, but not that much better. To be clear, I maybe should have tried to... I might actually be able to do a MH build around... Okay, I got it end early. I might be able to do an MH build around Finale and whatever. Or sorry, around Haran. I have good enough MH artifacts that might be doable. Hey, I told you. Told you I'd do it first try. It was close. It was close. Like, that was a... If I didn't have C2 of Arena there or whatever, it probably wouldn't have cleared. But, like, you know, there's that. So, I don't know. Haran, sorry. Azure Light, like, if we're talking, you have a... So in the context of, like, if you have a C0 of Arena, C0 Escoffier, same context, C0 Escoffier, C0 Farina, Charlotte here, right? Same exact team context. But, you know, don't have C2 Farina. It's very likely that the cheapest thing you could do that would get you to clear Dire Mode is getting Azure Light, right? Assuming you have the artifacts to take advantage of it properly. So I'm not going to change anything on the build, just switch to Azure Light. And we'll see this be... This should be trivial. Like, I was a little close there before, but that wasn't perfect gameplay by any means. I just canceled her N5. Whoopsies. Don't do that. That is how you have a meaningful damage loss from doing dash canceling. Do not cancel her N5. Bad. That was really bad. Wow. I didn't even get an N4 there. Shupa! Crit. I timed that badly. I really was trying to switch there. Okay, well, hey, see, you know what? You know what it doesn't do? It doesn't protect you from dying. So I cleared first try with Haran. I didn't clear first try with with Azure Light. Clearly, that means Azure Light is worse. I forgot to. Obviously, I'm joking there. Just in case it's not obvious. But. Didn't get TDDS. Yeah, I got the N5. This last N5 properly. Wow, great. All the dash cancels, you still died? Yeah, I was really hoping that I was going to be able to dash cancel. Time the dash cancel properly. That one I purposely waited out to do. The Q there. The Q is very easy to avoid damage for. Alright, as you can see, obviously this is a lot more damage. Like it's a fairly noticeable change. I should have waited to do whatever. It doesn't matter. Like I am comfortable looking at chat when I was fighting with Azure Light. I am not comfortable looking at chat when I was fighting with Haran. That is, oh well. Die please. Maybe I was too comfortable. There we go. Right. And my record, for what it's worth, by the way, which I could do better. Actually, I was doing really well there for a bit, and then I flubbled. My record with this exact team configuration is 107 seconds. But yeah, like, Haran is a good weapon for her. It's, I think, whatever. Is it her second best weapon, technically? I don't know. But it's still, like, not wildly different. There's a more noticeable difference between Haran and her signature weapon than there is between Finale of the Deep and Haran. But to be clear, here let's go here. We can keep on trying my Finale of the Deep with a lower investment Escoffier build. Clear. So, anyways, but yeah, like it takes her obviously from like okay, little bit like difficult to clear to like it mitigates skill issue. I guess that's what it does. It doesn't, to be clear, it doesn't mean that you're automatically going to clear dire mode just by getting Skirk's weapon. But just Skirk's weapon with C0 Farina, C0 Escoffier is definitely enough to clear dire mode with a little bit of good gameplay, most likely. If that's something you want to do. Does that mean you should last minute pull Skirk's weapon right now? No. I think that's a bit excessive, right? Like, you don't need to clear dire difficulty. it's just something if you want to do it, you want to do it. Like, and for me, like, I don't think I'd be, well, I don't know, maybe I would be, but like, if I had gotten really unlucky with my Skirk pulls, right, and had gotten C0 Skirk in 160 pulls and had nothing left over, right, maybe I probably would end up being like, ugh, it kind of sucks that I wouldn't feel that because I have Haran. I'd be like, because I could clear anyways, right? I like, if I hadn't gotten Skirk's signature weapon, because it just took like, unlucky amount of pulls to get her, I would have just been like, well, that's unfortunate, but hey, I can still clear dire mode on my account with Skirk without her signature weapon, so I'm happy with that, right? That's kind of where I'm at personally, but I have additional investment in other forms, right? That helps me do that. So I don't know. Like, do you need Azure Light for Skirk? Definitely not. Is it a nice weapon for her? Yeah, it's a pretty noticeable increase. That. What did I? Oh, I forgot the. Yeah. Okay. There we go. So this is the Finale of the Deep, 4-piece Mars Sussy build. Okay. Yeah, if you're looking to clear just difficulty 5, like, so Skirk is the only character that can clear difficulty 5, I believe. Well, not the only character. There's been a 4-star only clear for difficulty 5, technically. But Skirk is basically the only one 5-star cost unit that can clear difficulty 5 on her own, like with free-to-play teammates. It's possible. So, but I don't know what exactly you're like. Quite frankly, if you like don't have Escoffier yet for your Skirk, if that's where you're operating on, then I would save your primo gems that you would be spending on weapon banner here for Escoffier rerun, right? I just canceled that, I think. Good job. Wow, that was terrible. Yeah, this is not gonna clear, I can tell already. But it's fine. This was meant to be a demonstration of like the difference of the weapons. That was bad. Super. Anyways, this is obviously not going to clear, but I know I know that I can clear with this right now. With Finale of the Deep. So like, yeah, getting C1 or R1 last minute. Like, I don't know, right? Like I think the most compelling reason realistically to do any higher investment thing on Skirk is because you like Skirk a lot. Assuming you already had Farina, like you mentioned. You already had Farina and you had Escoffier, is because you want to try to ensure Skirk should be more usable for future contexts that are less specifically incentivized towards her, right? Like you want to be able to do difficulty 5 of Stygian Onslaught with Skirk against the turtle next patch, for example, because the turtle is going to be a butthole. So can't unhear Truth Bomb anymore. Yeah, I hear it more too, and I hate it. I mean, no, I don't really hate it. Truth Bomb is still a good line. It's still a good line. I like Shoot Bomb. Anyways. So yeah, I don't have a clear answer for you. Like it's like Weapon Banner is never like something that just makes sense to do, really. It's just like, but I can tell you as someone who has wished, no, that's not weapons, but as someone who has wished probably too much in the Weapon Banner, like the value that you can get from the Weapon Banner over time is there, and I think, isn't there a bunch of fabs on this current Weapon Banner too? Like, what your fab situation is on your account might make this Weapon Banner more compelling. Shenhe's weapon is a compelling weapon option for Escoffier if you don't have a 5-star weapon for her. Yeah, we got Zyphos and Fab lands. Yeah, we'll be wishing on Polearms only just a little bit at least. So yeah, I don't know. I don't have a clear answer. It's a pretty good weapon for her, and I can notice the difference, obviously. From an Abyss context, doesn't matter at all. From a Stygian Onslaught context, does matter a little bit, but Skirk can still clear this without it. It's just a bit more of a struggle. From future Stygian Onslaught context, I think it'll get a little bit more interesting, where like I suspect having my higher investment on my Skirk will enable me to much more flexibly use Skirk for Stygian Onslaughts that are less specifically shilling Skirk, right? Is kind of my thinking. And for me, I'd personally rather that be the circumstance for like this is what Stygian Onslaught makes me feel. It's like the next Stygian Onslaught is not going to make me feel like I want an Efa. The next Stygian Onslaught is going to make me wish I have higher investment on a particular team that I want to play in order to clear. So like Stygian Onslaught does give me more reason to pull more for the already strong characters, but it's just the already strong characters that I already like, not necessarily that it feels like I need to pull for the units they're specifically shilling, right? So I don't know. Anyways, yeah, and like this Weapon Banner on a generic level, I think for a Skirk team context is pretty dang good. Zyphos is not necessarily good for Skirk teams, but well, actually, I don't know. Can you use Zyphos as a Skirk team context? What happens if you put Zyphos on Arena? No. Well, no, probably not. But wait, you can do Zyphos and Dahlia. That'd be funny. I don't. To be clear, like it's stupid. Don't do it. It doesn't make sense, but you could do it. And it arguably could have some benefit over Fav. Like if you don't care about the shielding durability. Oh no, you need. Never mind. With Dahlia, you need the HP on him to do the attack speed. I forgot. Never mind. You can't do Zyphos. Sad. Oh, rip. Okay, man. I gotta decide. I got freaking an hour. Oh. We don't how many pulls? It's an exploration patch. Next patch, it's probably gonna be like 75 pulls. What is the actual chance I get C6 Dahlia? I only have C2 Dahlia though. Oh, I know I could just wish. I could wish for like C1 Shenhe, but like, if C2 Shenhe was C1, I would probably go in Shenhe banner. But I'd rather just, I don't know. If I'm already gonna have a high investment Skirk, frick it, may as well, whatever, right? I'd rather lose a 50-50 to be clear, but man, I just want to play around with attack speed on Skirk. Why did Dahlia C6 have to be relevant? Why? Why did this have to be relevant? Why? 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 Like, what would be really cool to me is if I could do a C0 clear with Skirk on Calamity of Eshu with C6 Dahlia and powering down Farina to a C0 level. Like, that might be more doable than what I'm doing with Charlotte here. Start swiping. Yeah. I don't want to swipe. If I swipe, I go on Shenhe banner because I at least, to be clear, I at least want my anything I get for Skirk, I want her to stay at like I just got lucky investment level, right? Like, this is a high investment Skirk, but I don't know what to tell you. I got lucky. I got her weapon at 60 pity, like at whatever normal pity, but I won the 37.5. I got her at 20 pity, and then against better judgment, I continued wishing for, you know, Dahlia copies and went to pity and got C1 too. Like, I got lucky. This is a got lucky investment, not I wailed investment, and I want to keep it like that. So, anyways, DPC for attack speed. You're not wrong. Maybe that's what I need. No, probably not. Well, I mean, I'm tempted, to be clear. The only reason I'm not super interested in like min-maxing Skirk to the extent of farming. That's not. Wait, that is the domain, is it? No, it's not. It's over here. Farming this set for her is because you have to do a charge attack to get the bonus going, and that's kind of annoying. Like, this is like, theoretically this is pretty good if you assume this is up 100% of the time, but it's like not necessarily up 100% of the time, and like, do you have to start with a charge attack then? So you do like what? Charge attack, do normal? Like, it's freaking weird, right? It's weird. So actually, wait. Does her... Wait, I need to... E... Just do a charge attack first. I know just do a charge attack first, but like, you're spending time in the rotation that is potentially going to cause you to lose time elsewhere. But like, my E charge attack... Okay, shoot. I was seeing how her burst can cancel a charge attack. Because maybe like a C1 combo. This is like C1. The real compelling reason to potentially care about that set to me is C1 Skirk. But like, I'm thinking like E charge attack, not jump. Her burst was on cooldown. I also don't know why I hit jump, but do E charge attack and then use her Q right away to cancel the charge attack animation instead of doing a dash cancel. But I think it's better to do a dash cancel still. I don't know. Couldn't you charge attack before E? Yes, you can. But I don't think that really helps that much. Well, I don't know. It might not be a problem. I don't know. It's probably not that much of a problem. But like, what is the uptime on the set? This is the problem too, because like, well, you do another charge attack anyways normally, right? I guess you probably want to charge attack beforehand, because you don't want to absorb. You want to charge attack not in the special state anyways, because you probably don't want to absorb the mirrors. You want to absorb the mirrors with the Q, not with the charge attack first, and that's bad. So you probably have to. You actually probably do have to charge attack beforehand. Click on that again. Read the set. 15 seconds. Okay, so it is just 100% uptime if you do the charge attack first. It's weird. I don't know. It's going to be a consideration. I might farm for a little bit, at least to see how it feels. So, yeah. Anyways, yeah, it probably is. Like, that's a little slow to do that, to do charge attack and then E, but it probably is what you do. I'd offer to see how Dahlia DPC functions with mine, but it's probably slightly imbalanced. I mean, I might play on your account anyways to see how it feels, because I know you do have DPC, a build, but it wouldn't be... I don't need to test the damage necessarily. I can just remove... I can just remove, like, her weapon or whatever, put a dull blade on her. It'll be fine. Unless... Does this change her... Well, I guess she does. No, okay. Actually, the main problem is C2 does change her, like, uptime on her serpent points a little bit, because it gives her 10 more serpent points. I don't know. Anyways. I don't know. Maybe 10% attack speed is enough for me to just like want to do that, right? I don't know. Just like I don't know. I don't know. We're talking super stupid min-maxy territory. Like, how relevant is Dahlia really? I have no idea. I just like want to mess around with Dahlia at C6. I just and like if Lanyan runs in the next banner, could definitely regret, right? Could definitely regret. But it's a total crapshoot of Dahlia if Lanyan reruns the next banner. We have 33 pity. Dahlia, my goat, he's so fun. You notice the difference of the 30% attack speed? Tried someone's C2 Skirk and thought it was meh. I don't really care about C2 Skirk that much. I would rather lose the 50-50 if I do get a 5-star here. You know what? Let's see. I need a Dahlia in this poll. That doesn't look very Dahlia to me. Mika in the corner. I don't want to level up my Mika. I'm sorry. I do not want to. Like, it's my C1 Mika. To be clear, it's not like his constellations matter for this context, but and there's some advantage to it. I don't know. Why are you polling? Because I want Dahlia. I want the Dahlia C6 dream.
Where do we come from?
All right, you know where I'm gonna put it at. We're gonna do in single polls to the next 4 stars. I think we're like 3 away. I think it's doomed. All right. Well, rip. Okay. Fine. Fine. We can resign ourselves to but that's just FOMO. I didn't say it was, guys, I didn't say it was f***ing worth it. This was not a it's worth it conversation. This was I don't know the future conversation, and I like Skirk, and I want to play with Dahlia C6 and Skirk. That's all it was. This was not I'm saying this is worth it. I was not lodging it as worth it. It was I want to be able to do things that I cannot do right now. But I think my 4-star luck is cursed right now for Dahlia, so oh well. Is what it is. He remains in the dumpster until I get C6, that's what I'll say. I ain't touching Dahlia until he's C6. So maybe never. Sorry. Yeah, like I can just level up Meekers, right? Like I can level up Mr. Meekers. It's fine. If I had like a Scofier's fork, I'd be like, yeah, hell yeah. Let's do Meekers with a Scofier's fork, right? On Mika. Because then I don't have to burst on a Scofier. I can build a Scofier for more personal damage. Just build Dahlia on Noblesse with a Scofier weapon. And you get the attack speed buff, bam, right? Then I'd do Meekers. But don't have the fork. And that's fine. Maybe a consideration in the future. And I like the Charlotte team right now too. So it's like, you know, would Dahlia supplant my enjoyment of Charlotte? Arguably no. So anywho's, let's do another attempt here. But no, I think the Dahlia dream is doomed. I think we don't care. I probably shouldn't even have gone as much as I did, but it's fine. fine. Surely my bad Dahlia luck means I will get Lanyon C6 and like 2 tentacles, right? Pretty bad. Pretty bad. I mean, this is already a cooked attempt. What the fuck are you on about? Nick was here. Nick is in Ziox. Was he here? Why was he here? This is a cooked attempt. What am I doing? I have C2 Dahlia, which is why I did like the 10 pull. I don't know. I just did 2 4-stars, and neither were Dahlia. So like, I don't know. If those 4-stars were Dahlia, all right, the Dahlia C6 dream is on, right? But I don't think the Dahlia C6 dream is on, not unless I'm willing to go to pity, obviously. And that is not something I really want to commit to. So, not on this banner at least. That was terrible. Okay, no, I think I'm playing terribly today. Today is not the day. Man, I want to activate Skirk C1, but I also really want to get this clear before I do that. That's my stopping point. This is one of the things to do, by the way. This is one of the things on the list. By the way, one of the things on the list I didn't even mention was Zenless. Because, like, I haven't finished the main Zenless story yet. Or like, the big ol'... Okay, I actually don't know if you have to... I'm gonna redo this, it's terrible. I don't know, does anyone know? Is the rewards for, like, the, management, whatever the... Make the temple not be filled with trash thing. Is there temporary rewards I have to do in Zenless? For that. You really like this boss? No, this boss is not very interesting. What f***ing other boss am I gonna play Skirk on? Am I gonna play Skirk against the Dragon Toilet? Against the Tulpa? I can do against the Tulpa, to be clear. But like, this is the measuring stick. I am measuring and trying to practice my Skirk gameplay on this boss. Duh. I don't, what? Me playing against this boss a bunch doesn't mean I love this boss. I think this is one of the worst designed bosses in the game. Why did I do a charge attack there? It's accidental. What am I doing? Doing the chat too much. That's what I'm doing. Arlo team still with Silali, Candace, Bennett. What do you mean? It's a usable team potentially, but a little bit weird. Usually, if you're doing Silali, Arlecchino, you don't do a Hydra unit with her. Oh, best team. No. Bad. No, not like that. I need to. So, I think for an attempt to actually have a chance, I need to get like at least to the M in that rotation there. Yeah, no. Arlecchino's best team is what is Arlecchino's best C0 team? There's probably arguments can be made for different variants, but my preference for like an Arlecchino team. For like the strongest Arlecchino team I could think of is generally speaking Lolly, Rosaria or Chungyun, because I have a build that can min-max double cryo and the crit rate buffing. So, Lolly, Rosaria, or Chungyun, and then Bennett. With Arlecchino would be what I would say is her best team for me. For most people, it'd probably be Lolly, Shilonen, Bennett, right? Yeah, Lanyan is a comfortable unit, yeah. A lot of people like shielders with Arlecchino. I don't really care, or I don't need them. Do that. In fact, probably shouldn't have done it, but really? Oh my god, I just got stuck in the charge attack animation. I'm stupid. Very not it. I wonder if there's a way, I don't know, there might be something I don't understand properly about this boss's behavior for when it goes into its transition from that. Because, like, in the clear that I had successfully with the slightly better Escoffier build, but with everything else the same with Finale on Skirk, I had I went into like the rotation, the second to last rotation, went on field with Skirk and like started Skirk's skill at the 35-second mark, whereas like I did that at like the 28-second mark there. And I don't think that's necessarily just sloppy rotations. I think that's when it lined up with the timing of what the enemy was doing. And I'm not sure if the enemy like transitions to a certain phase faster depending on whatever factors, or if it's just RNG. But anyways, Eon's on may be better for Arlecchino or Forever Circle Impact. You can do Eon's on Arlecchino. It's just Arlecchino. The number one problem with Arlecchino and Eon's on isn't, in my opinion, anything like Pyro Resonance. Like yes, on a spreadsheet level, Bennett is just better than Eon's on. And it's not even like the problem with like the movement keeping uptime on her stuff, in my opinion. The number one problem with Eon's on and Arlecchino is the fact that Eon's on's burst lasts 18 seconds, and Arlecchino can do 15-second rotations. Right, or 16-second rotations, but so Eon's on just doesn't fit in the teams in the same way. It just like I don't like it. The only case I like Arlecchino and Eon's on together, to be clear, in Shivers teams. Like my preferred Shivers team for Arlecchino at this point is Eon's on, Arlecchino, Shivers, an off-field Electro. I forgot who. It was probably official. Yeah, it was probably official. Yeah, cause yeah, it was official. You snapshot official, and yeah. There you go. So. Also today I only got Eon's on to C2. I mean, C2 is, I'd say, her most relevant and good, healthy stopping point. But I mean, if you still get value from the 5 stars, you know, best of luck in getting more. She does gain like the situations where Eonson's constellations are relevant are just different for different teams. So yeah, I wanted to get C6 Eons on her original banner because I wanted to not have it be a factor for pulling her in the future. Like, I am glad I don't have to think about pulling Eons on copies on this banner on my min account today. So, but yeah. Anywho's. Better to burst on Escoffier with her burst, like alternate the burst between Charlotte and Escoffier. Generally speaking, I've not found it is better in that team to use her burst. The only time I think it's better to use her burst is to delay the timing for making sure TDDS, because of this weird ass problem that seems to be happening where there's some stupid server check that makes it so TDDS's cooldown doesn't actually proc even though 20 seconds has passed. God. And then just using Escofia's burst to delay the timing of when I'm doing other things in the rotation relative to when the enemy is starting doing its mechanics, right? Which I haven't gotten the 100% correct feel for yet, but I don't know. I've been just fighting the thing and feeling my way through things, which both practicing Skirk's combos and timing of different abilities. Is it possible alternating could be better? Maybe, but I don't know. I'd say the reason it's probably not that much worse realistically. But yeah, I don't like how long the burst animation takes, and I think it causes some problems, but it also can be more consistent in some ways. I think there is an interesting option, though, in the context of Escoffia and Charlotte, in that you could alternate, and that would lower both their ER needs functionally, right? So it might be an easier way to play that team, but not bursting on Charlotte means I don't get most of not bursting on Charlotte there means I don't get a lot of the value of what Charlotte's doing there, which is reducing its cryo meter so I can immediately start doing all my damage on Skirk and don't have to do Skirk normal attacks to reduce its like gauge. So yeah. Anyways, C6 Canada's not worth anymore. I still like Canada C6. I don't know. I don't know what the tail glitch is, by the way, so I don't know. What do you mean by a Q&A video, Ichigo? If I do a Q&A video, it's probably going to be something focused on something specific, not just generic. I don't know. Just looking through combat. The chat I missed while I was looking through chat. I missed while I was attacking the thing. Do I prefer Genshin combat or Zenless? I'm going to give you the boring answer. No, they're different games. Sorry. Also, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go collect some artifacts. Zenless and Genshin are different games to me. They play very differently. Like, yes, they are both real-time action combat games. That is where the similarity... And they have multiple characters that you switch between and whatever. That is literally where the similarities end. Like, oh yeah, the temple rewards. There's a refreshing shop with basic XP mats and disc fodder. Otherwise, no temporary rewards. Okay. So there's no polychrome rewards. Okay, good. So the only reason... So I think what I have to do in Zenless then this week is I have to finish the story so that I can unlock the new areas so I can do the exploration event. Which hopefully won't take that long. But I don't have to worry about the temple thing, because I've heard the temple management takes like 6 hours to complete. I don't really want to have to do that. Not right now. I'll do it eventually. Run with Skirk, use hold skill, cancel it really fast. If you finish it correct, she has mermaid tail on her normal. Okay. Run with Skirk, so I'm talking like running with Skirk like this first. Okay, try it again. Might have to look up the glitch, but... Wow. Ooh, we can do a trade-in with Bongo Cat. How exciting. Oops, I just... Duplicate. Oh, I can do another trade-in. For a rare item. Big. Ooh. I like how that looks like an onion ring. Alright, so, anyways. I think I've seen Inglourious Bastards a while ago. I don't remember anything about it, sorry. I'm pretty sure I've seen it, but... Bongo Cat will give me Dahlia icons. Seems unlikely. Didn't happen earlier. Alright, okay, so... Not walking, not the run with the dash button. The normal run. That's what I was doing before. This. This is normal run. I didn't mean a normal attack there. Whatever. Wait. How do I cancel her? How do I get out of the mode early, actually? Wait, no, that was the tap mode. That's what I did. Yeah, yeah. How do you exit? I guess that's what I don't know. How do you exit the hold mode early? Oh, you just press E. Okay. So it's run, hold, and then press E. So it's run, hold E, E. That's all it is, I assume. Run, hold E. I tapped again. Okay. I did try to hold. Play a song on the Skirk guitar. I am not going to succeed at that. What just happened there? That was weird. Beautiful. All right, I'm a magician. Magician. That's a magician. I was trying to say musician in a weird way, and I just said magician in a weird way. Okay. How do you have the patience to explore everything? I wouldn't describe me as someone who explores everything. I explore areas I enjoy a lot. Sumeru, I was a hater of Sumeru exploration-wise, so especially coming off of the chasm. Chasm, my favorite area in the game to explore. I've 100% of the chasm in multiple accounts. I enjoy it a lot. Then there's Sumeru that came after the chasm. Yarp. Anyways, I don't necessarily hate the desert. It was coming off of hate for this, and then didn't feel like doing this. So, yeah. Anywho's, where are we going for artifacts? Over here, perhaps. Skirk have the longest hair of Genshin characters? That's a good question. Okay. Well, so are we measuring hair length by like relative to their body length? Because if so, I would assume yes. Oh yeah, we're still trying to do the run without stamina loss. What? You mean a dash? What do you mean the run without stamina loss? There's no run without stamina loss. You specifically said before not dashing, not walking, the normal run, and then you just said normal, then running without stamina loss. What do you mean run without stamina loss? What? Yeah, I know. I know we have to do the hold skill, but. We already knew we had to do the hold skill. Is the longest thing her hair or clothes? I mean, her clothes aren't that long. By the way, I think this character's outfit is super goofy, but whatever. I'm not 100% a fan of her design. I like long-haired characters, but you know, from behind, I like how Skirk looks a lot. Pleasing colors, pleasing flowiness when moving around. I like, you know, the stars in her abyssal legs, I guess. Whatever you describe them. But from the front, she's a less appealing looking character to me. Anyways. Characters can walk, run, and run faster after the dash button. I mean the normal run without a click up button. So this. Like, I mean, like I'm sorry. Okay, I understand what you mean by walking then, but like, this is walking. This is cat walking. Like, I'm sorry. I don't like referring to this as walking. This is cat walking. This is eye candy walking. This is not walking. This is eye candy walking. I don't like, so I apologize for the miscommunication, the struggle there, But like, do you understand where I'm coming from? I don't like where like I thought you meant this is not running to me. This is walking. I don't know, but I'm also coming from a perspective of in real life, I am not a slow walker. I struggle to like match my pace with other people's walking. Yeah, she's on. Oh yeah, I mean, I've been stacking a whole bunch of Bongo Life from pressing this skill. Alright, so it's just... Okay. Did I do it too fast or something, or too slow? Let's see if I can trigger this. God dang it. Normal attack first. What? Oh, dang it. Okay, I didn't had normal attack after. So it's walk, hold E, normal attack, and then cancel? I didn't try the normal attack there. You just wailed for Emilie to get her first 10 pull at 50 biddy? Good job. That's why you don't wail. That didn't work. Okay. I finished it without a normal attack? Okay. Okay. The timing for this is a little annoying. Seems to be. I can't. I have no idea if I'm doing it too slow or too fast. So, you know, I've never seen this done successfully before, so I have no gauge for how to trigger this glitch. Why don't you wail after running out of primos? I'm assuming that Sylveon did run out of primos, but Sylveon could have just been slightly more patient. Okay, I do want to see this glitch. Oh. Okay, can I... Here, let's see if I can look it up. Skirk. See if I can get a vibe for the timing. Skirk tail glitch. Might have been patched too, I don't know. Okay, I don't have footage. I found the Reddit post, a Reddit post for it. Unlock Skirk's true form with this glitch from Jade Ali. I feel like this is a 49-second video. I feel like this isn't what I want, but maybe it is. I don't know. I don't want a short. Well, I mean, a short makes sense, I guess. I just... Anyway, found it. Found one I think I like. That doesn't have enough. That doesn't have annoying things going on. All right, bap. Okay. Yeah. Okay, it's a little janky when she does the idle animation for sure. The real question is, do they patch it out? I hope they don't patch it out. Ooh, it remains when teleporting. You just got C2 Muika. She's a lot stronger. She also def shreds if she's in off-field mode. Only need to walk, hold her E skill, press E skill again to cancel as fast as you can. Okay, it is just... Okay, it's just as fast as you can. Okay, it seems like... Okay, yeah, see, I get a better vibe for the timing there, though. Because, like... It's when she's, like... swinging to the right, right? Like, right as she swings to the right, you want to cancel there, it seems like. People said it looks good in water. It looks kind of janky in water, to be honest. I think it looks best just when she's walking, but alright, let's try it. Is it that hard to read cons? I mean, to be clear, I think C2 Muika does like more. It's hard to notice like just Muika's normal charge attacks deal 120% more of her attack, and base attack increased by 200. Is hard to understand the like what that does if you don't know the impact of the base attack in particular. Like the base attack is the big thing there for why her personal damage skyrockets when she's on her on-field DPS mode, and then also her off-field damage also goes up quite significantly too with the Death Shred and increasing other units damage. But you know, but anyways, yeah, C2 Muika versus C6 Arlie, yeah, pretty much. It's basically the same thing, if not better. Why would I R2 Muika signature? What possible reason would I have to do that? Dang it. Dang it. I feel like I'm getting the timing pretty close, but maybe I need to try this on controller. Don't know if that's necessarily that much easier. Yeah, if I actually, because of the fact that I like, if I did get, I'm not gonna wish them better, but I don't need an extra freaking Emilie weapon. If I got another copy of Muika's signature, I would give it to Kanich. I would leave one on Navia, leave one on Kanich. That's what I'd probably do. Navia, Muika's fine with Serpent's fine. Yeah, we're trying to get Skirk's tail to stay outside of her form. Come on. Only the best for Navia? I mean, I'm pretty sure Muika's weapon is the best for my Kanich too. But no, I'm not going to. There's no... Ah! Finally! Alright. Alright, yeah, it's not too bad. Let's go. What does it look like when normal swimming? Yeah, it's a little overly rigid. It's a little bit overly... Man, I kind of wish they would just... You know, Mihoyo wanted to get a W. They should make it so, like, this glitch is easier to trigger. And they should make it so it's easier to trigger, and then also fix some of its awkwardness where it is broken in animations. Like it's a little bit overly rigid at times, right? But I do quite like it when just walking around here. It's quite enjoyable. But it definitely is, I think, it's obviously not intended. Go figure. But it kind of makes me think like, Mihoyo, please, instead of patching this out, which they're inevitably going to do, get yourself a W. Okay, I can see it does look better in game because it like just glows with the right amount of glowiness. It's still a little bit weirdly rigid, I'd say. Like it would need to, yeah. See, that looks a little goofy. But like if they did the like work of like being like, okay, you know what? We agree this glitch is pretty cool. Instead of removing it, they went and like refined it, like made it easier to trigger it more consistently. Like you could just like consistently do it. Anytime you did E, you did walk E, normal, or sorry, walk E, hold E, sorry, walk, hold E, E again, and it just always happens. And then they tweak things a little bit so it actually like animates properly in the water and in whatever. Does reskill break it? I don't know actually what breaks it. It stays when teleporting, so. Yeah, it flutters when she's gliding. That's interesting. Okay, I know it's just like where It's just like us moving forward. But it is kind of funny that where the splash appears in the water is where the tail lands. It looks like the tail is causing the splash. Alright. But yeah, Mihoyo. You have it. You can get a big W in the community. Don't remove this. 1, just don't remove it at all. But 2, refine it and make it a feature. Yeah. Anyways, does this cancel it? If we actually go into combat? Yep. So if you actually go into combat. Unfortunate. So yeah, that's what I would like to see, it being easier to do more consistently, but I'm sure I could get good at it. I think it's probably easier to do on control. Like, I think it's a little bit harder for me to do because of my mechanical keyboard. Just because like the travel distance of my keys makes it harder to do like really fast repeated inputs of hold E and then E again. That was too fast. I think that was too fast. See how long it takes me to do it again. I'm doing it too fast. Resinless. I mean, we need to keep going for at least a little bit. We gotta do eons on wishes on Polearms only. Dang it. Yeah, having that visual of knowing like you want to trigger it. I think you don't want to be too fast, because I think if you're too fast, it doesn't trigger it. She needs to like be swinging out to the right a little bit. Kind of like that, but still it seems to be a little tricksy for the timing. Aw. Compared to how I got it before, I definitely am doing it too slowly. I can tell that. That was too fast. Want to do it again. Nope, too slow. See videos of Malika glitch versus riding her bike, but it disappears. I mean, that's just slower accurate. Oh, dang it. Well. Dang it. The Mondstadt Bridge, rider motorbike towards the edge. Just before the bike hits the edge, pause the game and see the magic. Okay. Hey, there we go. Got it. Does it stay? Wait. Does it stay when you swap out? Rip. Okay, that sucks. Yeah, I wish that was more consistent to trigger. I might do it on occasion when I'm bored, though, assuming it doesn't get removed from the game. Yeah, we doing resinless behavior right now, that's for sure. I should go collect more artifacts, actually, but, you know. She flies to the sky. Okay. Oops.
Anytime, any.
Do I have to dash, or is it just ride into the edge? Rank all flowers in kitchen. Maybe. That's not exactly when I hit. I did get a little bit of additional air there, though. Okay, I see where the glitch happens, though. Okay. So I know how the glitch happens. For whatever reason, she gets a little bit of additional vertical momentum when you hit this. Is it just anywhere on the thing? No, it seems to be specifically this. The game seems to put a little bit of additional vertical momentum. She jumps up a little bit doing that. So I bet what happens if you pause the game right here, it keeps on like right at the right time of when the game like adds that momentum, it keeps on adding more and more and more and more momentum. It just loops until you unpause, and then she gets rocketed into the sky. That's my guess as to why the glitch happens, but that is not it. Okay, it's a little hard for me to press escape and W at the same time. I think I can do it though. Gotta contort my fingies a little bit more. Okay. Let's do pointer finger. Well, yeah, let's do. Shoot, I also gotta hold E. Okay, you know what? Here. Frick me. That's what I meant to press. Oh boy. Good job. Okay. Oh my god. This motorbike controls so terribly. I hate how this thing feels to use. Oh my god. Please. Nope. Stop driving forward when you do that. Okay. Finish it. Wait for 5 minutes? Okay, that's too long to wait, I'll be honest. I don't want to wait for 5 minutes. God, why is the timing of that really like... You have to... The pause does not happen very soon. It is probably a very tight window. But it's more like I'm pressing pause when I'm visually seeing like I'm about to hit it, but I think you have to press like when the bike is like here. I could rank flowers for 5 minutes. Okay, the problem is though... Wait, okay. Did someone make... Let's see, Genshin flower tier list? Because the problem isn't that like I'm against that. It's just does the list exist of someone put all the flowers? Like I found here's this, but like this is not all the flowers in Genshin, right? Like not even close. None of these are even close. I don't know what. Go to template. Yeah, like this ain't even close. There's like 800 million more flowers. This is an old ass like Genshin 1.0 flower tier list. Like this is the first one that popped up on Google. Why is dark mode on? Oops. Wait, it's not on. This just doesn't work properly. Okay. Can I search? I want to search. Genshin flower. No. Okay. Well, I mean, is this what you wanted? This also doesn't have all of them though. Not even close. Not updated. This is the problem with whenever you try to do like tier lists. Is like, if I want to do certain kinds of tier lists for Genshin, I have to do the effort of doing it myself. Not even close. The timing is like kind of dumb. Like that might have been it. I don't know. I give up on this though. No, flowers in the open world. No, I figured you meant flowers in the open world. Not whatever. Make every character in the game based on how much you'd want to have a sleepover with them. What? No. That's my answer. No. 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 Yes. No. No. You're a lot to handle just in the vicinity, so no. 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 You know what? I'll say yes. I think I would enjoy hanging out with Alhaitham. I don't like playing him. but I'll say yes. No. 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 Water. Nubila, would you like to see my my Brita filter? No. 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 I would like to, I would be very down to hang out with Lanyon and see how she makes Raton figures, because that's like something I know nothing about, and it'd be just cool to like see how that works, right? No. 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 Well, maybe I mean, look, I think Oleron would be yes. Okay, yes. No. 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 It's similar to Lanyon. Well, not really. No. 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 Yeah, anyway, we're done. No official you can roleplay? That's true. Official would be fun to do like a D&D with, but also she'd like take over the session. But also she might like, you know, she might like inspire me to be more active myself. Anyways, rank them as DoorDash drivers. Oh my god. Okay. How much time do we have to the banner? 25 minutes. Oh god. Okay. DoorDash drivers. I don't want to go to a tier maker because it takes too long. I don't do DoorDash. I don't order food. Like, I'm the worst person in the world to ask to rank characters by DoorDash. Like, so my ranking system would be like, how do I rank DoorDash drivers? I don't know. How fast they get here? Like, what am I ranking? I would assume Amber's a pretty good. She runs around, glides all over the place. I'd assume Amber's a pretty good DoorDash driver. Can I ask you something? You don't have to ask me something. You can just ask it. Yeah, Kirara should be a pretty good DoorDash driver. Who's a bad DoorDash? Who would be terrible at delivering things? Like, who gets lost? Yeah, Bennett is just a no. Yeah, so Bennett, terrible. He's just gonna trip and then land on the food. And be like, sorry. Be like, okay, that's fine. Google what DoorDash drivers are famous for. Okay. What are DoorDash drivers famous for? You know, it's one thing to do this shit, Google, but to be like, to throw a pop-up in my freaking face. Sorry. Okay. I don't think I'm finding the information I wanted. Okay. Well, the answer is they're known for their flexibility and independence. So, who is known for their flexibility and independence? When's next account fixing? Hopefully this week. It's recorded, so, you know. I mean, Skirk would be Skirk is an international DoorDash driver, so like, I think Skirk is probably an S tier DoorDash driver. And like Kirara is S tier from Teyvat. Amber's probably S tier for Teyvat. Moika is like D tier because I don't want to. I don't want my DoorDash. Well, okay, actually, I don't know. From the context, you give me another $5. You could always instead do what crimes are they likely to commit. Okay, sure. But like, okay, from the context of, is it annoying to have someone show up with your DoorDash, with your food delivery on a bike? Or is that a good thing because, you know, you hear an obnoxious loud motorcycle outside wherever you live, and you just hear it show up? Maybe. Clorind? I don't want anyone showing up with a gun. If like, if someone shows up with a gun with DoorDash, I don't open the door. Yeah, Chaska. Yeah, no. Chaska's a head under my bed. Who else would be terrible? Yai. I wouldn't trust it. No, can't trust it. Yai purposely just like picks up the wrong order. Like, Yai will give you like mostly the right order, but something specifically wrong that she knows would bother people, but that can't be you can't put the blame on her, but you could put the blame on the restaurant. That's what Yai would do. Yai would do minor things like, you know, oh, that burger normally comes with onions. This person didn't get onions. I will ask them to get onions on it. That's what Yai would do. I don't think she'd poison it. That's a bit extreme. But she'd do some trolling that, you know, believably is not technically her, but probably is her. Anyways, yeah. Or just extra onions, yeah. You'd probably be a pretty good. You're a dog, so you'd probably be a pretty. I think, like, if dogs were humans, dogs would probably be the best DoorDash drivers. No, well, no, they would probably maybe they would be terrible because they eat it. I don't know. Some dogs, it's like some dogs though, they're so good at like bringing things. Dog hair. I mean, Goro doesn't have any additional dog hair like more than what humans have. So like, I don't think Goro's gonna get more dog hair in your food than humans do. Or you would resell, yeah. I feel like Dia would be a good DoorDash driver. I think she takes the job seriously. Escoffier would be, but why Escoffier is the DoorDash driver that shows up because she cares so much about the customer having a good experience with the food that she made, but there's no delivery drivers available. But she really wants the person that bought the food to still have the food. Kale, it's a student job. Yeah. I could see that. Yeah, like Escoffier, it doesn't make sense for her to be a DoorDash driver, but you know, if she does, yeah, she would scoff at it. But if she has to do a delivery herself, I think she would do it, right? Sweet Lolly? No, she'd be pretty terrible. She's too lazy. I'd be concerned if she's I'd be concerned if this is my DoorDash driver. She'd be late and she might be drunk driving, and that's the concern. Charlotte would be annoying. Because, like, if anything catches Charlotte's interest, she's either going to be late, and the food's going to be cold, or if she catches something interesting wherever you live, she's going to start asking you questions about, like, the area and your life. She's going to start turning you into an interview if she thinks she can get the scoop. And you're just like, lady, I just want to eat my food. Like, it'd be endearing in a way, but also incredibly annoying if you just want to eat your food. Kaveh, because he needs to... Yeah, Kaveh would probably do a pretty good job. I believe it. Ito would be terrible. I don't know enough about Gami. Gami probably do a good job. He seems like a good boy. He seems a good boy. I don't know. Kenichi would be terrible. No. You don't understand. Imagine for a second, you are Kenichi. and you are a DoorDash driver. I know it seems like, oh,
It's as good as done.
imagine how fast you can move. But like, imagine for a second you are Kanich and you can move like this. Like, think about momentum for just a second. Think about what happens if you are in a car and, like, you know, you take a turn too sharply or accelerate too fast or brake too fast. What this dude do, he accelerate really fast. He accelerates fast. Any food you have, imagine him trying to, like, one, it'd be miserable for him trying to, like, get drinks to you. The drinks are just going to be non-existent or entirely in whatever container spilled in soaking into the food. But assuming you don't have any drinks, you know, like, yeah, a How would also just be an asshole. It's true. Like, no, I think your most food would get near ruined when Kanich, because Kanich goes too fast. You need a good, not fast accelerating person. Spider-Man 2 proved it can be done. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Anyways, also, I don't know. Okay, well, I think it's enough of that. Who would commit a crime, though? What do you define as a crime? Because, like, everyone commits crimes, like, of minor infractions every single day. Like, the law is stupid and complicated, and people make minor mistakes that technically are against the law. Tax evasion. I mean, I'm sure there's people here that would tax evade. Kaya, yeah. Yeah. I mean, Beto is, yeah. For sure.
If you ever want to trade
Probably Kazuha. Just by nature of, like, being someone who wanders around the world, you're gonna break laws. Just incidentally. Xiangling for using unregulated ingredients. I mean, in the context of Devat, I don't think there's regulation. In the context of the real world, yeah. I can see that. But she probably, like, tests it on herself first. Like, it's fine. It's not well, it's not, I mean, it can technically be, but, like, is it that much of a crime to experiment with food on yourself? I don't know. Anyways, you wouldn't commit a crime. You're too much of a law abider. Yai would commit crimes as much as she can, just walking the line. Especially if she's interacting with a policeman. I mean, D is a mercenary. She either is inherently committing crimes or is very good at avoiding committing them. Charlotte's a journalist. By the standards of the United States, that's just a crime. By the standards of Russia, she's already dead. So, by the standards of most countries, Charlotte is a crime. Oh yeah, I guess, yeah, Charlotte already stalks people, that's true. It's not stalking, it's just a little bit pushy. Skirk is funny in that she could commit all the crimes, but I think she, based on her story, she goes out of her way to not commit crimes. Even though she, like, commits crimes accidentally and can't control it. Like, technically, she stole that drink, right? By erasing her existence from things. She stole a drink, but then was like, no, you make sure that my drink gets paid for. Like, she goes out of her way to make sure she doesn't commit a crime. But then she still, by erasing her existence from people's memory, ends up committing crimes anyways. Varessa eats her own people. Yeah. By the way, I just noticed. What is with the little, like, tattoo that she has on her neck? What is it supposed to be? Is there significance in that? I have no idea. Anyways, see, Lolly, probably commits a crime by accident, you know. I don't think Siloli's a drunk driver. I think she just doesn't drive. But she is the type to accidentally commit a crime of some form without meaningful intent. Like, she wouldn't get convicted for anything. Lanyan is innocent and commits no crimes. Crimes would Chung-Yoon commit? What crimes would Chung-Yoon commit? I mean, in some places, isn't there like the joke about like in some state, I don't know if this is still a thing, like eating ice cream in public or something is illegal? Could be as simple as that. But I don't know. I think he's too much of a nice boy. I think he goes out of his way to be concerned about committing crimes. Generally nothing. All right, so I don't know. Mulaney's selling weed on the side. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah. So, but that's not a crime in many places. It's a crime in some places, so it depends where she is. But I get the vibe, yeah. Sherlonin, like, probably skirts regulations if she sells the thing she creates. If she's not selling the thing she creates, probably not committing a crime. Crimes would Bennett break by existing? I don't know. He just exists, so he'd do something by accident and be forgiven by circumstance. Like Bennett would be like, he'd get dragged to court, and you know, upon like jury reviewing and like the trial result would be that he is innocent because it was just like he was drawn into something by sheer coincidence of bad luck or whatever, right? It was not something he caused it directly, but, you know, seemed like he might have caused it. But upon analysis, in a fair trial, he would not be guilty of anything. Klee's a menace. Oh yeah, Klee just goes to prison. And can't be like, she's a child. One, because I live in the United States. If she's doing the things she does in the United States, she goes to prison. We have child prison. People pretend it's not child prison, but it is child prison. The United States is a wonderful place. We put children in prison. And like, you know, so she would just go to prison. But also she might legally in the real world, you know, this is not whatever. No, I'm not gonna get into it. But prison for Klee. Yeah, prison for you too. Like literally, yeah. Like you just are guilty of everything. So you know, the Luke runs a business. He's probably committed crimes. It comes with doing business. I bet he does. I bet he doesn't have a license for that. I'm pretty sure it's not. In most places, probably not legal to have a hawk without a. What is that hobby called? I'm pretty sure you need a license for that, a permit for either owning those or training them. So he's already committed a crime. Jean is in charge of the police station. So that means she's committed crimes, but she can't get tried. Falconry, yeah. I think to be clear, it depends where you are. I'm sure falconry is not regulated in a lot of places. I'm sure. Are you old enough to be working as a bartender? A crime. I mean, you imply murdering people for I don't know. So I think your advertising practices maybe are a crime. I'm sure Hutao would commit a crime.
Toodaloo.
You are implied to be an assassin for the church, so yes. She's just really small. All right. Yanfei, probably not. I mean, she's literally a lawyer. I suspect Yanfei Yanfei would probably like know when she commits a crime, but like it's an extremely minor thing, you know, like eating ice cream. So yeah. Eula? I don't know what crime she'd commit, but yes. She gives me vibes of she'd commit crimes. She would Eula, right, she comes from a noble family, so even though she like doesn't like her noble family or whatever, her upbringing would make her inclined towards certain like crimey behaviors. I don't think she'd be a hitman. I just mean like she would think some things aren't wrong that are like not cool. That's my vibe. Zhongli be stealing people's identities? Yeah. Zhongli would be forging identification. Right? Like to try to exist as Zhongli. Raidan would be doing the same. I'm pretty sure it's not legal to create another entity and pretend it's you. Like, Raidan is the equivalent of, like, I cloned myself, and that's me, when it's not you. So that's a crime. I can't think of anything other than, like, you're so poorly characterized that you could easily do a crime or do no crimes. Anyways, lousy neighbor vibes, yeah. I mean, yes, the Shenhe would just commit crimes by accident because, like, of her stupid strength. She'd like break someone's property, like property damage by accident or whatever. You know, there's really not very many like not criminal people on this list realistically. Like, who is innocent? Lanyan, completely innocent, can do no harm. Eva probably commits crimes by accident. Scope, yeah, probably by accident. Yes.
Huh? Ooh.
Crime. Who doesn't commit crimes? I think Kachina's probably innocent. I don't think Kachina does anything wrong. Emilie makes perfumes. Like, we know the makeup industry. Like, you know, if it's not a crime, it's going to become a crime because she's going to use something that like gives people cancer. So like, kind of a crime. Sijuin's a nurse. Maybe not. Maybe would be innocent. Risley's, yeah, like Risley's in a position of power over people who committed crimes, so it would be hard for Risley. Harder. Like, I don't think you see many you don't see many prison wardens going into prison, and that's because, unfortunately, the way the system works is to favor them, even if they have like plenty of prison wardens have committed crimes, but whether or not they get convicted for is a different question, I suppose. What I'm saying. So, would Risley's character, would Risley be the type of prison warden? Is Risley the type of prison warden to commit crimes? No, I don't think he's that type. Oh, never mind. I lied. I've been corrected. Thank you, Doki Cake. Never mind. Sethos? I feel like Sethos is a good boy who can do no wrong, but I might be biased. You legally murder people, which is technically not a crime, but you know, no, I didn't do Rise's story quest, sorry. I don't know what kind of regulations there is for clothing making. I mean, the fact that you like carry those knives with you is a concern. Like, I don't know. You walk in the line. You commit crimes. Yeah, no, I think you're innocent. Why are the 4-star? Why are the 4 stars giving me innocent vibes? Chevrolet, she's a cop, which means she does commit crimes, but she doesn't get convicted for them. I mean, it's Navia, so yes. Yes. We already talked about you. Yes. I think Fremine... Is it wrong to say that I think the only crime that Fremine would commit is substance abuse, which, let's be real, shouldn't be a crime, generally speaking? Oh, he also would... they're also part of Arlecchino's organization, that's true. So, I guess, inherently, by proxy. No, you're innocent. You do nothing wrong. You're just like... You're the most, like... I work for Amazon and I'm willing to put up with Amazon's terrible, terrible business practices and like abuse of the employees just because that's what's right. It's like she has to like hard work grind her way through life. So no, Kirara's an innocent creature. Cats can do no wrong. I mean, they do wrong, but they can't actually do wrong. Like if cats do wrong, it's not the cat's fault. It's the other people's fault that exist around the cat. Okay. I mean, you're researching immortality, so, like, yes. I'm not saying it's wrong to do that, per se. I think there is some virtue in doing that. But it probably breaks some laws. Lynette, I mean, she's part of the Lynette. She's part of the trio. So, Kaveh, I'm sure you broke some laws when you're designing something. Maybe not intentionally, but, you know, if you're the architect and designing something, I just hope you're working with the engineer to make sure people don't die. Something about you bothers me. I would say innocent, but I feel like... Well, I don't know. Maybe he is. I think if Mika commits a crime, it's not his fault. We talked about Dia, talked about you. Yayo's probably innocent. Farazan probably intentionally commits crimes. Or, well, Farazan maybe doesn't intentionally commit crimes, but like things that weren't illegal when like 200 years ago are illegal now, and she's just like, oh, well, I didn't know. Wanderer, you know what? Might be a hot take. As much as he's an asshole, I think Reformed Wanderer does not commit any crimes. I think he's a good boy. I think he's a good boy. He acts like a bad boy, but that's the whole gap with him, right? Like, after he became New Wanderer, which, again, like, story-wise, functionally is a new person, right? We know this. Wanderer just became a good boy, I think. That's my vibe. Layla, I mean, you definitely commit crimes, but whether or not it's actually you or your demon that takes over you is a different story, right? Nahida probably commits no crimes. Like, she's presented as a story as, like, having crime committing ability. Well, no. I'm sorry. No. You were shown in the story taking over people's bodies, and, like, that might not be a crime in the context of Devat, but that is a crime, okay? You don't take over people's bodies without asking beforehand. And you did that. So, crime. No, you're innocent. You can do no wrong. You're in, yeah, you do all the crimes. Especially your jokes. I mean, she technically was she exiled? No, she lived in the village her whole life. Candace does not give me can do no wrong vibes, but obviously yes, this is just a criminal. Yeah, she's a gang leader or whatever. If Candace does any wrong, it was for a very good reason. That's my vibe. That's my vibe. Yeah, Candace is a mom. Like, moms will commit crimes to protect others, right? She does not, like, adhere to the law. She's willing to do wrong if it is for something that is more right to her. Oh, it's 6:03. We can go do the polls now. I mean, any researcher commits crimes by just existing, so, you know. Kale, I feel like you're mostly innocent. Mostly. You might have done something wrong by accident, but you're mostly innocent. In like, I mean, it's a pretty much a consistent detective trope that detectives will break some kind of law in trying to seek out the truth, right? So yes. Like, not saying he's going to be convicted for it, but he's probably committed a crime, yeah, to get the bad guy, exactly. You're part of the Arataki gang, so yes. Again, innocent crimes. The whole gang is just innocent, nothing crimes, but you know. And she's the one that prevents Ito from doing really stupid shit that would actually land him in prison regularly. But like, preventing Ito from doing really stupid shit that lands him in prison actively is like usually encouraging him to do probably smaller crimes. Realistically, right? Yes. I mean, you control what is a crime in where you live, but like, if you were in the real world, he'd either be the perfect boy businessman that covers all of his tracks so perfectly that nothing could be construed as a crime, or actively commits crimes and hides them really well. This is a tax evading boy, basically. Or he's either a tax evader, or he evades no taxes at all. That's Yai. Talked about you. Alright, did we miss anyone? I think we're done. I think that was good enough. Anyway, that was a heckin' tangent. Go on to... Wait. Guess we can just do a trial here real quick. While we're here. Why do I hear the word crime? I think Yold donated $5 to me. Be like, hey, because we needed some stall content while we waited for Eon-san banner on Polearms only. And they said to rank characters by the crimes they would be likely to commit. Or just go through the characters and think about who would be likely to commit crimes. And the answer is almost all of them. Because that's the same thing for real life, to be clear. Most people commit crimes in some form in real life. This thing feels so bad. To be clear, well, okay. I was gonna give them a compliment at the expense of insulting another gacha game, but I actually don't know if this is true. So keep that in mind. I'm just being silly. But while I think it feels bad to use the motorcycle, like it just doesn't control in a way that's satisfying, at the same time, wow. At the same time, it's better than NTE. Emilie build terrible. Stop farming deep, whatever. Not hit it. Yep. Well, either reverie or have fun farming deep for the next 10 years. It is. I had to. Last year, I farmed a bunch of deepwood in preparation for Emilie. Yep. Yep. Alright. Alright. Exciting. Brap. Just care about the Prima Gems. I should probably do the other ones too, but, well, I should, because whatever, but don't need to right now. Okay. Duplicate cat. On the main account. Or on a main account. Off a main account. Go to Polearms only. Genshin Pets Companions tier list. How many are there? You talking like the house and like what does Yai's turrets count as a companion? Does Raidan count as a pet to Yai? Does Yai count as a pet to Raidan? I don't know. How do you draw the line there? Oh, you know what? Since I, threw some shade at NTE, which it maybe doesn't necessarily deserve, because their driving isn't that bad. Like I think that it like the driving feels like it has a lot more weight to it properly than like Moika's bike does. Like it feels completely different. There's a different design intent there, right? That's why it was a bad comparison. To give them some credit, as far as the gacha goes, I have been logging in and like claiming the free gambles and using them to see how like the Gamba experience was, because that's I think an important context for evaluating how a gacha game feels over time. And I have no idea, obviously, how many resources they're actually going to give you for free over time. But I will say that like it is kind of cool of them to have a gacha system that has a guaranteed character that you get. And I've gotten the rate at which I've gotten earlies is relatively typical to what you would get earlies in like Genshin, but they're always guaranteed. So I've gotten, for example, with let's see, I think I've done like 150 limited pulls with what they've given in the closed beta so far, and I've gotten 3 limited characters, and yeah, that's pretty decent. I've gotten 4 characters I think from the standard banner so far. 2 were early, 2 were at pity. Yeah, that's pretty cool, I guess. The weapon, I think their design intent though is the weapons in NTE might be a nightmare fest for getting. I did wish on the weapon banner equivalent a little bit, which doesn't have like any special animation right now. I think that's just closed beta things. And we'll go to the trial quick, I suppose. And it was weird. I think their description is just wrong. Or extremely weird. I don't know. Like at first when I read it, I was like, "Wait, what?" It read in a way that was like, "Wait, you're guaranteed to get a 5-star weapon every 10 pull?" But no, it's not that. It seems to just be. But it has a very high. There's a very high base chance of getting a 5-star weapon from it. It's like 3%. And for comparison, like Genshin's chance of getting a 5-star weapon is like 0.7. Zenless and Star Rail. No, sorry, I think Zenless is higher than Star Rail. Star Rail's I think is 0.8 if I recall for the Light Cone banner. And I think Zenless is 1% base chance. Yes, we're talking about the Grand Theft Auto gacha game. Which is barely Grand Theft Auto. It's like it's more gacha than it is Grand Theft Auto, as it currently stands. Anyways, the weapon banner doesn't guarantee a particular limited weapon. Instead, it is a 25% chance. That's what it says, at least. I don't know. There's actually it doesn't like describe anything meaningful for a guarantee system. There probably is, I would hope, some kind of guarantee system. So I don't know. They haven't given that many polls for the weapon banner. So I haven't been able to do as many wishes to like get a vibe of that properly, in the same way I could for the other banners. My point is the weapon banner in NTE seems to be where they're trying to make money, and it also the 5-star weapons give additional abilities. Like I don't know how important those abilities are, but they do give additional abilities. Like there's an additional button that pops up when you have this weapon equipped that you can press, and it like does something. So like. Anyways, I don't know. For the like non-only the character that was, if you watched my stream, was featured as the limited unit on banner at the time. It took me 30 pulls to get her weapon, but I think that was quite lucky. And I got 2 weapons in 1 10 pull when I did that. So I don't know if that was guaranteed after like losing a 50-50 or not. I have no idea. Again, 3% base chance. 3% base chance means like it's quite high, but from the wording in their thing, there is no guarantee system. It's just every time you get a 5-star, it's a 25% chance. And there is some kind of pity though, to be clear, because like it was a 3% base chance with like a collective 4%, 4.1% chance overall. So like the chance that you get 5 stars early is very common on the weapon banner, basically, in NTE, but only 25% of the feature banner. So, like, anyways, that's all I have to say about it. It's, like, the gacha seems to be maybe fine, but really the real question is how many pulls do they actually give you for free? And I have no fucking clue, because the game isn't out yet. All the hundreds of pulls that I've gotten have all just been free from the closed beta, right? So, yeah, definitely don't do a weapons only, probably. All right, so Polearm's only situation here. Inefa is releasing next patch. She's a Polearm unit, and I don't have a guarantee, but I do have pity because So we went for a Scofier C1, right? And I don't really regret doing that because that made a team I quite like decently stronger. And if I hadn't done that, I might have not been able to clear difficulty 5. I wasn't going for a Scofier C1, to be clear, with the intention of I need this to clear difficulty 5. That wasn't my intent. It was just I wanted to uplift this team in particular. And it's possible difficulty 5 might have been doable without getting it. One thing I didn't check was playing the... I didn't try playing the Xiangling variant of this team. Instead of Candace here, use Xiangling. That team probably does maybe better actually at clearing the automaton than this team, maybe, arguably. I don't know, it has a really big hitbox and it's easy to make Xiangling do a lot of damage, so I don't know. Anyways. Point being, I don't regret going for a Scofier C1. What I do regret is after a Scofier banner was Raidan, and there's some stupid ideas that aren't really that relevant, but stupid ideas to do something with C6 Raidan. And if you don't recall, I have C5 Raidan because C1 to C3 happened in going for C6 Shivers, and C4 and C5 happened in going for Toma C6. So, like, 2 copies of Raidan and getting 4 copies of Toma, and 3 copies of Raidan and getting 7 copies of Shivers. Which, to be clear, that was kind of more expected because of the fact that I had a guarantee that I carried over all the way to the Raidan Shivers banner when she first released. So, you know, point being, yeah. And I want Eon's on Constellations. Why? Because it's Eon's on. She's a really good character. She, like, I want C4 in particular. I would really, really like. I would really, really like it. I really, really like it. And there's a Polearm unit on banner. So, like, when else does it make sense to wish for Eons on Constellations, if not when she's running with a Polearm unit? But, like, I have pity built up because I spent, like, 40 wishes going for Raidan C6 for a chance of an early. Really regret that because all the 4-stars that are here could have been 4 stars that could have been Lanyan, right? Or Lanyan. Could have been Eons on. And now I have freaking 45 pity, I think. Yeah, I have 45 pity, which is really not ideal if I want to save my pity for you know who. So yep, that's all. So this might be doomed is my point. I might, to be clear though, there's enough content I should be okay. If we get an Emilie here, like at pity or whatever, I don't know. Let's just whatever. We want all the Eonsons. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. There's no Polearm 5-star on banner, so guarantee would be good, but I also still want Eons on copies. So, like, we're risking a guarantee if we lose a 50-50. If we win the 50-50, well, it's hello? Hi? Alright. See, this is where you should stop. This is where I should stop. Like, that's kind of terrible situation, right? Like, if I win Emilie, okay, whatever, just continue wishing, right? If I won with Emilie there. Frick me. Okay, good. Like, if we can have a guarantee, if we can have a guarantee that we carry over to Nefa, that's awesome, right? That's a win, right? But I still, like, you know, yeah, it's a trap. I want C4 Eons on. It will help Raidan. It's not needed, but like That was my stopping point. I wanted C4 Eons on. Frick. Why did you have to do this to me, Mahoyo? I mean, I did this to myself a little bit because of going for Raidan copies, but like, we're not building pity. We're going for 4 stars. There's a fucking difference between going for pity. Building pity is the term you use because you have gambling brain rot and you have wishes to spend and you use it to gamble because you're just like, I want gambles. I want dopamine. That's building pity. I'm wishing for the 4-star. I want the 4-star. I'm wishing for a character. It's just RNG hell to get them. Ugh. Please don't bone me. Please. Fuck me. Okay, well. I should have known this was going to happen, because this is what happened with Emilie Constellations before. Where we just... Hi, Emilie. I like you, but like... Please, Eon's on. Hello? Where's the 4-star? Okay. Well, at this point, honestly, like, we're at this point, I'm resigned to I'm gonna have to farm my life away for Nefa. So like, frick it. I thought it was gonna be a 5-star again, to be honest. What about capturing radiance? Oh yeah, that's true. Did I lose a 50-50 for? I don't know what my capturing radiance is at. Please. Oh, let's go. Okay. If I come out of this with C6 Eons on, that's a dub. It's an absolute dub. I'll consider this a win. I mean, you know, would have preferred not losing my guarantee, but you know, surely. Okay, good. We'll try to figure out what my radiance counter is after this, but please, please. Uh-oh. 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 Not the being stuck at C5 curse. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There's nothing I need to save Star Glitter for. I want to save my pity, but... Are you actually serious? Fuck me! What? Bro, I wasn't even recording this. Bruh! Okay, well, I have a guarantee again. What, 2 genes? Okay, just give me Eons on, please. Free me. No! No, what is this? This is cursed. I told you this is the banner where frickin' Hoyoverse is like, gotta troll the ever-living daylights out of the Polearm only guy. That's what it feels like right now. That's what everything feels like. Ugh. Okay. Why? I have C5 and I just got another... Yeah, so... Okay, so... So capturing radiance wise, so in case anyone isn't aware, when you trigger capturing radiance, it resets your counter. It subtracts 1 from your counter, or yeah, I think it subtracts 1 from your counter. It doesn't go to 0. I don't remember. Does it reset to 1? I think it resets to 1. So I triggered capturing radiance when I got a Scophia C1, and I just lost 2 50-50s there. So I believe my next 2 characters are guaranteed actually. So, while I'm not gonna call this circumstance good, considering we've gotten 3 5-stars and we've gotten 3 Eon Suns. The fact that I think I have 2 guarantees in a row now. Capturing radiance is weird, but yes, I believe it should have reset to 1 when it triggered, and I just lost 2 50-50s. So that means I have 2 guarantees in a row, which is really powerful. It also means I could feasibly get C6 Emilie, which is really tempting. I'm not gonna lie. That's really tempting. Like really tempting. Can you free me from the Eons on curse at least, though? How does it work? What are the chances? Capturing radiance is a pity system for 50-50 losses. The long and short is that if you lose your 50-50s a bunch in a row, you're going to get guaranteed characters. Bruh. Bruh. Yay. That's a really minor upgrade. That's such a minor upgrade for her. Okay. Not the C6 curse, bro. I hate it. Oh, I hate that so much. Wait, I got C6 Gene on my Polearm account before my... Yeah, C6 Gene on my Polearm account. Let's go. Hey, by the way, this account is funny. This account is the account that got Gene on the first 10 pull when I started the account. So, surely I don't get C6D before my main account, right? Yeah. Yeah. Look at the bias here. Like, what the frick? How do I? What? Like Deluxe C0, Mona C1, Chi-Chi C2, Kaching C1, Tignari, Dia, Mizuki, and then there's Gene. Yeah, I'm gonna get another Gene. Now I'll get 5 pulls back when I get Gene. Yeah, imagine she was a Polearm. Okay, well, I don't have any more pulls, so I'll keep on wishing for C6 Eons on at this point. Like, yeah, but ain't shit I can do now. Well, I can do a pull, I guess. Well, yeah. How much into pity was the? Here, well, there's no reason not to. We can do this at least. Okay. Can we scrounge up 40 Primo Gems? Where can I scrounge up 40 Primo Gems? How do I do that as fast as possible? Already did that. Stygian, no. Herm. Should we do... Should I unlock this map finally? I can get that. Is there any waypoints over here I haven't gotten? Did I already do like all this? Yeah, I did all that. Okay. Oh boy. 2 guarantees in a row is weird. That's a weird circumstance. I'm not gonna lie. If anything could have happened to convince me to spend money, like I've not committed any crimes. I've not committed any crime. Well, wait. Oh, I bought the skins. I have committed some crimes. Sorry. I bought that's the only reason there was top-ups that were purchased this year. It was for the hutao skin. Zumi. I liked hutao and I liked her skin. But like, you know, I haven't committed wishing top-up crimes. But I do admit that the 2 guarantees in a row makes me want to commit wishing top-up crimes. Check if you can exchange sigils. Yeah, we can. I'm probably gonna go to the desert and unlock the desert area. What the frick? What the frick were those wishes? I just. Okay. Okay. I don't think there's any sigils I can turn in. I think you need 35 for the Fontaine ones, don't you? Okay. Let's go. Let's just go here. So I think there's a shrine that I haven't gotten here either. So we can just do a little bit of waypointing. I don't think I have enough stuff to upgrade the Natlan statue. I'm pretty sure I need like 30 or 40. What the Okay. Like, what the... Okay, what would have been obviously really comical is if those were all 50-50 wins, right? If those were all 50-50 wins, we'd have C5 Emilie right now. If that was the case, I'd be like, all right, I mean, sure, we're trying for it, right? But that's not what happened, which means I'm probably going to do the smart decision. I don't think I'm going to try to get C6 Emilie, even though it might seem like we're far away. We're not necessarily that far away, but, you know, it would require using probably both the guarantees, assuming that I am remembering my... or the working of capturing radiance works as we expect it does. Where after you trigger it resets to 1. Therefore, I just lost 2 more 50-50s. So it should be at 2 guarantees in a row right now, which would be C5. So again, we're talking like 150 wishes gets C5. Or less than 150 because I have like 20 pity right now. And then, you know, you get to pity one more time, and if you win a 50-50 there, then bam, C6 Emilie, right? But Inef is coming out next patch, so like, you know, save for C1 and F. No, I think I just save for, well, I don't know. But, okay, ugh. It's weird, right? Like, right now, because of the fact that I think I have 2 guarantees in a row, I am more comfortable continuing to wish for C6 Eons on, which is what's really nice about it. Thank you, capturing radiance. But I don't know, like, C1 and F, if I recall, is just increasing her electro charge. Or it just increases lunar charge damage, right? Let me go double check. Hakushin. Flap. Inefa. Let's see. C1, when Inefa activates her optical flow shield barrier, all nearby party members will gain the carrier flow composite effect, increases lunar charge damage by 2.5% for every 100 attack. Yeah, C1 Inefa just makes lunar charge do more damage. It's kind of, like, unless I get more Hydra units on Polearms only is not, I don't think, the most relevant. To be clear, I think something like Raidan, Candice, Inefa, Eons on, especially if Inefa can snapshot, like, that should be pretty good, right? Or Sino. Sino instead might be pretty good too. But like, to the degree that, like, is C1 and Efa a meaningful upgrade to that team? I don't really think so. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Yeah, it's not thighs, it says Thiggins. It's just a mistypo of things. I miss. Alright, we're getting distracted along the way, but it's fine. That's what we're doing. But yeah, no, I would rather... We're still probably going to have to grind for Inefa, obviously. But with the content next patch... So expect some Inefa grinding streams. I mean, we might have to do some Eons on grinding streams, unless we get lucky here in a little bit. But... I like how you're taking me back up here, but oh well. Unless I get luckier with the next 4-star. I think I will be done. I don't think I'm going to be done. I gotta go do Zenless things. I was considering doing Zenless things this stream, but I think I will be done with Genshin for the day once I get another 4-star, I think. Well, shoot, I don't know. We'll wait a little bit and see if the pity updates. I don't know. Does anyone want to do me a favor and go back and rewind to when I got the Dragon's Bane from the last 10 pull and see how far into pity that was? So I've done 1 wish since then. I feel like it was like 3 wishes in. So that means theoretically I just need to grind like 2 wishes. Right? To get a 4-star, I think. But I could be very wrong. Could be very wrong. Snapshotting is only a thing on old units. Supposedly Inefa snapshots, but that might have changed through the beta. Don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to assume she does, but supposedly she might. Most people are assuming she's not going to, because that is the safe assumption for now. But supposedly she actually might. And we probably won't actually get clarification of that, because for some reason, Bongo Cat does not give any real information anymore for ICD and snapshotting. We'll see. We shall see. Frick. This is some of the most annoying ones you can give me on polearms only. Okay, let's see. There. Alright, we can do this. We can do this, no problemo. Okay. You, if we need...
What shall we do?
What shall we do indeed?
All right, team.
Alright,
Let's move it out.
and hello, Meekers.
Let me double check our.
Okay, well, I think we're redoing. I guess we can test. Mika should reach that. I don't think Mika reaches
You had your chance.
there. Oh, Mika can kind of reach pretty far. Okay, we should be fine. Oh, Dragon's Bane was one extra wish, then you skipped? Oh, shoot. Okay, darn. Wait, one extra wish? Wait, what do you mean? No, sorry. So Dragon's Bane was at like 2 pity in the 10 pull? So we are literally only 1 wish away, I think. Like, how far into the 10 pull was Dragon's Bane? You said 1 extra wish, so it was at 2. So so if you just say like 2 pity into the 10 pull, right? Midway, then you skip. What is midway though? I need the number. I need the number, Sylveon. I need to know how many wishes do I have to grind to a 4-star. Because if it was wish 5, then I have to grind like 6 more pulls, or not 6 more pulls. Then I have to grind. If it was wish 5, then I need to grind 4 more pulls, counting the one we're doing right now. So like 3 more after this one. I'm at 2 pity for a 4-star. Oh, okay. It was at the end. Oh, okay. Well then, no, we're not grinding to a 4-star. I'll do this next single pull, I guess, but we're not grinding to a 4-star if I have to grind a 10 pull today. Okay. See, this is what happens every time I put Mika in the party. I let him try to contribute, and he contributes nothing.
Treasure located. Good work, everyone.
Okay, so yeah, if Dragon's Bane was the 8th pull, we ain't getting a 4-star. We ain't getting a 4-star. Oh my god. What the frick were those pulls? What the frick? Why didn't I record them? Every time I don't record my pulls, it's like, aha, let's cause something stupid happen. Could have turned this into a video, an easy one. Okay, the Candace.
Stay close. Make sure to keep up. Utensils at the ready.
Okay. Head this way, and then we're gonna mosey on there. Get this hole in the map unlocked. You can grab footage from the stream. I can indeed. I know. I'm aware. It's just annoying to have to do that. And it's gonna be lower quality too. But it's a wish. If I make a video, it's gonna be a wishing video. Who cares? The wishing video is gonna be low quality. Activated Emilie's cons. I mean, we only got one. It was C3, which is not that big of an upgrade. What does her multipliers go to? So we can go double check. Okay. Oops. Okay. Okie dokie. Look up. Chupin. Hello. Characters. Can my phone work? What the frick? I'm trying to press the menu on the damn website. It's not working. All right, there we go. Hello friends. Okay, Emilie. Freaking C3 Emilie. What the frick? Why do I have C3 Emilie? Whatever. This is the story of Polearms only. Wishing for 4-star constellations and then getting a bunch of constellations for 5 stars that I don't really need the constellations for, but don't do nothing. Whatever. Anywho's, so skill talent level going from 10 to 13 goes from 151% multiplier to 178.5. So that is a total multiplier gain. Math. Alright, so we're going to 0.2, so 27.3 times 2. Frick, how often does she hit? I haven't looked at it in a while. How often does Emilie hit? Does anyone remember? Is it every 1 second or every 1.5 seconds?
My ordnance divine in your dreams. A little amuse bouche. A burst of flavor. Do your work.
I feel like it's every
There are a few.
1 second. Yeah, no, we're not talking about an EFA. To be clear, I'm planning to get an EFA and having the guarantees. I sure hope it's 2 guarantees, because if in going for C6 Eons on it trolls me and gives me a C4 Emilie, that's annoying, but not the end of the world, on the assumption that I have another guarantee still. Right? But if I don't actually have another guarantee still, that would be bad. That might be bad. Anyways, I'll go check. We'll go check what the actual gain is, but it's 54% per level 2 skill, right? So, how much of a multiplier gain is it? I'm pretty sure it's. I'm pretty sure C2 Emilie, or sorry, C3 Emilie, is a way lower damage gain for Emilie than her C1. I'm fairly confident of that. Man, when those kind of polls happen, you're just like, you just gotta sit back and be like, what the frick? I just wanted a 4-star. I just wanted the 4-star. I just wanted the 4-star. Got a Lanyan from Weapon Pulse. Nice. Congrats. No, we didn't get a double 5-star. We got 3 earlies, though. We got 1 at 50 pity, which was the first 10 pull, to be clear, because we already had pity. And then we got 1 at 20 pity, and then I think we got another at 20 pity or something. Like, triple early 5-stars is really stupid. That's really stupid. It's like so stupidly unlikely. Like, and also 2 of them were Jean. Like, what? At least it wasn't Dia. I would have been real salty if I got if in like 70 what I don't know what we did. We did 50 60 polls total, right? If in like 60 polls total, 70 polls, whatever, we got 2 copies of Dia, I would have been so salty. But Jean is whatever. I like Jean, but I don't care about Jean constellations. So, yeah. All right, what's my Prima gems at? All right, we don't even have to go to this domain yet. Oh, it's 2. I didn't even realize. Okay. Sure, let's go get the waypoint over here, though. And then I'll teleport back at the other waypoint. Yeah, so I right now, so I had Jean 50-50 loss, guaranteed Emilie, Jean 50-50 loss. And so my next character is guaranteed, because of normal guarantee. But then I also had a Capturing Radiance trigger on Escoffier, when we got Escoffier C1. And Capturing Radiance, as far as we can tell, doesn't reset its counter for how many 50-50 losses you've had to 0 when you trigger Capturing Radiance. It resets its counter to 1. So that means my 50-50 loss counter is actually at 3 again. So I should have 2 guarantees in a row, which is very useful, and that because that mitigates my risk of continuing going for C6 Eons on, because I got 3 copies of Eons on. So I'm continuing to wish for C6 Eons on. If the game gives me a C4 Emilie, alright, cool, I guess. Because then I still have my guarantee. If we're correct, which I believe we are, I still have a guarantee after that. So, yep. It's not a 75-25 at 3. It's actually like more like a 60-40 at if the counter's at 2, I believe. Supposedly. There's a co-op chest here? Where? If anyone wants to join and lead me to it. I don't know. Heart-shaped lake. I see no hearts on the map. But if someone who knows where it is wants to join and lead me to it, feel free to join. Look for a heart. I don't see nothing that looks like a heart here. this. I mean, that looks like a biological heart. There's like a valve there and everything. No, it's under the sand. Oh, okay. Sure, we can go back and check it. Let's waypoint first. It's so foggy. Alright. Obviously, there's plenty of exploration to do. There's enough exploration to do. I shouldn't have a problem getting... Like, with the exploration out of the next patch, I should not have a problem both getting C6 Eons on... well, okay. 4 stars. Please don't... please don't make it take, like... just give me a 4-star here. Frick. Okay. Oh, that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Does the monthly reset happen during this banner? Nope, it does not. The banner changes before the month is done. Okay, yeah, we might have to do some C6 Eon Sun grinding. Oh boy. Oh boy. South of Dragonspine. What? What are you talking about? No, we're not talking about the heart co-op thing south of Dragonspine, the one in the ocean. We're talking about they were talking about one here. Oh, nothing. Why was I clicking through? Nothing updated. You can tell by the date, you bozo. My dumb brain. It's fine. All right. By the way, actually, now that I think about it, since we do have C5 Eons on at minimum, I now want a better scroll build than I have. This probably can't be improved very much. That's pretty ideal. This can be. This can be. And this can be. Okay. Like I need to... I'm now in, I need to min-max. Get like 4 line crit rate, attack percent, ER pieces for the flower and feather. Have this. What does this get me to? 2,700. Okay. I'd really like to use an onset circlet because an onset circlet, I think it's actually ideal for a C5 plus Eon Zone to have an off-piece flower or feather. So it gives you more flexibility for finding that perfect piece. I have a scroll build in the Eon Zone on my main account that has 2,900 attack at a baseline, which is for a fab build, which is a really hard build to get to. But I guess that means I'm farming scroll for a little while. I didn't think about that factor before I wished. That's fine. I don't have, again, there's nothing in particular for me to wish. At least this is a almost ideal goblet. Like, yes, I obviously really would like crit rate on this goblet, but it rolled so much into flat attack, it's kind of really good. And this is fine. Is this a 4-liner? No, shoot. I'm not gonna lie, I'd consider re-rolling it. I'd consider re-rolling it if it was a 4-liner, but I don't have the re-roll pieces right now either, so it's fine. Okay. Yeah, gonna have to farm. That's fine. I wouldn't call it the worst wishing experience, but it wasn't necessarily an ideal one, I would say. I would have really preferred to already have C6 Eons on now and not gotten 3 5-stars. Like, as soon as that 50-50 was lost, it was like, okay, hopefully I can carry this over. And then the game was like, no. But, how about yes? It's like, okay. Okay. Sure. So yeah, my ideal now is just get C6 Eons on to the next 4-star. Save our wishes for Inefa banner. Get guaranteed Inefa, and then we have another guarantee after that point, which hopefully can be saved for a Polearm unit. Or maybe Miyabi will pull a troll again, and they're going to release a 4-star Polearm that I have to wish for again. That's probably what they're going to do. Is I'll have a guarantee with capturing radiance that I'll have to end up spending for a 4-star. So arguably maybe I should go for, you know, Emilie C4 or whatever, but if I go for Emilie C4 on purpose, and then use the capturing radiance guarantee on Inefa, that's a whole lot of farming, potentially. So, no, I don't think I'm going to do that, but anyways, we ain't doing the farming stream today, but we'll be doing a farming stream, I think. Because what is the best... So I think we can focus on this area a little bit for exploration. But then what is the best from there? Just probably... I think I have to do quests. I think I have to do quests. I got that quest. I haven't done that quest at all yet. I keep forgetting about it. Yeah. I think I gotta do questing at this point. Is the most efficient. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe not. God dang it. God dang it, Polearms only. Best weapon for Emilie if you don't have her Sig. A deathmatch, probably. If you don't buy the battle pass, then Missive Wind Spear if you have it. If you don't have Missive Wind Spear, you get to cope. And then you get to cope and you either use Royal Spear or Blacklift. And when I did Calc's Royal Spear at certain, and if your build wasn't really good, Royal Spear is about similar to Blacklift. Because attack percent is quite good in Emilie, is the main reason why. And the lower investment your build is, the more that Royal Spear could actually be better than Blacklift. So, oh, if you have the other 5-star spears, then yeah, just use one of the stat stick 5-star spears. Jade Spear is fine, Homa is fine. They're all just good crit stat stick weapons. Skyward Spine is fine. Oh yeah, someone for the you know where the co-op thing is? I totally forgot about that. Are you exploring? Yeah, we were a little bit. Plastics, you missed it. So I wanted to get C6 Eons on Polearms only, and it's like Inefa is coming next patch, so like, you know, I didn't want to like use all my wishes. I have C5 Eons on. I had like 50, 60 wishes I think I spent, maybe 70 to kind of Star Glitter. I don't know. I think it was like 60 wishes. So spent 60 wishes. I got 3 5-stars. But it was 50-50 loss to Jean, guarantee C3 Emilie, 50-50 loss to Jean again. And now I believe I have 2 guarantees in a row because of capturing Radiance. Just stupid. Alright. Oh, right there. Alright, that was easy. But hello, plastics. Hello. I imagine you aren't wishing because you just C6 everyone on their first banner. Heart. Oh, I see. Okay. Hey, look at that. Just an exquisite chest, but that's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Haruma. I appreciate it. And I haven't updated my stickers and poems only in a while. Oh, I was going to give them another sticker, but bye-bye. Thank you. Appreciate it. Swear I played a previous gacha that you pick or at least have a higher percent of the 4-star. Yeah, I would hope they would do that in Genshin, but yeah, I don't know. Anywho's, yeah, I mean, to be clear, the rate at which we got Eons on so far for the wishes we have spent is like relatively good. Like, we're actually kind of like fine as far as rate of Eon songs. It's just like comparing the rate of Eon songs to the amount of 5-stars we got is stupid. Like come on. Yeah, I swear. Sometimes it feels like early 5-stars show up more often than early 4-stars, but obviously we don't really notice early 4-stars as much. So yeah. I feel like they should increase the base. What is the base chance of 4-stars? Like the non-guaranteed 4-stars. What are we doing? Yeah, this was nowhere near as this was not a Lanyon experience. Like, it's been fine, all things considered. Just like comical relative to the 5-stars we got. And not on the details page.
Don't we have a job to do?
4-stars. Base probability is 5. Wait, is it really base percent? No, sorry. Base probability is 2.5. Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. Wait, what? Base probability of 4-star character is 2.5%. 4-star. Wait, what? What the? Okay, I don't even remember. Whatever. Doesn't matter. It's relatively low. The expectation is you get an early 4-star every 20-ish pulls, I believe. But anyways, recently been playing Zenless like way more than Genshin. Nice. Zenless does have Zenless makes me play it for like multiple hours. Yesterday I spent like, I didn't even complete it. I spent like 3 hours trying to complete difficulty 15 in Hollow Zero, in the new Hollow Zero, which is really difficult. It's fun, but I didn't do it yet. I'm just like, oh boy, why did I do this? I still have to do like the Zenless story. Meanwhile, it's just like grabbing me in other ways. There's a lot of things to do in Zenless, but anyways, I understand. Okay, what am I doing here? I don't know. Anyway, we got the co-op chest. We have 9 Prima Gems to our soul. Oh yeah, we were gonna go look at it. Okay, let's see how Emilie performs. I guess. I mean, well, not really. It doesn't matter. We're not gonna notice any meaningful difference to Emilie's damage in practice. But I do at least want to see how things be. Here, you know what we should try? We'll do a clear with hutao on Marasasis. Do I have a good HP timepiece? No, I don't. Yeah, I remember. Okay. I feel like I need to get an HP timepiece on Marasasis so I don't have to use this onset goblet, but it's not a bad onset goblet. It's pretty decent. Is this a 4-liner actually? No, it was not. Okay. I would consider rerolling if it was a 4-line. Okay, so that I believe. And then, whoa, oh, hutao was on an EM timepiece the whole time. Oh yeah, because I put her on an EM timepiece for the top. Oops. Oopsies. Okay. I think this. Probably that. That's an interesting piece. I should maybe yoink from Xiao. That piece is funny. Double crit HP. Nope. Okie dokie. Just put this on for now. What are you at? It's pretty good. All right, I'll see if that's good enough. Emilie with C3 Emilie now. We'll do Xiangling again because it's fun, and we have Eon Son, who is a slightly stronger version of Eon Son, and it might matter. It might, or it might not. Yeah, I want to check how much. I can't remember if Emilie hits every second or every 1.5 seconds, so I want to check that quick. And then let's just blap blap, oop, blap 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 blap. There we go. What do you do when too many things to do? Yap, apparently, and get 3 early 5 stars to make it so you're. Now I have even more things to do. That's what this caused for me. Now I have even more farming to do. Now I have to farm for C6 Eons on, and I'm gonna have to farm for Inefa. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's not like I'm busy. It's not like it's definitely not like I'm gonna be moving into my new apartment on the same days that the new patch is gonna be out. Well, not the same days exactly, to be clear. I think the new patch comes out on the 29th, and I'm planning on moving on the 1st. So I got a couple of days.
Clients, 2 clients, 3 clients.
Oh well. Alright. First of all, let's check. Wait for it to go to level 2. Doot. I think it's every second. Okay, it is every second. So, so across 20 seconds, it's 54.6 times 20. That's that's actually okay. And yeah, C3 is a bigger upgrade than I expected. It's an additional 1,000 motion value. That's 1,000% motion value added. It's not bad. It's not bad. Stop targeting those. C3 Emilie doesn't do anything for that. Man, now I need to grind for friggin'. I wanted to like do an Uma Musume stream tomorrow, but now I'm like, I gotta grind. And I gotta admit, I'm still so very tempted. Like, I've been a good boy this year. I haven't spent a bunch of money on Polearms only. I have the top-up bonuses still. I kind of so badly just want to be like, frick it, go for C6 Emilie. Like, do I need to take a serious look at what C6 Emilie does? And see if there's any fun team idea that makes that actually worthwhile. Yeah, and I still have Zenless story, and oh boy. Okay, we definitely cleared this faster, by the way. And we got that was probably Emilie's that helped that, but also the hutao better build. So, anyways, yeah, the C6 Emilie is interesting. I do think. I don't know. But what does that cause for an Effa though? Like, oh, what does that mean for an Effa? Like I would it'd be like if an Effa wasn't a factor, it'd be like, yeah, frick it, let's try it. Let's try to get C6 Emilie. Why not, right? I'd be down for the quest. I'd be so very down for the quest for C6 Emilie. If it weren't for an Effa being a factor. It's just like I've already spent money on the account. Is anyone gonna care if I spend more money? Probably not. Right? But that's just rationalization, obviously. C6 Emilie over Raidan? I mean, having C6 Emilie would make it more relevant to get C6 Raidan. because one of the things that C6 Raidan can do is reduce Emilie's burst cooldown. So, you know. Wait, can I do on-field Emilie plus Enough? No, I can't. Can I? No. Well, I can, but like, Emilie, Inefa, Candace. If only we had Bennett. Imagine Emilie, Inefa, Candace, Bennett with on-field Emilie. I mean, you could do on-field Inefa, I guess, too. But either way. Seems like your heart already decided. I mean, my heart wants to, but I don't really want to spend money much. But I could easily be like, hey, Paimon's Bargains, want to sponsor some top-ups? So I don't know, right? That's the problem. That's the problem right now. Is like I have YouTuber brain rot. I'm like, I'd be down with giving Paimon's Bargains another shout out. Be like, in exchange for some Pimo gems, and then yeah, I don't know. And then we grind our life away for Inefa and earn the Inefa C0. That was a terrible start. I didn't snapshot, whatever. Dumb, it's fine. Look at hutao damage, it's so much better than it was before. And we have more crit rate. Wonders of using a better build on her. Uh-oh. Oh, we gotta redo. Frick. I didn't have Sean Lane going. How's one of my fave YouTubers doing? We're doing well, thank you. Well, okay. It depends how you describe the circumstance of getting 3 5-stars and 3 copies of Eon Stone. And you might be like, wow, that's a lot of wishes. It wasn't that many wishes. The game is just a troll. That's all. Alright, do that. Do this. Fab trigger. There we go. Okay. I'm just gonna wait for your skill to come back. will line up better. Nice. Ow, ow, ow. This. Die, please. There we go. Okay. Now that one felt mostly the same, but not really surprising considering danger resistance. So we noticed the effect of the Constellation more. It felt better overall, to be clear, but I think that was more due to the hutao build change than the C3 Emilie. Energy. This as fast as possible. Okay. This is on the loose. Okay, don't want to hit Rosaria yet. Yeah, there we go. Okay, okay. There we go. That's how I want to do it. Like how I did it the previous. There you go. Emilie is on a Reverie build. There was no Deepwood on the team either. Emilie C0, even though I don't have a Kniech, did you break your account? I play Emilie without Kniech most of the time, so... Oh, I forgot to show the Chlorine team earlier. Well, oh well. Oops. Switch to the right characters. Okay. It's over here, I guess. Okie dokie, that works, I guess. Oh, Emilie is too far away because I put it over there. Whoopsies. Dumb mistakes. I just wasted a bunch of them. Ow, okay. Well, now everything is just mismatch. Whatever. Hutao's contributing here, don't worry. She got the kill! Yeah, I can show the Rosaria build in a bit. Once I'm done. Remind me in a second if I don't. Goose is on the loose. There you go. What was the clear time on that? That was a pretty fast clear. Yeah, I don't know. Emilie, actually, I do think I noticed that Emilie C3 more than I thought I would have. So you know what? I don't mind making Emilie stronger. It's fun. This is the Emilie build, by the way. Which, by the way, like, this 2300 attack with this amount of ER and this amount of crit. This might be #1 Emilie if there was a 40 ER Emilie category on a gacha. Like, well, okay, not The only thing holding her back is the circlet. Like, the circlet, if this was ideal, it would be a 4-liner, and this would be, you know, 15% attack or something. Because I could have like a 25 other attack, Emilie. But, anyways, Rosaria build, though. So she's on a Blizzard Strayer build, which isn't exactly ideal against bosses, but there's not, like Blizzard Strayer in its worst case is just a better 2-piece, right? Like 2-piece crit rate. If there was a 2-piece crit rate set that gave 20% crit rate, that'd still be pretty good, right? So, anyways, but I bias toward this is more crit rate than she actually needs when enemies are frozen. And I do that so that she's still at like 80% crit rate or something, I believe, even against bosses. So this is a very functional build even against bosses, even if I don't get the backstab, I believe. So yeah, I do have technically a slightly stronger version of this build if I use a different timepiece. Which, by the way, I'm so very tempted to reroll this, but, you know, I don't think I will, because it's not a 4-liner. I'd rather continue losing sanity. No. Well, I don't know. I'm tempted. I am tempted. Arlecchino has this, because this Arlecchino timepiece, I do have essentially an equivalent Arlecchino timepiece that she can use, but this makes Arlecchino have exactly 100% crit rate. Like, it's perfect. The piece that is near equivalent is this piece. And, like, yeah, it has a tiny bit less crit damage, tiny bit less flat attack, and tiny bit less crit rate. But it looks so much uglier. It looks so much uglier, and it's not 100% crit rate. Like, that looks so much uglier. So, Monkey Brain says that Arlecchino gets the better piece, unfortunately.
Don't we have a job to do?
So, yeah. Anyways, this is a very, very good Blizzard Strayer build overall. Like, that's pretty dang good. It could be better. Why did I keep this? Why is this locked? Why did I lock that? I could get a double crit attack % piece, whatever. I don't have that yet. Oh well. This piece is technically better as far as damage goes, but I found I like the ER for Stygian Onslaught, and like when I've done testing, like the in practice difference between this is it's essentially the same damage, just like very, very slightly worse. This one is very slightly worse than this one, so I just used this one because extra ER might matter for Stygian. So this is just better. I do have more ER options if I need. Like I have the flexibility to do like whatever balance of ER I want. I can go up to like 60% energy recharge on my Rosaria if I do need to. So yeah, I have kind of absurdly good options and flexibility for adapting her build. When I'm gonna do a unit review, when I get this, when I have less things to do. Unit review is probably one of the things to do. I should do them soon. I should do a unit review stream this week. I should do an Uma Musume stream this week. I should do an exploration stream this. Maybe that's the plan for the rest of the week. I should do account fixing live. I've been intending to do live account fixing forever. I just too many things to do. Anyways, now okay, what is this? Using fragrance extraction or aromatic explication. So that's her skill or her burst. So that's a little weird in that her skill resets her sense. Well, no, but the C-Sex gives her sense. When it's active, if she does the normal charge attacks, she generates a scent. And does generating scent, does that work with this? When nearby party members trigger, no, it's only specifically burning that triggers an additional scent. So this does not trigger an additional scent with C1. Okay. Her normal blah blah blah. So technically, you don't have to use her with Pyro, by the way, with her C6, because you can get 4 cents, because you can like use her skill, do normal charge attacks, get her sense up, do her burst. Her burst will last like 6 seconds. Sorry, her burst will last 5 seconds. With C4, without any Pyro keeping her sense up. By the time that happens, by the time her like level 2 skill ends, like it loses the sense, you will, I believe, be able to do her normal or her skill again. I think I could be wrong on that, but anyways, I think that's kind of how the dynamic could work theoretically, but I think normally you just play Pyro with her, because if you have C6 Emilie, you're probably going to play Bennett with her. So, like, it shouldn't be really a factor, but it's possible. And on this account, that might be kind of relevant if I want to do, like, Eon Son, if I want to do Eon Son, Emilie, Inefa, Candace could be kind of interesting, right? I don't know. Anyways, abiding fragrance effects will be removed after 4 cents are created this way, or after the duration expires. Burning fittings can be triggered once every 12 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you just don't need Pyro at all. If you on field and use it properly.
Each day to the fullest.
So
that is what life in Mondstadt is all
yeah,
about.
because you can, so this triggers after skill embers, right? So the idea is you skill. Let's say I'm playing Eon Son. Let's say I'm doing that Eon Son, Inefa, Emilie. I have a stroke. What was the last unit? Who did I say the last unit was? Eon Son. Oh, Candace. Dur. So that Inefa's damage works properly. Derper derper dur. Herper derp. It's fine. My brain works. It's fine. So on-field DPS Emilie with Inefa, Eon Son, and then Candace for enabling Inefa properly, and Candace will also generate some blooms, and blooms will be triggered by Inefa most likely. Obviously, Farina wouldn't really be... Well, Farina could work, but then you just C6 Bennett. You could do a fun... Oh man, that'd be a fun Virgin variant, right? Well, no, you don't get C6 Bennett infusion, so maybe that wouldn't work. I don't know. Anyway, sorry. I'm just thinking. So without Pyro, though, let's do Eon Son, Inefa, Candace. So, would that make Reverie bad? Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that factor. That is a little annoying. Yes, that would make Reverie bad. Because I'd be doing 2-piece, no piece if there's no burning. But so ignoring the artifact problem, which is a problem definitely, because like, what artifacts do I even do? I think you just do 2-piece, unfortunately. Or Deepwood. Actually, you just do Deepwood, yeah. It seems kind of sad, I think. But I think you just do Deepwood.
Work hard.
Because I don't have anyone else in Deepwood in the team in this context. I mean, well, Candace could be on Deepwood, though. There's not really much loss from putting her on Deepwood. So yeah, I think you would put her on 2-piece, and then Candace on Deepwood. Anyways, ignoring that, right? On a mechanical level, the idea is you do her E, you do the 4 normal attacks, right? Because you can get 4 cents from after doing this. And this can be triggered every 12 seconds. So I believe... Oh, wait, no, you only gain this for 5 seconds. Oh, shoot. Okay. It might be a little tricksy then. Because the idea... No Deepwood because her comms already shred Dendro. Okay, but like having another 30% Dendro red shred is not bad. And would be better than doing 2-piece if no one else is on Deepwood, right? Like 15% Dendro damage bonus and 30% Dendro red shred is better than doing anything else with 2-piece combos. For the context of a C6 Emilie that doesn't have burning on the team, right? If no one else is on Deepwood. But if you can have someone else on Deepwood, if it's not a meaningful damage loss, right? Then you do that. So, anyways, the limiter of this only lasting 5 seconds makes things tricky, because what I was thinking was you do skill, right? Generate 4 cents, then you can do her burst, and then after burst you do another 4 normal attacks, right? To generate sense again. But abiding fragrance can only be triggered every 12 seconds, and it only lasts 5 seconds. So how would this work? I think it's doable but tricksy. I think it's doable but tricksy. And again, like, why would you even bother doing this in a normal account context? Because you just play with Bennett. Like, why would you not play Bennett with the C6 Emilie? It's a ridiculously strong combo. But what I'm thinking is, like, E, do the 4 normal or charge attacks. What are her baseline multipliers? Why does it say custom? Not very good, but not nothing. I mean, again, the C6 Emilie in the 5-second time frame increases her normal charge attacks by 300% of her attacks. That's pretty good. MH. I mean, yeah, MH if you're playing with Frina, yeah. But if you're playing with Frina, then you're doing Bennett, and then you have Burning. So Burning set would still be better because of her passive damage and burst damage and skill damage, right? So, yeah. Man, this seems like a fun constellation. Anyways, so I don't know how relevant it is to try to make it work without burning. Like this account has 2 options for off-field pyro, and sorry, well, whatever you want to count Shivers as, she could theoretically enable things too, but that's a little weird. Mostly 2 compelling options for enabling off-field pyro, like being able to do Eons on Emilie, Xiangling, right? And then who is the best last slot? That's a good question. I think Raidan, right? You Eons on, you C6 Emilie. I think what you do is you do C6 Emilie,
and live each day to the fullest.
Eons on Xiangling, Raidan. You probably start with like an Emilie, start with Xiangling, whatever, do Emilie burst, do some normal attacks on field with her, switch to Raidan. You'd have Raidan E at the start, of course, too, but switch to Raidan, do Raidan burst. That refunds you energy. Like, your energy needs are going to be nothing. And then also C4 Raidan, 30% attack. And then you go to Emilie, you can do her skill. When you're done with Raidan, I think the cooldown for her C6 should have reset. And you can do another 4 attacks, I think. I don't know. It's going to be weird because, like, 12-second cooldown on this, if you want to min-max it, if you want to min-max this, you want to do 5 seconds of field time on Emilie every 12 seconds, which would mean the ideal is doing 24-second rotations. And I think that might be doable with Raidan and Emilie combo. I don't think C6 Raidan would actually be relevant there. Her burst cooldown's already too low. In fact, it didn't make just problems, honestly. I think maybe you just do, well, you either try to do like sub 15-second rotations, which isn't really doable with Eons on. So with the C6 Bennett, you do 15-second rotations, I feel like, and just burst every rotation. When does the cooldown start? It starts when you press her skill or burst. When you press her skill or burst, it activates a biting fragrance, and then it can be triggered once every 12 seconds. So it lasts 5 seconds, and then can be triggered once every 12 seconds. So Emilie, Bennett, Xiangling, who would be the 4th character for C6 Emilie, or C0 Emilie. You can use Frina. You can use Frina. Xiangling should be enough to keep that up. Oh, especially if it's a C0 Emilie, yes. Because C0 Emilie, you can on-field Emilie, and you use C6 Bennett infusion to do some pyro damage with Emilie, and that's mostly one to help keep up the pyro. You will be able to keep up enough pyro for sure. You can even potentially get away without Xiangling. And Frina will get vaporizes from off-field, and then Emilie will keep up her damage, and Emilie standing in Bennett will buff Emilie's damage a lot. Right? It worked. It works. I've done it before. You can definitely main DPS Emilie is kind of the point without like main DPS being on-fielding her, and get value from on-fielding her without making C6. C6 is just like, how do you min-max this? And it's a little bit weird on this account's context. I don't know exactly how I do. I think it'd be tricksy to fit to... I think it might be possible. I think it might be possible in the full duration of Eonson's buff to fit in 2 instances of her C6 trigger and try to do 24-second rotations. I think it might be possible. Oh man, it seems kind of fun. Are you planning for C6 Emilie? I don't know if you were here for Sorio. You missed like I got 3 5-stars in going for Eon Son, and I still want to continue wishing for C6 Eon Son at this point. I lost the 50-50 to Jean, got a guaranteed Emilie. These are all early, and then lost 50-50 to Jean again. That resets my but the Escoffier C1 was a capturing radiance trigger, and when you trigger capturing radiance, it resets to 1, not to 0. And then I just lost 2 50-50s, so that means my capturing radiance trigger is at 3, which means I have 2 guarantees in a row. Like, I can definitely get C5 Emilie without a problem, and then C6 Emilie is like within reach, which is nonsense, but it is. The problem is like, yes, that means I'm gonna have to grind my sanity away. I'm basically asking, do I want to just say F it and do a top up for the fun of it, right? Just for the fun of it. I kind of don't want to, because I would prefer earning it in some ways, but I also don't know if I can. I don't know if we can do that, right? I don't know if I could actually earn this. This is another thing that makes me wish I didn't do the wishes for Shenhe, because it would be more fun to have those wishes that were spent on Shenhe spent on this banner, but oh well. Yes, I don't have to spend anything. It's a decision between spending, and to be clear, I might not have to spend any money. I can so easily just be like, hey, Paimon's Bargains, you want to sponsor a couple top-ups? And they'd be like, yeah. And they can like sponsor 2 6480 top-ups, and then like those 2 top-ups are basically going to be enough to get me C5 Emilie, and then I might be able to grind to get C6 Emilie, right? So like I might not have to pay anything technically. I might not have paid anything technically, but top-ups would be, spent. I don't know. It's just weird because like, does it matter at this point, right? It's already a C3 Emilie now. Does it matter at this point? It's like this account is it's the same thing with like C6 Arlecchino, where it's like this account is already stupid high investment regardless of the top-ups being used. May as well do the fun thing, like, is my vibe, but I don't know. It is weird. Like I don't really personally want to spend money. If I okay, well, thank you. Sure, we'll use that. I don't know who did that, but thank you, whoever you are. I won't say no. I won't say no. A little bit awkward. It's not a temple. It's not me saying you have to do more. I appreciate that. We'll just do our single polls, see if we can get C6 Eons on. Or if it, I mean, if C4 Emilie randomly shows up, if we get another early doing single polls, that would be very, very funny. But that would definitely push me towards wanting to get C6 Emilie more. Okay, can you get a 4-star? No. Oh, please tell me that this was enough for a 4-star. Oh my god. Oops. Okay, Eon Song. Free me from that being a decision. No, I hate the being stuck at C5 curse. Okay. Well, I appreciate the whatever that was. I don't know what that was. What was that? That was a 980. Thank you for the all right. I just worth a shot. Was that you, Jason? Thank you, Jason. Yeah. I definitely want to. Like C6 Emilie, the fact that like I can see it within reach is like it just seems fun. It just seems fun. And one of the things that this account lacks is main DPSs, amusingly. It lacks in main DPSs. Like, we have Raidan. I mean, both Raidan and Emilie are like competent main DPSs on the strengths of constellations. But, you know, Sino is not the most compelling. I mean, I guess that's the reason not to get C6 Emilie. Why play Sino when I can C6 Emilie instead? Yeah, it should have been yours. I scream. I'm sorry. Should I DM them?
Mondstadt is all about, isn't it?
I don't know. I haven't sent a DM yet. I just typed something, but that was to someone else. I could also contact Loot Bar, to be clear. Loot Bar, I could actually make money from. Loot Bar, I could probably make money from. I mean, I could probably make money if I try to turn this into a video. But you know, it's just like I had told myself, be like, don't, you know, you wanted to be like, oh, okay, but. I think the answer is I will decide after I get C6 Eons on. I think that's the answer. I want to get C6 Eons on at this point. I think it's stupid not to try to get C6 Eons on. I will decide after I get C6 Eons on. That is my conclusion. Take a breather, think on it a little bit. How the capturing radiance system works. So it counts your 50-50 losses. If you've lost 3 50-50s in a row, your next one is guaranteed to be after you use your normal guarantee. Your next character is not a 50-50, it's actually a guarantee. If you've lost, if the counter is at 2, then you have like the third one is not a 50-50, it's more like a 60-ish% is the estimation currently. So it's like a 60-40 on the third if your counters at 2 instead of so your this would be what would be your third 50-50 loss in a row. So that's what happened, for example, I believe with Escoffier C1, I triggered capturing radiance when I had a counter of 2. Actually no, sorry. In hindsight, so apparently starting in version 5.0, everyone's counter started at 1, not 0. So when they added capturing radiance, MiHoYo treated it as if everyone had already lost a 50-50, regardless of if your previous thing was a 50-50 loss. So that's why my Escoffier C1 is actually guaranteed, I believe. It was not a 60-40 in hindsight, but I didn't know that at the time. This is assuming that it is true that everyone did start at a counter of 1, because then I had lost 2 50-50s since then. Hence, you know. And now, but anyways, once you trigger capturing radiance does not reset the counter to 0. It resets the counter back to 1, right? And then what else? The only way you get your counter to 0 is if you win 50-50s, right? Because every time you win a 50-50, it will subtract 1 from your counter. It doesn't reset to 0 when you win a 50-50. It subtracts 1, right? So in this circumstance, like when I was just wishing, where I lost to Jean, got my guaranteed Emilie. And I had triggered capturing radiance before with the Escoffier C1. My counter was at 2 as soon as I lost to Jean, right? My counter was at 2. If the early 5-star that was the second Jean was instead a 50-50 win for Emilie, that would have then subtracted 1, so my counter would have gone back down to 1, right? Since it was at 2. But instead, since I lost to 50-50, it went up to 3. And that second Jean was like a 60-40. Instead of a normal 50-50 as well. There seems to be that in place there as well, which just makes it even messier, right? But anyways, right, the important thing to remember is not like the 60-40 when you're at 2 in a row. The important thing to remember is just what your count is at, right? So starting from version 5.0, your count was at 1. And then if you lost a 50-50, it adds a count. And if you win a 50-50, it subtracts a count, right? So again, I'll repeat the full history of Polearms only. It was version 5.0 starts, counters at 1.
Everything is negotiable, except over time.
I lost a 50-50 on... Oh, wait. What did happen? I forgot what happened. No, I won a 50-50, didn't I? I think I won a 50-50 on Raidan Banner, right? I don't remember what happened on Raidan Banner. Shoot. Okay. Either way, whatever. Let's just count from Escoffier, because we do know that we do know that capturing radiance resets to 1. Resets to 1. Lost to 50-50, adds 1. Lost another 50-50, adds 1. That's at 3. Next one is guaranteed. there is a 100% chance after I use the normal guarantee that I get a guaranteed character. Assuming the one thing is true, but it's possible it's not true. If I don't get 2 characters in a row, next guaranteed, it means that that theory is false, but I believe it's basically proven to be true at this point. There's enough data out there. So yeah, this is the current theory, is that it's a counter. Is that it's the best thing, it's the best theory for what fits the data we have. miHoYo hasn't explicitly stated this, other than in game they say that when you lose 350-50, in game they just say when you lose 350-50s in a row, your next character is guaranteed. But it's actually better than that because the counter doesn't reset to 0, right? Because I have lost 2 50-50s in a row, but I am now guaranteed for my next 2 characters, because of the fact that the counter didn't reset to 0. So yeah. Anywho's. Doesn't and I believe this also guarantees seeing the capturing radiance animation as well. I believe when you have a guaranteed like a 100% capturing radiance trigger, you will see the capturing radiance animation. I believe that is also known. So yeah, but capturing radiance also has a really low base chance of triggering, but that basically never happens. So a really low base chance of triggering on any given 50-50 loss. So that's the tiny like point whatever % number they have in the details page. So anywho's, yeah, the smart resource efficient thing to do on this account is try to get my C6 Eons on, use one of the guarantees for Eneva, right? Because I can do that without spending a dime, just grinding. That should be very doable with the content I haven't done in the game, and with the content being added next patch. But C6 Emilie is a temptation, and like, when is Emilie going to rerun again, right? Quite frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if Emilie was doomed for a Chronicle banner after this. So I don't know. Just get C6 Emilie and 30 pulls. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Man, I need to freaking grind for freaking casual account wants to get 4 stars. This account wants to get 4 stars in this banner. Too many things. I got too many things to do. Emilie's great for Kniech. I'd say she's like okay for Kniech. But if you consider it from a level of you already have C0 Kniech, you already have Mawika for Kniech, like, yeah, maybe you go for Emilie for Kniech in particular to maybe try to get extra constellations on Eons on for Kniech, maybe. This is a pretty good Kniech banner in that context, but Kniech has other team options without Emilie that are not that much worse, or can be better in some ways, but yeah. Anyways. Is weird. Anyways, I said I was gonna do Zenless, but I've been streaming for like 6 hours. I think I'm kind of running out of energy to yap. So yeah, I think I'm not doing Zenless. I mean, I'll play Zenless briefly, do my dailies or whatever, but I don't think I ever need to show you guys that. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. The fact of the matter is when characters don't sell well, miHoYo doesn't rerun them very often, right? That's the most true rerun pattern there is. If character sells well or miHoYo wants them to sell more, they don't rerun them as often. Like why does Raidan get rerun so consistently? Oh, it's because Archons. There's the Archon rerun pattern. Maybe, but I think it's more because they know when they make Archons, they want Archons to sell. They market them harder, and Raidan sells. Like Raidan still sells pretty well, despite how meh of a character she is, especially in the current context of the game. And I don't know what is the Paimon. There might be better Paimon.moe data now. Let's see. Paimon.moe. Global wish stats later. Or is it still? No, it's still. Yeah, this is probably not gonna. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. That still seems inaccurate. Skirk. The best vibe I have for how many people are truly pulling for Skirk is how many people try to join me in co-op to collect Skirk materials near the start of the banner. Right. So many. It'd been quite a while since the character released. Where I think it was since Muika and Sitlali. It'd been quite a while since a character release where a ton of people tried to join my world. I think Skirk is actually, for the entire player base, meaningfully higher than this number would indicate. And this is kind of comically low. But still, I mean, Raidan today getting almost as much... Like, this is at least a representation of, like, it's not important to get focused on the total number here because Paimon.moe doesn't represent the total number of polls across the entire player base, right? This is a mere slice of a very specific kind of player that is likely to already submit their data for this. And I think it's the telling thing here is honestly more importantly the fact that she has similar numbers as Kanich does, right? So yeah. Also, by the way, notice the 58% 150-50. That's the effect of capturing radiance. And it's quite nice. Like Mihoyo says it's a 55-25 or 55-45, but effectively it's more like this. It's more like a 59% chance, which is pretty cool. Capturing radiance is awesome, especially if you plan around it. Anyways. By the way, compare that to Kanich Raidan first banner. Was a relatively similar story, except more people pull Kanich. Like, people still pull Raidan. I don't know. And we'll see, to be clear, like, the Paimon.moe, like, it's very possible that when they release some really popular unit in Node Cry, that will cause people to submit and update their data for Paimon.moe, and that will update the data here, and we'll see, like, 200,000 Skirk summoned or something, right? This happened with Muika, where, not worth a rerun, where when people were submitting a whole bunch of additional polls here, this made Shalonen's numbers, that's the rerun, this made Shalonen's numbers, like, inflate. Like, Shalonen's numbers went from, like, 100k Shalonen summoned to 200k Shalonen summoned after the Muika banner was done, the original Muika banner was done, and people submitted their data to Paimon.moe. So, like, the data changes over time is my point. Because there's people right now that just haven't submitted their data to it. And I don't submit my data to this because I'm too lazy to do it. And I don't need to use this to track my things. So, anywho's. Yeah, gacha revenue is another measure of how much money they are actually making. But as far as I can tell, it seems to be that Mihoyo reruns characters primarily based on what they think might make money. This does seem to indicate that their attempt to make money from Shenhe failed, because all the people that were waiting for Shenhe wished for her, got boned over by wishing for her on this banner. No, not that banner. This one. Like, yep. Most people wish for Shenhe, by the way, on this. The Shenhe was the most pulled for a thing on this banner, other than 4-star Liyue units. Yeah, Yelan not being on this banner is a dick move for sure. So, anyways, like, this is where all the Shenhes were. How many total was it? Yeah, 20,000. Like, it just says character summoned, by the way. Right. Yeah, she's twice as much as any other unit here. It'll be interesting to see. It's possible that Shenhe's rerun now, because of post-Escoffier release, a lot more people might want Shenhe now. But it's just funny how Shenhe still is in this awkward middle ground of really only truly most relevant for Ayaka, and everywhere else is just like, yeah, she's a potential interesting option, like not a bad option for your last slot in teams, but like definitely not needed for Skirk, definitely not needed for Risley, right? But I don't know, it's weird. So it's like I think what Mihoyo was trying to replicate here was like, what if we release a compelling support alongside Skirk? And they were trying to like get a ton of people to pull for Shenhe alongside Skirk's release, and I think that has failed. I think that's what this says, because this is a heckin' ratio. This is one heck of a ratio. Shenhe or C4 Mona? Yeah, if you have C4 Mona, I don't think there's any reason to pull Shenhe. Basically, there's kind of a reason to be clear. Like there's some value Shenhe has over Mona, but I found I prefer Charlotte, so who am I to speak? I don't know. Like Navia, there was a better ratio of like summons for the rerun character compared to the new character with Escophiate and Navia. 3 times as many pulled for Navia ratio wise. Will I ever make Zenless content? Yeah, I'm planning to, but it's kind of just forever a thing on the to-do list. Like it's not that Navia is unpopular or anything. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying like I kind of would have actually expected that their strategy worked more, but hey, this means that the information, this probably means that the information systems work. That people watch guides to see like, oh, does Shenhe make more sense now that Skirk exists and that Escofia exists? And that, you know, guide creators overall are like, yeah, like it's not a bad option, but like there's a bunch of other options, and then that means people don't pull for her, right? So Mihoyo, you done effed up is the lesson. Not in rerunning Shenhe at all, necessarily. But you done effed up in making your cryo buffer not good for all cryos. She's just okay for all cryos, and really good for one specific one and other hyper niche circumstances. So yeah. Skirk is her only remaining value. I don't feel that, I personally do not think it's Skirk that's her only remaining value. I think it is Escoffier that is her only sustained value at this point. So yeah. Anyways, it's just interesting data here is all. Oh, Shenhe is below the. Yeah, that's not too surprising. That's how bad Shenhe is ratio wise right now. She is less pulled than the standard 4-star than the standard 5 stars. No. No. Oh man, I like Shenhe's character. I so badly wish she had a more compelling kit. Like, it's crazy how she's a niche cryo buffer and she's just not that relevant for most cryos. Wait, there's not a single. There's only. Oh wait, no, never mind. That's the greater than C6. I always get tricked by that. I thought there wasn't a single C6 puller. I was like, how is that possible? Oh, that's crazy. Can we find a banner other than the current banner that doesn't have? Wait, Candace was pulled less than the. That's interesting. Yeah, no. Kenichi and Raidan are higher here. When is the last time that happened? When is it the last time that there was a featured 5-star character that was pulled less than the standard character? Has there been a banner that's happened before in Paimon Boyd's data? Like, I would have thought it could happen here, but apparently 10,000 people still pull Venti. Siegewind? Yeah, that might be a good one. Let's check. No, I think Siegewind's still higher. I don't think Siegewind's going to be that case. Yeah, still 30,000 people still pull Siegewind. Yeah, she's not even close. It's not even close. Like, it has to be... Yeah, she'd have to be under 10,000 here. Like, that's how few people are pulling for Shenhe. Mizuki? Oh, yeah, I forgot about Mizuki. 16,000. Oh, yeah, Siegewind rerun. Okay, these ones probably... Nope, never mind, I lied. Because again, it has to do with the ratio of how many total pulls. Where we have to have a banner scenario where there was a lot of total pulls. So like this would be like if this was Mizuki plus Farina, this might have been a circumstance then where that was the case. But no, not even this banner, because it doesn't have a high enough total pulls in general for that to happen. I don't know if this has ever happened before in Paimon Boyd's data. where there's a character that there's a featured character that has less pulls in their data than the standard 5-star. Like that means she's done really, really terribly, I'm pretty sure. Holy. Oh yeah, a lot of Risleys. A lot of Risleys. Any other terrible banners anyone can think of that had like that would have this skewed ratio of like it has to be like a character that's like relatively popular and then a character that's like very not popular. Like it's possible this could happen with Emilie. It's possible they could do this 2 banners in a row. It's possible this banner might be the second time this happens, right? Where Emilie will be under the standard 5 stars. Actually, no, she's not right now. So the data is currently not indicating that's the case.
Work hard and live each day to the fullest.
Check Mia. Ah, yeah.
That is what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it?
When was the last Mia rerun? Oh boy. What's this one? Nope. When was the last Mia rerun? Does anyone remember? Chascolini? Sure, we can just Chascolini. Linny was no, there's no way. Yeah, no, Linny's way higher. Yeah. Well, I shouldn't say way higher, but still like double. He's still like almost double. This is Paimon.moe. Oh, I just realized it's like not showing the. My bad. There we go. Fix my formatting that way I know exactly what's showing. Okay. Okay, here, let me just go scroll. So, okay, well, Klee is called Sparkling Steps. What is Yoimiya called? Tapestry of Golden Flames. Okay. Alright, looking for Tapestry of Golden Flames. Eula Klee? Nope, definitely not. No, they're way higher, yeah. Oh, I went past it. Shoot. Who was it with? Which character was it with?
Work hard and live each day to the fullest. That is what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it?
There it is. That was with Yoimiya. Wow. But she, yeah, it's not a good pairing. But also that's still way more Yoimiya pulls than I would have expected. This is Yoimiya's 4th banner. This is Raidan, okay. I'll check the Raidan one. That one might be a better yeah, no, Yoimiya isn't that unpopular, so yeah. I don't know. Shenhe might be like the literal first case this has happened. I wonder, the real question though is like whether or not that also reflects in like actual true global stats, like not just Paimon, because this is Paimon Moe data, people that went out of their way to submit the data, right? This biases towards people that are probably more informed at a baseline. I suspect on a true global data level, which we'll never know because like only Mihoyo has those stats, for the entire player base, that Shenhe is not pulled less than this Shenhe banner was not pulled less than the standard 5 stars, but it at least indicates it is close to the case. Okay, Raidan. There we go. Okay, this has a chance, but I don't think it is. I think she was still pulled enough. She should be meaningfully above. I'm still willing to bet it's like close to double. Yeah. 15,700 C0 Yoimiya's versus the lowest D-Lake was 10,000. So she was still like 50% more than the lowest standard 5-star. And they're all about 10,000. Yeah. I don't think we've seen this before. I don't think we've seen this before. Where the featured 5 stars pulled less than the standard 5 stars. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. I think that strongly means, that's interesting data though. I think that strongly means that their strategy of trying to make money off of Shenhe by rerunning it like this failed. To be clear, they would have made money if they had like not if Shenhe had not rerun on Chronicle Banner. Let's just imagine like the alternate reality of Yelan reran on Chronicle Banner instead of Shenhe, and then Shenhe reran today, right? Sino polls. Again, it has to be. I mean, we can try to check, but it has to be specifically like a character that was pulled a lot, and then a character that was pulled very little. That has to cause a circumstance, I think. Both on banner at the same time. So I don't know. What is this paired with? Well, these are both going to be just terrible. Yeah. See, this is not going to be because both of them are too low. So Sino and Ayato are both way higher than the standard 5 stars. Nahida Yoimiya. I think Yoimiya is popular enough. It's not going to be the case, though. I think we already saw that. Like, the best chance that it had was with that Raidan banner. If I can try to find it.
Work hard and live each day to the fullest.
There we go.
That is what life in Mondstadt is all about, isn't it?
Oh God. Okay, maybe you're right. Jesus Christ, I forgot that Nahida was pulled that much. All right, Yoimiya might be another one. I don't see her. No, she was. Yep, Yoimiya. Okay, Yoimiya was another circumstance then. Okay. So Yoimiya was indeed the other circumstance, specifically with this banner. So yeah, it has to be this really insane ratio of a character that a ton of people pulled for at the same time, and a character that basically nobody pulled for, relatively. Barely.
Don't we have a job to do?
Anyways, well, that was a whole bunch of numbers that doesn't really necessarily mean that much to us. Other than trying to, the reason that's interesting to look at that is because that data can give you a vibe for like how MiHoYo might be deciding to do things. And I think they're just trying different things that they think might make money. And I think they decided to try to rerun Shenhe because they thought it might make money. And I think that has failed. I'm betting right now someone that they were probably meeting at Hoyoverse. They were like, should we rerun Shenhe? And then someone's like, no, we should rerun Mualani. Mualani hasn't gotten a rerun yet. No, we should rerun Yelan. It's been a while since Yelan got a rerun. And like, if I guarantee you, if we do Yelan, like there's probably people at MiHoYo that was like, I guarantee you, if we do Yelan plus Skirk, a lot more people will spend money on the weapon banner. Oh, we gotta check the weapon banner. I didn't freaking think about that. I bet you the weapon banner doesn't have that many pulls relative. So there's 90,000 Skirk summoned. Let's see how many weapon pulls there is. Hello? That's actually a lot higher than I thought it'd be. Rip. That's a lot higher than I thought it'd be, actually. I guess it's not that surprising considering how popular she is, but and it is a good 4-star lineup. But anyways, yeah. Anywho's, why am I on the screen? I don't know.
My polearm doesn't distinguish friend from
Soft.
foe.
What do you want?
There's clearly a
Just went back to single player and someone tries to join my world. Sauce for Raidan at C0 is still a good investment with the current endgame. Oh boy. Maybe we could try to end the stream with doing our hybrid Raidan clear. We can see. Who are you? What do you want? Hello. Crystal flies. That. Sure. I have never had someone join my world asking for crystal flies. Okay, well, that's gonna take a little while. I was gonna go to my main account and end with a. Shouldn't have let them in. Oh well. Whatever. I guess let's. What do we do here? Time to go AFK apparently. Yeah. Anyways, maybe we can try to do a hybrid Raidan at high investment here, obviously, but you know, that's not exactly a fair comparison. Hybrid Raidan at pre C2, like C1 doesn't really make that much difference. I can go try to do a hybrid Raidan clear What do we do? We can at least decide what we do before while we wait for them. Just ask them to be quick because I gotta go. You know what? What? Maybe I can. Here. Wait. I think I have a solution. I think I can log on to my phone. Oh, never mind. They're done. Okay. Bye. They what? Okay. What? I just assumed like I had to assume like okay. Sorry, I'm gonna make you wait, Minkus. Well, I'll log out while I. But like, what? Oh, cause you got. Oh, I thought you had to go. Okay. What? Who has to join co-op for crystal flies? To just collect like 4 crystal flies? How could you not have enough crystal flies in your world? What happened? Like, what was this person doing that they possibly couldn't have gotten crystal flies in their world if they only needed 4? You might be like they already had farmed like the 20 that are like easy to get. Yeah, I guess they only know about 1 crystal fly spot that gives like 2 crystal flies. I just like what? Okay. Hope they didn't screw with your world. I mean, FYI, you can log out and log back in and it's fine. Well, I think it takes like 10 minutes potentially. If you're talking about the hacking, that one seems to be not very actually common. Like, but this is, apparently the community didn't learn from the Kave situation. The Kave situation was one individual that purposely was basically trying to market their bullshit. By like making people scared. And it's the same individual. As far as I did a little bit of research after I found some pointing from other people. It seems to be the same person that is like fear mongering mostly through Hoyo Lab, and is doing this. And it seems to be mostly because they are trying to get attention to get people to buy their hacking tool. But anyways, the hacks of like placing objects, they are cleared away like when after like a refresh. So close the game, wait 5 minutes, log back in, and it'll be gone. It's not actually a problem. Anyways, it's literally fake bullshit misinformation. Did I just what did I? Okay, oh, okay. No, I thought I logged in the wrong account, but it's because I saw the red dot. I was confused. Anyways, blap. What am I? Yeah, just put Shenhe back here. So
Exactly?
friendship farming. Just trying to get friendship level. It's friendship level. I believe 9 is what I need for that go, but I'll probably just try to get her to 10. Teleport. All right, we're gonna do a hybrid red and clear. We'll do Bennett because we kind of need pyro. See, you'll be able to see what hybrid red looks like, right? And so one of the notable things that was like a downside about hybrid red before is one, Staff of Scarlet Sands was potentially more expensive than getting Raidan constellations. Now, Staff of Scarlet Sands should just be cheaper than getting Raidan constellations. If it, well, okay, it's never mind, I lied. It's probably going to be the same cost as getting a Raidan constellation, like 1 Raidan constellation, because it's going to rerun on Chronicle banner. Realistically, it's probably not going to rerun on its own banner because Sino doesn't really make money. But there is a chance it shows up on a normal weapon banner, which would be better because it would be cheaper. Just because of the fact that they know that Staff of Scarlet Sands is a good enough weapon to potentially sell, but I don't think it actually would. But anyways, the point is, elixirs and rerollers make getting a hybrid Raidan build with like double EM crit damage is what I recommend. Make the difficulty of building hybrid Raidan with the rare EM stats a lot easier, right? Because you can like craft an EM goblet or the timepiece that you need, whatever. And you can re-roll it until it like rolls good enough. So this is the hybrid Raidan build, right? 441 EM, 200 ER, whatever. Let's try. We can try hybrid Raidan with Emilie. Think I can make this work? Normally I have a Raidan with like, the hydro, because Yeah, I'll use Frina. Why not? And we're gonna do Freenalus here. I guess that's fine. I'll use Candace. That's fine. And let's do Candace and Charlotte. Why not? Why not? I think that'll be fun. Where's Charlotte? Am I blind? I'm blind. She's down here. Yep. Yeah, let's see if we can get this to work. It's a little bit tricksy. You have to like do a, you usually have to do a infused charge attack with C6 Bennett to keep up the burning uptime properly, but we'll see how it goes. That is useless for Raidan. Yeah, so this is a C1 Raidan technically, but C1 Raidan is doing, I think, literally nothing if you don't have double Electro. So, yep. Oops. Okay, do this. I should have casted Emilie already, I forgot. Been a while since I started to play this. Ah, frick you. I hate you. Where's your bugs? Where are they? I don't see them. I would try to target the bugs. Where are they? They're gone. Where? Okay, bullshit. Baloney. No, you can't. No, you don't farm friendship while doing Abyss Chambers, I don't think. I just wanted to switch the team back so I remembered. I should have E'd first, that was dumb. Did you just have a shield again? I hate these things so much. Okay. What's left? Is it just you? No. That's you. Bap. Okay. Do this. I don't have frick. Okay. That'll be fine. I don't think I have level 2 going. Yeah, this is bad Emilie management. I did that bad. Oh well. I let her die. Okay. Playing terribly. This is a tricky game to play. I would normally recommend Nahida for Hyper Red here. just play Nahida. There we go. That was a much cleaner first rotation. Got plenty of uptime there. What? Oh, I don't have stamina. I tried to do a charge attack. I was confused. Stop. I hate you so much. I got scared. Alright, this. There we go. That was much better gameplay. EM Raidan builds, Hybrid Raidan. So, Raidan, I don't know what her hyper boom damage is getting there. What, probably like 20? She should be getting up about 20k hyper booms, I think, with 441 EM. I don't have any instructor's buff going or anything there. There's different kinds of directions of min-maxing you can do. Just normal Noblesse Bennett build, right? But there's all kinds of different ways you. Well, I guess. Okay, just do this. Okay, well, that's annoying. I don't know why I didn't use my other character's abilities. That's fine. Brap. I just cancel it? I did, whatever. Okay. And brap. Nice. Go, sir. No! Frickin' Escoffier! You bungled it, lady. Chupa! Well. I think this will work a little bit better here. That's annoying, boss, mechanics-wise. Alright, this... Up a little bit. Should hit everything, I think. Yeah, I think I didn't hit the one behind me, that's fine. Oh, I did that. Whatever. Just do this. I'm gonna bend it up, but oh well. Okay, I don't have Brina up. Oh boy. I bungled a couple things here. I think I bungled up a lot of things. Oh boy. Okay, just do this. We'll wait for the mighty butthole. Okay. Well, no, I'm gonna redo. This is terrible. That was terrible. Seem to enjoy Skirk. I like her animations. Yep, I enjoy her too. I actually haven't enjoyed her more than I thought I would. Please, please, I want to burst. All right. No, I'm gonna let Emilie kill it. Oh, I didn't have full stacks and slots, I think. Frick. Yeah, my bad. Okay, timed that wrong. Please. There we go. Will burst, I think. Might not have made sense to do, but I'm just gonna cancel it early if I need. Yeah, it's early. Crap. This. Gotta do weird rotations for this thing. I just reset her skill for some reason. Okay, why'd I do that? Yeah, and see, I didn't do a full Raidan rotation. If I do a full proper Raidan rotation, the energy I have is fine, but oh well. Oh, you. Your butthole follow-up attack! He's burning? Alright. Alright, we're just gonna use Raidan Burst this time. I think it was really helping to wait. No. Okay. Honestly, we're just gonna redo a rotation.
A little ambiance. Time to shine. Everybody stand back. Let's light it up.
No, I really wanted to burst before that. This enemy is so annoying with this team. Oh my god. I just... In case it's not obvious, at the very, like, when this thing used to be in Abyss before, this exact team could much more easily handle, like, it has its mechanical quirkiness, right? With trying to make sure I keep uptime with Emilie and all that. But the thing was less tanky in the past. It has been in the Abyss before and been less tanky, right? It is meaningfully harder. The investment on my Raidan, this Raidan team hasn't changed, but it has become harder to clear. So, yeah. Especially when I just face tank damage with a unit that it's not. Yeah. Yeah. Bro, how have we not gotten any sense collected? Oh my freaking lord. I need to stop riding E-ing at the start. I think that's fucking me up. Sorry, it's fucking me up. Got a censor for humor. Brain. Should Nahida get buff? I don't know. Nahida still does well what she used to do that was good. It's just they've made crit DPSing way better. Because crit can scale. Brain! Crit can scale. Hyperbloom doesn't. Scale to, like, with new things they release, right? You know what? Here, let's try not Emilie bursting. I barely got the energy back from that. Oh, frick me. Also, I didn't. Oh, terrible. More charge attacks, but it's fine. Oh, I let her frickin' skill expire again. No. Okay, I just gotta Ivern this. I don't. Okay. What? What killed me there? What? You get a cheaper clear with Skirk other than the one I showed originally? No. I haven't really tried much since the stream. Brain. Whatever, it's fine. I really needed to Emilie burst there. I should have Emilie burst while I was doing his thing. Yes. I don't think we have Bennett pop up, but whatever. Bruh, stop it. I hate this thing. I hate this enemy. It is not very fun to optimize with so many teams. Ugh. Bennett bubble linger. Nope. Rip. Okay.
Illusion shattered. Let's light it up.
Just die, please. I wanna stop fighting you. You're not fun,
Shine down.
sir. Bro, I love that you just keep on going out of range of everything. No, the chicken is more fun to fight by far than this stupid thing, because that stupid hamster. If you use a team, like the difference between using a team that manages to reach a breakpoint of killing it before it goes into spinning phase, and if it's not a team that has like the ability to just keep on damaging it through a shielding phase, or but that team is like obviously pretty specifically reliant in trying to not have to move around and can't deal with a attack that spins and makes it literally impossible to be near the enemy. Like I can't do damage to it while I was doing it. It's just a negative 20-second time loss inherently, on top of the other mechanical annoyances, on top of its fucking dender resistant. Like I just ugh. The chicken is about 100 times more enjoyable to fight than that thing to me. Why did I do that again? God damn it, I just... Whatever. Let's see if I can actually play this.
My holy proclamation.
You're exposed. Adaptive process. Gonna go back. Hold that pose. Arlecchino exclusive. Nice.
Shall set you free. Hear ye
I love it. This thing takes 5 years to get a shield up, by the way. It's like really fun design. Frick. I'm not gonna clear it. Oh, I might have been able to burst there. Shoot. Okay. I don't want to fight the hamster anymore. I could definitely clear this, but I'm not going to. No. I could definitely clear this, I just don't want to. I don't want to. But it's at least safe to say that this shows what I kind of expected it was going to show, which is you can have good damage potential with Hyper Raidan, right? But it's definitely a bit harder to clear than it used to be, with how restrictive abysses have gotten and whatever. But it still has the same value it had before, with like the different element coverage for dealing with different mechanics. Hybrid Raidan is really adaptable to doing different kinds of things in different balances, right? So can I switch my characters? Thank you, game. Bro, can I use my abilities? Okay. This is definitely not an abyss that makes Hybrid Raidan very interesting to play, because it's just all dealing with mechanics of the enemies. I don't know. Oh wait, I forgot Farina fully. I always forget, man, when I bring Farina to these things. Really? Can I? Okay, I didn't want to do that. Do this. Alright. That was fine, obviously. And it's interesting, like, Hyper Raidan mitigates problems like, yo, I didn't burst much on Raidan there, but I was still doing constant damage value from Raidan, right? So, like, I mean, it's fine. Did I not burst on? Whatever. I didn't have any mirrors generated because I didn't burst on. What's their bucket? Okay. Shoot on. I guess. Oh, you know, I see. Okay. With Candace, you gotta rotate a little bit differently than I think I have. You know, do you? I don't know. I don't know. Gross. I don't know if you heard that, but I had like a little bit of a borp that I suppressed. Chupin. Wait, why is there no retry button? I can't retry after I fully cleared? Oh my god, of course. I was gonna go retry and like specifically look at what the Hybrid Bloom damage was. But anyways, like Hybrid Raidan can still work, right? Even in an annoyingly restrictive abyss like this one. Obviously, this one leans itself towards more crit focus rather than more the reaction damage focus version of Hybrid Raidan, which I'd argue is basically just a slightly worse. Like if I try to clear with Chevreuse Raidan team with Raidan on a normal, so like if I by the way, I can like use my Hybrid Raidan in a Chevreuse team and it works fine, generally speaking. But if I try to clear with like a Chevreuse Raidan team, compared to right, the team I just did, right? Is this one going to be better or worse? If Raidan was on a normal build, that is, right? I think Raidan on a normal build would be better, right? As much as I like said before how, you know, Hybrid Raidan, I'd say fixes Raidan for me. I would argue that Chevreuse fixed Raidan more than anything. I'm still on the hybrid build right now, right? But you can do more damage than this with a C0 Raidan in the Chevreuse team like this. But I don't know why I bursted there. That was very good, RNG. Well, whatever. I don't know what I'm doing. Whatever. Don't worry about it. My brain got kerfuddled. Nah, 180k. I'm not triggering overloads here. I think so. If I was playing, this would actually be doing a little bit better. If I was, you get the point. I was just trying to show the comparison of the damage, but if I was playing Xiangling there instead of Muika, I just didn't want to frack about with Xiangling. Xiangling instead of Muika would have been better though, because I should have been applying enough pyro to actually consistently be triggering overloads for the build I was doing there. But point is, Hybrid Raidan can work in Chevreuse teams too. But a normal Raidan build would be better in the Chevreuse team context. Almost always, generally speaking. So I don't know. It's just weird. Is Staff of Scarlet Sands worth it for Hybrid Raidan still? Yes, because it's the same value as there, where it gives Raidan's burst DPS playstyle a lot more team options to, and like lets you use Raidan if you really like Raidan, lets you use her in a lot more circumstances, right? In a lot more different kinds of teams, right? It gives her adaptability. If there was something in this Abyss that required a ton of Electro application, I could have potentially done like Raidan Chevreuse, sorry, not Raidan Chevreuse, Raidan, I to say Raidan Fischl, instead of with like Bennett there, right? So Raidan, Fischl, Nahida, and Yelan or something, right? That is a hybrid, or Xingqiu, right? That's a hybrid Raidan team. It's going to be more focused on the bloom damage and a little bit less crit damage. But if you need the Electro application, you need the Electro application, right? So yeah, hybrid Raidan with Inefa, yeah. I'm probably going to test hybrid Raidan with Inefa on my Polearm account. So I won't be able to test it at C0 unless I get Inefa on this account, which I might, to be clear. It's down to Lanyan. Like I said, Lanyan reruns, I'm probably getting Inefa. Lanyan doesn't rerun, rather probably save my wishes. So we'll see. But I can at least test hybrid Raidan on my Polearm account. And we can just try to power down. I can do some calcs and then try to power down Raidan to non C2 levels. Which might be a little difficult, to be clear, but it shouldn't be that hard to do. Just have to give her enough crit rate substats that she can crit consistently, but then remove all the other damage substats. LEC team, it's an Inefa team right now. It's Lunar Electro Charge. Anyways, hybrid or normal Raidan with Inefa. That's a good question, actually. I don't know. Whether or not hybrid or normal Raidan is better with Inefa is a weird question. I do not know. because Raidan beyond a hybrid build will increase the lunar electrocharge damage contribution. And if you're doing Raidan Inefa, you have you have meaningfully reduced energy needs. Like one of the notable things, if I go like the energy needs there were a bit like tight, right? Where I was, you saw it, right? Where I can get my burst back consistently if I did like a proper full Raidan rotation, but a bunch of times I didn't do a full proper Raidan rotation because of enemies doing whatever the frick, right? And that's fine. So like more energy in that case would have been kind of nice in a couple instances, but not the end of the world, right? Because again, like part of the benefit of hybrid Raidan is like her E, proccing reactions, overloads, blooms, whatever, is still doing enough damage, and Farina and Emilie are doing enough damage. That's fine, right? But would have been still ideal to have more energy potentially. Just hard to do that if you're also building a bunch of other stats. When you're doing double electro, you get electro resonance and you get way more electro particles, and it's you have meaningfully lower ER needs. So I'd still recommend something around this, but you have way more consistent uptime even if things go minorly wrong. And then add Inefa's damage in there, right? Add Inefa's damage, Raidan's damage. I don't know. It'd be interesting. Can we simulate what that would be damage-wise for Raidan? What is the team look like? It's Raidan, Inefa, Yelan. Maybe a Farina Jean. Maybe it's a Farina Jean route. Wait, that's just electrocharge. I was thinking, if you're doing Bloom, then you have to do a Dender unit. So you could do Raidan. You could do Raidan. I don't know. Baiju. I don't hate Baiju Farina hybrid Raidan, but like, it doesn't get that many blooms. So it's not as satisfying. I don't know. Anyways, I think it'll work. I just don't know. I don't know if it'll matter. I think because like the fact of the matter is like Raidan Inefa will work by nature of Inefa doing good damage, and you should also most likely be pairing her with a Hydra unit that's also doing some damage. So like the Hydra unit is damage, Inefa's damage, and then Raidan just being like an on-field driver to get their energy back, and whatever. It should work. But Raidan's actual damage won't matter as much. So like the difference between a hybrid Raidan build where Raidan can get meaningful talent damage on field and just a full EM Raidan won't be that high, most likely. But, well, I don't know. Lunar Electrocharge wants crit build, so I don't know. Maybe it will be. It's weird. I'm skeptical that it'll be that interesting, just because, like, it's going to feel much more... I think it's going to feel much more balanced towards the other unit's damage. So I don't know. It'll probably be pretty good, though. Like, it's probably going to be, like, Raidan, if you're doing Hyper Bloom variant, Hybrid Raidan, Inefa, Nahida, Singcho would be interesting. And for a non-Hyper Bloom variant, like just doing full Electro Charge, probably Raidan, Farina, Inefa.
I got used to living in the mountains alongside the birds and beasts alone.
And then your choice is either you do an Animo unit, like Jean for healing, or do you do... Well, no, if you're doing Farina. So you could do Yelan instead of Farina, and then do whatever Animo unit you want. Kazuo would be kind of interesting. So we could see what the damage would be like that, with that.
Take your true form.
So that's C0 Muika. Nice. Congrats, Stevie. Kokomi could be an interesting option, yeah. So we're just seeing what Raidan's damage would be like, not... And to be clear, Raidan would be getting a little bit more damage from... Actually, no, she wouldn't be getting that much more damage. She would be getting a little bit more. So Inefa's EM buff is a percentage-based buff, not a flat buff. If Inefa had in her kit, like, the on-field character gets 200 EM, Raidan would get a lot of additional damage from Staff of Scarlet Sands passive converting that 200 EM to attack. But Staff of Scarlet Sands is not going to convert any EM to attack if the EM that she got was from a percentage-based buff, like a Nephis buff. Same thing with Raidan. Nahid is the same way. Nahid gives a percentage-based EM buff that's based on like the total EM of the highest unit on the team. And that buff, that EM buff, while it will buff Raidan's reaction damage, is not going to buff Raidan's attack with Staff of Scarlet Sands. So we should be able to, the point is, we will see exactly what Raidan's talent damage would be here. The only difference is that Inefa would increase the team's DPS substantially by adding her own team DPS, plus the lunar charge damage, being whatever it is. So it would look a lot different, but mostly it's just Inefa as a damage dealer being added in. So I don't know, something interesting like this would be to me. And Inefa's just shielder, right? So like she is your defensive utility, is the idea. Get a little bit of damage bonus, damage from Yelan. Again, my Yelan has constellations here, but again, we're seeing what Raidan's damage would be, not Yelan's. Inefa's buff, Nahida's buff? No. Again, like this is the same thing, like 2 percentage-based effects that like layer on top of each other don't layer. Like that's 2 EM percentage-based effects that don't layer together. Nahida's buff is going to look at whatever the EM is of the highest EM at the time you cast it. But if there's some other percentage-based EM buff happening in the team, like a Nephis buff, it's not going to look at that, as far as I'm aware.
Illusion shattered.
Ow.
Inazuma shines eternal.
70,000. Yeah. Did I have full stacks? I don't know if I had full stacks.
There is no escape. Gotcha. Game's up. It's over.
Hello? 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 Okay, die please. I'm just gonna redo. Pulled the fork. 130 pulls, spent 160 pulls for Skirk. Now I want a Nephis that all I have 1k primos. Well, unfortunately, have to take it as a lesson for the future. That's why you don't wish a weapon banner, because wishing on weapons is equivalent to sacrificing getting new characters, right? Always tempting at the time, but you likely end up regretting it better. I didn't mean to do that. Why? Brain. Okay. I tried to hit... oh, I know what happened. I hit 4, but Kazuo was on 3. My brain, when I do three team things, I will press 4, thinking that Kazuo was in the last slot, but he's in the 3rd slot. Anyways. Hit it again. Now we're using Kazuo's CT though. 80k. We don't need to. Yeah, anyways. So, you can see, obviously, without an attack buffer going on, it's a lot lower damage for Raidan. And you can, but to be clear, you'll have a little bit of attack buffing if you use Tenacity on Inefa, right? Tenacity, Inefa. So, I don't know. We should also, I guess, check real quick if the other context of... If you do a hybrid Raidan plus C1 for now, so a little bit higher, whatever, a little bit more damage bonus, and Gene Tap. Again, if he Nephis is on Tenacity, it'd buff a little bit more, but nothing crazily. What? Let me switch. Ah! I hate you. Alright, there you go. There's 100k, so that's a little bit better. Rip Kazuo, by the way. Hey, we reached 100k at least. Yeah, a little bit better. So, I don't know, it'd be very competent, but I think you can get the vibe of what I mean, where Inefa is just going to make it more on the other forms of damage going on, but that's fine. That's the fun of hybrid Raidan, right? The fact that you can play her as an on-field driver with whatever synergies with various forms of things. The question is like, how much worse would a normal Raidan build be? And I don't really feel like equipping my Raidan with normal artifacts right now. I think the end, based on my testing in the past, though, the damage should be about the same, right? And the damage should be about the same in particular because the lunar electrocharge damage doesn't really care that much about Raidan having, it doesn't scale that well with having a whole bunch of EM, right? So I don't know. I think hybrid Raidan will be essentially near equivalent. Maybe a little bit better in practice because of the fact that it'll cause a little bit more reaction damage when Raidan is not bursting as well. And if you can get the same talent damage as you can while bursting but get additional EM, it is going to be more damage, right? But it's probably not going to be crazily different. Like a normal Raidan build with a Nefa versus a hybrid Raidan build with a Nefa is probably going to be relatively similar. In the, what we were just doing with like Animo and whatever. If you're doing a Hyper Bloom, that's a little bit different because Hyper Bloom damage is going to be a bit more transformative reaction damage that could be meaningfully more compelling. So, yeah. Anyways. I guess all I got. I've been streaming for way longer than I expected. And didn't really get that much things done other than more things to do. That was the story arc of this stream. Like, I have so many things to do. How many things? Way too many. That's all. Zenless things, Genshin things, and now I have more to do. What do I have to do? I have to... Well, at least I can take a break from my main account for a little bit. Well, okay. Actually, I want to make an Emilie video. So, well, actually, okay. So, main account... No, sorry. I'm not done with main account. I still want to do the C1... I want to activate C1 Skirk. But I still want to do that lower investment Escoffier build clear. So, okay. Eon's on C6 quest. Or Eon's on C6 stream. And maybe I'll turn the initial wishes plus farming for Eons on C6 and do a video. I can just be like, I just wanted Eons on C6.
Mind be purged.
And then, you know, show 5 stars in the thumbnail, whatever. Yeah, anyway, sorry, my to-do list. So, yeah, sure, Eons on C6 stream. I'll just say Eons on C6 farming. We have casual account. Also, Eons on farming, Eons on last Shongling farming. We have main account, Skirk C1. We have Lanyan farming. No, Lanyan doesn't need to be. I don't need to do any farming. Talents wise, I think I will just finish Navia talents, and then maybe Varesa talents, which is also Cheska talents. Navia, Varesa talents. Oh, Primogen farming. I mean, I'll if I need to farm Primogens for Lanyan, I'll do that when she's on banner. Okay, so that's oh, on my this is not streaming wise. I mean, it's, I need to prep moving. I need to prepare to move in like 3 weeks. I need to make sure I get internet set up beforehand. Yada yada. There's a bunch of things to do for that. Go figure that you need to prepare for moving. I want to make an Emilie video. I need to make or edit the edit account fixing. I need to decide if I want to release the Stygian Onslaught video or not, where I yap about things and disagree with some people's perspective. I think I might just re-record the video. It's like it's like 2.5 hours long of me yapping about Stygian Onslaught after like going through the replies to my community post and yapping about things. And then I need to do Zenless. ZZZ. Oh yeah, Uma Musume stream. unit review stream. Next, the account fixing live streams probably will start after I do the next account fixing. Actually, I'm not gonna put that on the list. Oh, I need to reach out to people. Reach out to creators for next collab. And then I have to do Zenless. It's the main story. Finish before 2.0. What's the Uma Musume stream? No, I'm not gonna watch the anime. Easy. I can do all that today. Yuzuha pulls as well. I have a guarantee for Yuzuha. It's not gonna be interesting. Like I'm just gonna pull Yuzuha and then I'm gonna try to get her weapon with. Yeah, this stream was about planning, not doing. Yeah, this stream was like just a vibe stream on purpose. While figuring out what I need to do, and that's my list. 4-star farming. I'll activate Skirk C1. I think this week. Continue talent farming. Those are all low time, well, not low time investment, but like stream format things. Moving prep is just moving prep. Emilie video shouldn't be too hard. Editing account fixing shouldn't be bad. I already finished recording it. Well, it's going to take a long time to edit, to be clear. Uma Musume stream should just be a stream. I think we're good. The most time consuming thing here is actually might be reaching out to people. Alright. Did I skip Jafufu? No. You missed the Jafufu stream. It was a very scary stream, Minkus. It was a very, very, very scary stream. Do you have an editor? No. Well, kind of. But I don't really ask them to edit much because, one, it costs too much. It's not their fault. I think they charge a fair price, I think. I just don't make enough money from my videos to consistently pay for an editor to do them. Unless I go and find someone that I'm purposely underpaying, and I'm not down with that. I'm not down with trying to find someone that is going to receive less money than they think they should get for the time required. And also, it's not even that much time saved because I have to communicate with them. Like if I have to spend 3 hours of my time doing a back and forth of communicating how I want this video to be made, what I have in my mind for a vision for it. They give me the video, I review the video, be like, okay, maybe I want these changes, and I either have to do those changes myself or ask them to do changes, yada yada. Like, it's not actually that much of a time save at my scale to have an editor. Could I transition to doing editor more consistently if I do something like what Jeff does, where he records all his videos live and then has an editor make them? Potentially, that might be a better balance in the future, but I tried it a little bit with Atomic, and the cost-benefit ratio didn't exactly work out. So, yep. Anyways, you've been at work. How dare you? How dare you make money? But yeah, no, I got Jafufu. I really, really like Jafufu. In case you weren't aware, Minkus, the main team I was looking forward to, like, one, I thought Jafufu would just be generically enjoyable. But I really was looking forward to, I was hoping that Jafufu Lighter Soldier 11 was really good, and it's been better than I thought it was going to be. Like on the current Pompey in Deadly Assault, I've gotten over 40k points with Jafufu Lighter Soldier 11. I can play that team better than I can play the Astra team. I know Astra obviously has some min-maxing with, you know, chain attacks, alt timing, yada yada, getting like 4 chain attacks in a stun window. But like, I find the gameplay of Jafufu Lighter Soldier 11 far more compelling. Yeah, it's really good. That's either with triple attack percent on Soldier 11 or double attack percent and crit damage slot 4. Seems to be about similar in my experience in testing so far. With the W3 Brimstone, to be clear, which I just got another I got W3 because I got a copy of Brimstone last week on the standard banner, which is funny. I am tempted to try to get W5, but anyways, yeah. Jafufu Lighter Soldier 11 works really, really well. well enough that I don't care at all about playing Astra Soldier 11 later. I already didn't love the team dynamic there a little bit because it just felt kind of weird. But yeah, so anyways, Jafufu is right now glued to Soldier 11 because that's the main team I'm enjoying playing right now. But yeah, anyway, you can check out the stream if you want to see that. What about Billy, Jafufu, Lucy? I haven't gotten into leveling up some of the 4-star DPSs yet. Maybe someday, but I don't know. Billy's gameplay wasn't that compelling to me, but I should go watch some videos or something about him. Maybe I'll be inspired to do that. But or if I start making videos myself about doing shenanigans in Zenless, because I'm getting to that point of being able to do that. I mean, I've already done some of that. You can count this team as one of them. But anyways, yeah. Austin Astro, so far to get Jafufu. Nice. Best of luck. And best of luck to anyone wishing for Eon-san. Or Muika. Or Emilie. Best of luck. May your wishes go more ideally than mine. Not that mine were terrible, but like, they were weird. Bye.